the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
all right, 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you, as we always do, for choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. There's a lot out there. And we thank all of the radio affiliates around the country brave enough to say, yes, we'll be home to the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for that. All the program directors, producers there, running the show each and every day. We thank y'all so much. For those of you tuning in on YouTube or streaming us, welcome in. It is the Good Time Gang and the kickoff hour as we get things started today. Today, Rick and Bubba University, it's Letters from the Audience. It's a theme that we started. And it's gone extremely well. The emails have poured in, and so we've tried to get them ready for the guys. We had a lot left over from the last one that we did, but that's this week's RBU, so make sure that you're tuning in to that and searching Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, on wherever you get podcasts, and also following us on social media at Rick and Bubba, spell out and, as we will send out links Saturday morning. That's when that drops. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Elms. What's up, boys?
I don't have any headphones.
I know, I got them. I meant to tell you to get yours.
No, that's fine.
That I slid mine over here.
It's fine.
You know what it was? Yesterday, and it's again. I don't know what to do with you guys.
I told you.
I know you did yesterday
I was
morning.
kind.
I show up to the gym to work out, and I got a big old piece of black something from the headphones on, and guy, hey man, you got something on your head.
I didn't see
Which
it.
means I left here and I hung out with you
yeah,
post
but
show.
I didn't see it. I really didn't.
So I meant to tell you to grab yours.
I don't think I did.
So I slid mine over, and because these are coming apart. They're great. They're the best things we got in here, but they just come apart.
But what you don't know, what makes me mad about them?
Yeah.
They start coming apart immediately.
Yeah.
It would be different if you go, I had these a couple of years, it's starting to come. And these are top of the line things.
I don't like
and
them.
they immediately start coming.
The sound is great, but the covering and all that.
Surely in 2023 we could beat that.
Yeah, it just comes apart.
We should have
so
that
go ahead
problem solved.
Please walk over there and get yours. I want to see you.
You want me to get them?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
There goes Bullethead. Coach Helmsy is heading over, grabbing those headphones, and we thank you. So anyway, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I meant to tell you that I slid mine over.
I just thought we had a headphone thief. I didn't know.
What if we did? Well, how are you guys doing? Everybody good? Everybody dialed in?
Good.
No.
Sure.
I notice again there's a theme with you, Greg, and we can talk about it. We have talked about it. You're now wearing in clothes like it's winter.
No, this is thin.
Yeah, it's still long sleeve,
Yeah,
and
but
it's triple degrees digits outside.
But it isn't in here.
I brought
Where I
and
see
that's
it.
what I want to talk about. It seems like from this, and I'm talking about
And
the
it
middle,
isn't just me.
middle of the counter over. It is cooler, I guess, over there than it is over here.
Evidently.
Even though we both look there.
Well,
and
so
look
you're
there.
acting like you don't
I
believe
guess that.
that.
Well,
But
I'm seeing it now. There's 3 over there, and there's only 1, 2 here. I guess
By
'Cause
6:30,
it's not
I'll be
cold
freezing.
over there.
6:30, I'll be freezing.
It's cold
In an
over
hour and a half, I will be freezing.
Yeah, Greg.
This is a
And
very
I've got
thin shirt.
a
It's long
thin
sleeve.
pullover
Not
that
a
I
sweater.
brought in because of it.
Yeah, it's long sleeve. You'll wear it this winter.
Oh yeah.
But
Not a limited amount of
yesterday you said Daddy was cold.
Well, yeah, it's cold over here.
It is. It's really like
I mean, just
half
'cause
the
it's
counter,
not cold over there.
which is weird because we're in the same
So
room.
he says that like we're making it up.
No,
You
look.
notice that?
Hey, cold is cold. If
It's
you
almost-
say you're cold, that's it. Either
He
that or
do-
you're sick.
When you and I are into something, he doesn't like to be left out.
That's
And
right.
I think he wants to be cold and he can't get there.
That is a great point.
I
want
want to feel what y'all are feeling, and I can't
He
feel it.
wants to gripe about how cold it is. And look, I'm good with it. I'd rather be cold than hot. I'll say that.
Well, I want to be like y'all. It's cold over here.
Okay.
I have had to adjust what I bring in or what I wear because of it.
Yeah.
But like I say, I'd much rather be that way than the other way.
Do you want me to bring a jacket in too?
No,
Let
I'm
you
good.
just throw it over the back
I
of the
may be
chair.
a toboggan.
Today is National Waffle Day, and we've had this
I like a
discussion,
good
but I
waffle.
want to ask y'all again: waffle or pancakes?
I prefer pancakes, but I do like waffles.
Oh, what, buddy? So over.
If they were both sitting there, I'd pick the
What if you were
pancake.
cold?
If I was cold, I'd probably go waffle.
Okay.
If I was cold, I'd have a cup of coffee with them.
But all kidding aside, side by side, I'll go pancake. But every now and then I go, man, I kind of want a waffle.
Okay. Are y'all the type when it comes to waffles, you just want butter on it, or do y'all put
Butter and
different
syrup.
Okay.
You don't put syrup on a
Yeah,
waffle?
but some people go peanut butter and syrup.
Oh,
Some people
that's blasphemy.
they sprinkle chocolate
Peanut
chips on
butter.
there. Oh,
So that's
yeah.
one thing about it, and I'm the same way with pancakes. I don't like weird
Strawberries
I
and
want
I
I don't
want
need
fruit on
chocolate
my
chip.
stuff.
I don't need blueberry.
Well, like at Waffle House, you can order that.
I know you can,
know,
but I don't. I don't have to. They don't force you to.
It's we rarely just go syrup and with
Syrup
some butter.
butter.
We rarely do that at the house. The boys would go more peanut butter and syrup.
Never
both.
had that.
Yeah, try it.
That
Try it,
sounds pretty
especially
good.
when you're cold. Try
Sounds
it.
pretty
I
good.
used to. My answer probably, I don't know, a year ago would have been pancake, but now I've moved into the waffle.
And
Maybe
I
it's
like
mine.
both. I do.
Yeah.
Depends on what mood I'm in. I'll go
But
frozen
I'm not putting
waffle.
peanut butter on either one of them.
I have never done that. I'll go frozen waffle.
Don't hate it.
But I love
No, I don't
the
hate
old
it, I
fresh
just don't.
one. But
Okay. I'm surprised you won't put hot sauce on. You put hot sauce on everything.
Let me ask
else.
you this.
I do.
let me ask you
I
this:
do,
we stack pancakes. Have you ever stacked waffles?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I
I've
don't
I
know
always
that I
just
have.
normally order a single.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
no,
know
I'll
that I
stack
have.
them puppies. I think the most I've ever had in a sitting is 4.
Wow, that's a lot of
It
waffles.
is a lot of waffles. Didn't feel real good after
I
8 of them.
bet.
Y'all's
But that stomach
favorite,
hurt.
Yeah. What are you doing to me?
your favorite condiment, sauce, whatever.
oh.
Is it barbecue sauce?
Yes, mine is.
Is it? Is
Mine
it okay?
I've actually even above ketchup.
Just most versatile. Hey, I'm gonna go to this for most everything. Is it that?
Yeah, and it hadn't always been that way. Just maybe the past 5 years.
You've gone there.
Yeah, I like it. I did it yesterday.
What'd you have?
I had chicken fingers and I dipped it in barbecue sauce.
Well, and this is the
And
telltale
fries.
for me.
The fries went in it too.
Really? In barbecue sauce?
Yeah, if I have fries,
see.
I'd rather have barbecue sauce.
No, and this is the tell for me on this question because yesterday, I do this every day. When I go to the calf, I get something, and I get something kind of light. I get like a piece of chicken and some rice or something
still
like
apple.
that.
And still an apple.
And didn't get an apple yesterday. And
Oh, good
Well,
thing.
yeah,
but
'cause you
but
ski.
but I get that, and then I'm like, I need a little bit more, and I always go back. They have really good fries at the cafeteria, and I always get that. And guess what? I put right there on the side is barbecue sauce.
It's good.
And I've got every condiment known to man, and I choose barbecue sauce.
I'm the same way.
And it's not even a good barbecue sauce.
It doesn't matter. How about this? I'll say this. I'm not stuck to a brand of barbecue sauce. I'll eat any.
Let me tell you this.
I don't have really
yeah.
a favorite.
barbecue sauce, and I'm gonna disappoint y'all, but y'all disappointed me because you're always cold. I rarely go barbecue sauce, and I normally just go with whatever sauce is coming with it. In other words, like the comeback sauce at Jack's
I
or
like
whatever,
that.
or your Jack's sauce
Zax
or your
sauce,
Chick-fil-A.
which are actually all that's the same sauce. By the way.
It really is. It's in the same. It's in the same
Strut
family.
sauce.
Yeah, ranch, ketchup. I
Yeah.
rarely go to barbecue sauce,
You're missing out.
but I guess I need to try it.
You brought up Jack's. That Jack's right there off the interstate where we go every day.
Yeah.
That is the nicest Jack's
yeah,
I've
they
ever
just
seen in my
rebuilt
life.
it. They mowed the other one down and rebuilt that not too long ago.
Yeah.
It is nice.
This is where Helms and Greg start talking about travel, and it's like y'all look through me. Y'all know I've made that.
Buddy, that's
I made
been a
that
while.
trip for years.
I don't
That
think
Jack's wasn't there
that
then.
Jack's wasn't there when you
Well,
were
that
making
don't
You had
the
the
trip.
old
I've
building.
seen a Jack's before though. Y'all can
You
talk
have.
to
You
me
hadn't seen
about
one like this. I'm
It is a
serious.
nice
It's
one.
crazy.
It's a nice one.
I wasn't expecting.
it. Night. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're all over the road there, but we just kind of, that's what we do. We're hanging out, and now I want a waffle.
Well, and you mentioned the LFTAs, and it comes to
Yeah.
the podcast. I got a bunch of QFTAs.
All right, let's
All
do
right.
that.
Why not?
We can just dive into it. 866 We Be Big is our number as well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hours live. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. So we're going to go to some of your questions that you have sent us in, and the topics will be all over the road because whatever you send in, we react to. But I do have to ask Greg something because he did see Swamp Kings on Netflix. Swamp
you
Kings
said right.
On Netflix, and he didn't see the whole thing, but he did see.
Saw one episode.
They're like 4 episodes or something like that. But he saw the first one. And Helmsy, you were the first staff member to see it.
He knows more.
And you discussed Urban Meyer. And you said, because Greg dislikes the man because of his actions.
I dislike. I
But
say
Greg, you don't
Hey,
call.
Greg, it's okay to say you don't like
dislike
somebody.
Urban Meyer.
Every time his name
dislike-
comes up, you frown.
I
and you have
dislike the
something,
way he acts when he quits somewhere and he's making up the reason that
you have negative things to
can't
say about the
handle the
man.
heat.
And,
You don't like it.
most
Good
are,
football
and
coach.
by the way, most are true. I'm not saying that
I
something's
know.
wrong with you for saying it, but Helmsy said you're going to feel differently about him after you see. Can I stop you from eating and ask a question?
I did that last one.
Do you have a difference of opinion on him now, or is it
Not
the same?
yet. Not yet.
Okay, because Helmsy said that if you watch the
Then
first
you
two
won't,
episodes,
because I figured the first
No,
episode would
I
get
like
you.
the way he runs his team and all that. I mean, the way they worked.
Well,
The
so
way
then
he weeded out the men from the boys.
did you
and all
gain
that.
a little more respect from him from
Well,
a
no,
football
I
standpoint?
think he's obviously a good football coach and all that. I never doubted his ability to coach. I
Here
just think
comes the
he's
but.
a jerk
Yeah.
as a person, and I think he's a liar.
yeah. Do you think he was?
Greg,
back
when
then?
you call somebody a liar, you really I don't.
No, I'm
'Cause
just saying
here's-
I feel like he is.
I know, but a minute ago you said you don't dislike him, and when if I ever
just
call
called him a liar.
anybody a liar, I really don't like them.
Yeah.
You know what I
it's
mean?
more if they're lying about me, but if he hadn't lied about me yet. No, I think he.
Were you on the Republican stage last night?
Yeah, his intensity and the way he runs his team, I like. But when
Yeah.
things get,
I got it. You're
kinda
trying. You're
tough,
separating.
he
the
bails
two.
out and
and
tries to
I-
act like,
Yeah. And this was earlier.
I don't know about any of that.
The Ohio
I'm
State
not
thing
around
was-
Urban Meyer enough to
This
know
was early
what
in
is and is not on that front. I'm not going to speak to that. I don't know.
We know what's covered. We know how he's been, called probably misrepresenting himself a little bit.
Sure.
Remember, there's been. I mean, I'm not just been in the news. I mean, it's nothing. This isn't my opinion. It's just what's been reported.
I think he left Ohio State. He said for health reasons. I think he did because the heat of that.
Right.
The assistant coach, he supposedly covered up that he was abusing his wife. I think that's why he left.
Yeah,
And he acted like he. Well, nah,
this is a 4 to 5 year
But he is.
span.
I enjoyed watching how coming from Utah to there and how he ripped everybody, made them take all their Florida gear off, made them earn it.
Yeah.
Made them run stadiums on every single step in the whole place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like all that.
And Dan Mullen adds a lot to it too because
does.
Also known as your dad.
he gets you in the mind of Urban a little bit on how he acts and how he thinks. So anyway, that was the whole reason I brought it up, was to see if you felt
The
differently
Tebow
about it
things
at all.
go.
Yeah, it is.
How
about when
the
he just
Tebow
said-
thing gets better too?
Yeah,
by the way,
I like
as the
that's
Tebow,
probably the best part of it, right?
Yeah.
that's the one that I wasn't expecting. It even gets that much better.
Yeah.
It was interesting too for Tebow to go. Florida wasn't even on
Yeah,
I know.
even part of it, and Urban went after him. So anyway, that's and it's got your football language in it, your locker room stuff.
Well, does it ever?
And so just let me give that warning. But
I didn't think that
it's
bad.
available through. If you've grown up around.
No,
it,
I'm just
then-
saying it wouldn't. Well, I only saw one episode.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It really wasn't that big.
It wasn't. But
part
we
of
just
it.
want to give you that heads up so you don't sit down with the family and watch it. All right, so as we move on, just there's your update, because some of you were wondering if he felt differently about it at all. But you can separate
his
the
intensity
two.
as a coach is.
Yeah,
is
you can
very-
separate the two.
Yeah, it's very
Got
very
it.
impressive. It is.
Well, we'll take a turn here. Have you ever? When's the last time?
Last night.
Greg made. Well, no, Speedy, you made too. When's the last time y'all have tried baby food?
I've never eaten.
Oh,
baby
gracious.
food. I've never eaten it.
I don't think I have.
Even
either.
when my kids were babies,
Okay.
it always kind of grossed me out.
Mm-hmm.
I felt bad feeding it to them.
We were talking about
The fruit stuff wasn't a big deal, but like them old green.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten dog food?
No, I have not.
Not a dare or anything. Okay.
Believe it
the
or
fact that you asked that makes me think you have.
Yeah, one time.
not. Yeah. Oh, I know a lot of people that eat dog food.
Yeah, it was a dare in college.
Greg, time out. You just made the comment.
I mean, I didn't get down at the
you
bowl.
know
and
a
start-
lot of people that have
big
tried
crowd of them.
dog food. You want to walk that out for us?
I
So
know.
Kate's and who?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And brags about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, you Speedy brought up peanut butter a minute ago.
I love
we
peanut
all
butter.
like peanut butter, and we
Urban likes peanut butter. You
He
got
does.
something in common.
I know it.
peanut butter and jelly is that's a
Oh,
staple here in
yeah.
America.
I'm not big
J.
on that.
Just hold on,
Buddy,
Greg.
good
Don't
night.
frown.
I
Okay.
always went just peanut butter.
All right, well,
So
that's
if you have to go peanut butter and jelly, what flavor of jelly are you
Great.
picking? Really? So
I
y'all
like
go
grape,
I like
but when
grape,
it comes
too.
to biscuits, I like apple better.
Do y'all give strawberry anything? That's my
Yeah,
go-to.
I can go-
that's
How
my
about
second.
this?
Strawberry's mine and grape's my second.
I'm going to make this statement. The flavor really doesn't matter to me on jelly's jelly. I'm just saying, I don't look and go, well, crap, they don't have any grape. All they got is strawberry. I don't do that.
So flavored drinks don't matter to you
They
either.
do, but something about jelly doesn't. It really doesn't. I don't know what it is. I'm not really that concerned what flavor jelly is. Just give me some jelly.
Where are y'all at on that apple butter?
I like it.
Did you hear?
You don't go to a lot, but I do like it.
attitude about that was pretty good. I don't know what it was.
And the fact he's got peanut crumbs on it too.
Yeah, how about that? I'm done. I gave them to Bubba. I said, take these from me.
Okay.
But I ate a bunch of them.
I think I know the answer to this for Greg. Not sure for Speedy. Have you ever been to Mardi Gras before?
No.
I haven't.
I've
either.
been to
You
New
have.
Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
I've been to New
Figured you
Orleans
had.
several times, but never.
Gulf rat over here has.
Yeah. Well, you live down there.
Yeah.
Last time, or have you ever played paintball?
Yes.
No. I wanted to, but I never have.
What if we went and did that as a team building?
Well,
I'm not a big paintball guy. I've been twice in my life.
Mine were all. I know this isn't a surprise. Mine were all kid related.
Yeah,
I didn't
you
go
just
play
got pulled
adult.
in it.
Yeah, I was like birthday parties
Yeah,
or something
yeah.
like that we take them to, and before you know,
I bet
you're,
it's fun.
you're off in it.
I bet it's fun.
Hey, doesn't feel good getting hit.
No.
I'll tell you this: you know when you're hit.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd rather do that than laser tag,
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Good Time Gang, and we're getting ready for the guys to join us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour for the main show, and we thank you for being with us. And this portion of the show is brought to you by our friends at ReliefFactor.com. Been talking about them for many years. If you are one of those that suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, some more seriously than others, then let us suggest Relief Factor for you, because it's 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from exercising, overexertion, just, hey, like us, getting old.
Ooh.
Some of us go to bed and wake up, and we don't know why we're hurting.
That's right.
That could be you. But check them out right now. Look for that 3-week trial pack. It's the Quick Start Pack at ReliefFactor.com. It's just $19.95. That 3-week trial pack is because they feel like, through their research, 3 weeks will let you know if it's working for you like it is for everyone else. So try it out, ReliefFactor.com. For those of you that have procrastinated, you've heard us talk about this for years, and you go, okay, today's the day. I'm going in. Do so at ReliefFactor.com. Stop popping those over-the-counter painkillers every day, multiple times a day. They could be harming your body. That's not really what they were designed for. Instead, get Relief Factor. The 3-week trial pack is just $19.95. Again, ReliefFactor.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button for more information. All right, we only really touched the surface of questions that y'all have been hitting us with throughout the last few days, and so we're kind of running through those right now. Helms, if you want to continue a little bit, or you want to talk about...
Well, I do want to ask this. Did y'all ever break a window as a kid?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Several.
Yeah.
So is this like you're out in the yard playing and a ball or a rock, or what was the...
One time I was on the side of the house was brick, and I would take pieces of styrofoam and make a strike zone in the brick, and I would throw into it, and one got high, and my mother was actually in the room cleaning, and I blew glass all over.
Ooh.
And then one time me and Rick were wrestling. We shared a bedroom growing up, and we were wrestling around, and he flipped me over. My foot went through it.
Ooh.
Knocked it out.
Yeah, mine was baseball related, neighborhood
mine was
baseball,
too.
and one got loose.
We had a
Went through the front left window.
was
of one of
anybody
the
in
neighbors.
there when it was?
The wife was.
And as an adult, I shattered our front door weed eating.
How'd that happen?
They hit a
Did you
rock.
hit? Oh, okay.
Slung it in there and busted the whole thing.
So the whole thing just collapsed. Yeah.
No, it just went like that.
How to do it?
We had
Like a front windshield.
Yeah.
we actually had a batting cage at our house.
Okay.
And it was in the backyard, and
Ooh,
the way
baseball.
you hit was not towards the river but towards the house. And so there was this little hole, like it was the only hole in the cage, but it was like think in line with a pitcher.
Yep.
But maybe like 2 feet higher, like where the L screen would be. Okay, so right above that. And Dad and I were battling. He was frustrated with me, and I was frustrated with him. He was. We were working on opposite field and up the middle line drives, and we had some words, whatever. Well, there was a window that was if you just on a line, if you took a line from that hole of the cage all the way to the house, which was probably maybe it wasn't far, maybe 60 feet, I don't know, 70 feet, something like that. And we had been arguing, trying to do things, and all of a sudden I got it right because I finally hit the one he wanted me to hit. But it went out of that hole and went right through that window.
Oh, no.
And he was like, that's
good.
exactly, he said, I know it's taking longer than we needed it to. We finally got there, but now we probably ought to stop.
Yeah, it's kind of
And it
bittersweet.
shattered that window so bad.
Great hit though.
Yeah. Well,
Then
and
you got to go put a piece of cardboard on it until you get the glass replaced.
Yeah.
I think he was pretty frustrated because it took me a while to get to where he wanted me to get to in doing it.
Yeah.
And he was like, so, like, if you'd have done this 10 minutes ago, we wouldn't have a broken window kind of thing.
So somehow it came back on you.
Sure it did. Do y'all listen to the show on your day off?
No.
No, not really.
No.
If I'm in the car, I'll flip it
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
I don't run from it, but normally on my day off, I'm not in a position.
Yeah, it's not
to listen.
a conscious decision.
No.
If I'm in a car riding, I will turn.
Yeah,
it
I
on.
have no idea what y'all did last Thursday, Friday.
No,
Yeah,
if you're on
I'm the same
vacation.
way. Where are y'all at on waiters and waitresses singing happy birthday to you?
Gets on my nerves.
I couldn't even get it out of my mouth.
I don't even like them singing to other people, much less me.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Greg. I'm with you on that. Not a big happy birthday.
I tell you this, I do like
in a restaurant.
I do like practical joking people saying it's their birthday and then watching them
Oh, we used to do
have to
that.
sit there and act like it's their birthday.
When we would go on these long trips
Happy.
for storms and stuff, because we ate at every Cracker Barrel we passed. I don't know if the company owns stock in Cracker Barrel or what, but we did that all the time.
Yeah.
And this one trip, we kept doing it to the same person every time we stopped, and he was just like,
I like the hibachi places where they come over with the little drum, like happy.
happy.
And, here they come.
Hey,
I know we've had some chicken wars over the last few years with sandwiches and different things.
Remember the chicken sandwich?
There's
You
a
get choked
gentleman.
on chicken. Have you done
There's
that?
a gentleman that listens to the show, and he is a director of operations at a food chain.
Wow,
He wants to know, and he said it won't hurt his feelings, but he wants to know if you got to go get some chicken today, and your options are KFC or Popeyes, which one you choosing?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
And when you choose, after you choose it, I'll tell you which one he works for.
That's a tough one. Well, let me tell you,
I'm probably gonna.
boy, I like Popeyes.
I do too. I was just about to say I really do.
But
hey, it's been a
traditionally,
minute.
I'm hung
since-
to KFC.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've had either one.
Well, they shut the KFC down in Jacksonville. It's no longer there.
Hey, they've added to their menu too. Have you seen some of the stuff they have?
Oh, I know.
Greg, there's one off of our exit we go to.
Yeah.
I said
I
that because
forgot
I
that
wanted
combo. How you feel about those combos?
You know, I've gotten off
the
on that
combo
exit.
like Taco Bell KFC
Yeah.
combo.
Somebody bothers me.
Well,
I
it
don't
takes me a minute when I look at the menu. I'm like, oh gosh, overwhelming here.
I know.
I
That's
got
just-
chicken on one side and
my-
burritos
my
on the other.
brain's-
The fast food that's connected to a like a gas station. Does that
Yeah,
bother you
that's
too?
it. No, not too bad.
No, okay.
No,
But not. Well, this is a combo connected to a gas station. How about that?
Oh, a combo.
it's a Taco Bell and a KFC.
Yeah. You know, I've gotten
And a
off,
gas
the
station.
street,
You know,
there's
I've
an
gotten
Arby's.
off on that exit, right? It's not y'all's
It's
exit.
been a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
Which one?
Is it the Talladega exit? And you go left?
Yeah,
off the interstate?
77.
Yeah,
77?
Talladega,
Yeah, see,
Lincoln.
that's,
Lincoln.
hey, look at me. That's what I got off on.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
years
Good night.
ago.
Lots changed.
So which one you going with, Sweeney?
I'll just go Popeyes, I guess.
I'm a traditional KFC guy for years. But again, I haven't been
I like the
exposed to it in so
crispiness.
long.
This guy works at KFC.
I do like KFC.
But I'm not, that's out of my
Of course, in Jacksonville, we had-
selections for so long. I'm
I
not going
know.
to
Same
fight
way.
either one of them. I mean, I'll go KFC too. But if I had to pick, maybe.
in Jacksonville, you got to go to either Jack's or Bojangles.
No, did you see his?
He had a little swagger about him.
If
when
you
he
had
sat
something to
down.
drink,
Yeah.
get us something to drink. Good night.
What is your most memorable Christmas gift from your childhood?
Ooh, my first bicycle. I'll never forget it.
Yeah.
I got out and rode at like 5 something in the morning. I was riding up and down the street, just so happy.
The bicycle was big.
What was the step
and,
below the bicycle, the 3-wheeler? What was it called?
Tricycle.
No, not the extra tricycle, but it was like
the
a
big wheel, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, I love big wheels.
Big
Yeah.
wheels. Yeah.
Where you
wheel-
sat down in it. And that was my.
Yeah,
I remember.
those were
I remember
awesome.
getting one of those.
Yeah.
We used to come down big hills.
Well, we had a steep
yeah.
driveway, and I remember like that was you talking
big
about
wheel was a
Christmas
good
that
one.
was
Yeah.
made.
Of course, it always would get a flat spot on the wheel. And
Yeah. And then the front wheel would spin.
Yeah, you can
And you're
try to
trying to
pedal.
get- yeah.
The best thing on them is coming down hills,
Oh,
especially the ones that had the brake, the slide brake. You
And
pull it
you-
up.
Yeah.
But if
And
you
also,
flip though,
I got a 410 shotgun.
oh,
And
okay.
a single shot. Still got it, by the way. And I remember I was stoked. I was
That's
shooting.
awesome.
I was killing everything around the house.
It was so cold when I got my first bike, but I didn't care, and I was so excited. I ran out there with not enough clothes on, and I remember freezing going up and down that road. But I was so happy.
We always had to have a bike. I remember the old Spider bike, and we'd piece them. We always tore them up. We would crash and we'd jump ramps. And Dad, one year, he said they were made by Yamaha. They were bikes that had shocks on them. And he said, and I guess I don't know what he paid for them, but anyway, he said these are supposed to be indestructible. Of course, we destroyed them. And he said, "That's it." Now, I remember him going. He goes, "That's it, boys. Y'all can just piece all the parts you have together to make you a bike because I'm not buying you another one."
Oh,
because we destroyed them also.
and broke windows.
Have you ever touched an electric fence?
Oh yeah.
All
right, so let's.
Unfortunately.
So you
on
said,
purpose and not on
all right,
purpose.
that's where I was going. So what
Not
was
on
the
purpose here.
On purpose, I get we got buddies and whatever. I dare you to touch
do.
that, whatever. Hey, I dare you to tinkle on that fence.
Yeah, I
you know.
never did that.
But where were you? I want to know when you did it by accident. So you're just kind of in a farm or
at
something
work.
or work, and you
I
just
was at work
reached
and
down.
we were going through. It's like some high grass, and there was one in there, and it hammered me.
Yeah, I was down at a farm that feeding the cows and stuff, and I touched one right as they would. Don't touch.
So you
know.
had no clue.
No,
You were just like
no, and on a
Can I tell-
lesser,
Go
much
ahead.
lesser level, the underground fencing for the dogs. Stupidly, I was testing it, and I was holding the collar.
Yeah.
Okay, and the
did that.
prongs, they were right here in my hand, and you swing.
That was brilliant.
You swing it, and and sometimes it'll beep. It's supposed to. That's how you train the dog because. People think that they always get shocked. They actually don't. But they hear that beeping and they're
That lets
trained.
them know you're
Hey,
close.
you're close, and they
back
just
up.
back off. Well, I got too far, and buddy, it got me.
Well, I did the same thing, but here's that makes it even more dumb for me because we thought one of the collars weren't working right, and so I took
put
it
it
off.
on?
No, I took it off, and it's got 2 prongs, so you got to put your fingers on the prongs, and all I had to do was turn it down. Like you can tell how hard it hits them.
Yeah.
You can move that up and down. I didn't move it.
Oh,
Like an idiot. And I just walked right at it, and it
Bam.
hammered me. And I was like, well, crap, this thing is working.
They'll get you.
And all I had to
they
do was,
will.
it was on like 7, and all I had to do was put it on 1, and it would have just tingled me.
Tingles your hand.
but no,
That was a dumb move.
You ever lick the top of a battery?
9 volt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I haven't.
My
You
dad.
said tingle. I brought that up.
Yeah.
Kids don't do that.
That's not fun either.
Well, you know whether it's good or not.
You do.
Good way to test it.
You'll know
Yeah.
for sure.
You know, Mac Daddy had me do that a couple times. He did.
I'm messing with you.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, Trying to find a needle in a haystack? Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition Smart Bed, plus special financing. Ends Monday. See store for details.
Taco Bell's new grilled cheese dipping taco is, well, it's completely new. It's got a fresh fried white corn shell filled with cheese and new slow braised shredded beef with even more cheese grilled outside the shell. But what makes it really special is the dip. It comes with 2 sauces and you dip in one or both. Red sauce, then nacho cheese sauce, maybe more red sauce. This is a next level taco situation that'll have you acting brand new. The new grilled cheese dipping taco. Get one on the Taco Bell app today. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact store for participation which varies.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're listening live, it is Thursday, the 24th of August, and we have a couple of NFL games tonight. Helmsy was going over the schedule with us in the break. You got the Steelers and the Falcons and the Colts and the Eagles playing tonight. And did you mention there's also games Friday and?
Yeah, there's 3 games Friday.
Wow.
I know Greg loves that.
Yeah, I love Friday games. Plus, I love preseason so much. Of course, it's getting to the point where they're going to start playing some of the starters, right? Isn't it?
Yes, I know that the on Hard Knocks, the Jets, the last episode was released, Tuesday night, and so I watched it yesterday. And in that episode, they announced that all the starters, the ones, were playing in the last preseason.
They ain't going to play
game.
long, but they'll play.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers will be
So he's finally going to dress out?
He is.
That
I think they play the Giants, the New York Giants.
Oh, the Battle of New York.
They do. That game is Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
NFL will come into my world tonight, but I will not watch any of these games. I will watch Hard Knocks, what you watched.
Okay.
It was
really good.
Good show. I've got an episode I'm missing out on. So I'll if I get to watch TV tonight, my choice will be that or the last episode of Swamp Kings.
Yeah. Every time you say Swamp Kings, I picture it being like swamp people.
I feel like somebody's catching an alligator.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then I go, oh, it's
Of course, when you get into episode 3, that's what's going on.
Okay.
Speaking of the NFL, the Super Bowl has, I guess, come up to Taylor Swift. And you know that your career is at the highest level it'll ever be, and you're doing okay when you turn down the halftime show. She actually says,
what was she benefiting
Taylor
from?
Swift won't do a Super Bowl halftime show in Vegas because she's too busy with her tour and doesn't think it would be a career-defining moment. Instead, she wants to wait. We talked about Nashville, going to have a new stadium and all that. She says she wants to wait until that's ready and perform in Nashville if she could pick.
Here's the deal. She's on a tour. The biggest tour out there right now.
Yeah.
So most of the time you do this Super Bowl thing when you're fixing to release an album or a tour or something. There's no reason for her to do it now. She can do it later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wonder have they announced who it'll be? Or they still haven't decided?
Morgan Wallen.
Past few years, it has. I'd rather be him than some of the ones they've had in the past. Past few years been kind of weak.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I remember there's been a lot of good ones. I mean, that just step out if you think about them.
Yeah.
And we won't get off in that now, but just a couple come to mind. I enjoyed when Prince did it.
Prince,
Kiss, Bruno
Michael
Mars,
Jackson, Bruno Mars.
That was a really good one. Yeah, the Michael Jackson one was really cool.
Tom Petty was a good one. I thought that's it because I like Tom Petty.
Right.
A couple days ago, rumored contenders have included Miley Cyrus, Bad Bunny, whoever that is.
I don't know who that is.
And Jack Harlow.
I don't know who that is.
Something tells me Bad Bunny is not going to be family friendly.
No, probably not.
If we're down to
and
that,
Miley's not going to be.
If we're down
family.
to, oh no, she'll be up there showing everything.
Easy.
Easy, Tiger.
Remember last year they had the platforms? It's like they were dancing just in thin air.
Yeah.
All over the place.
Did not know Bad Bunny was a guy.
What is Bad Bunny? What is that? Is that a singer?
I was not thinking
Looks like
it was
a
guy.
rapper.
We're so old.
Oh boy.
Didn't even know.
I don't know who that other person you said. Who'd you say? Besides Bad
Jack
Bunny?
Harlow.
Who's that?
This guy. I don't know him either. He looks familiar, but I don't know.
I heard what I'm reading. It was James Canup was being looked at.
That right there would set it off. I'm telling you what.
My nose couldn't be running any more than it is right now.
I'm telling you something about this.
In case y'all are wondering.
Something about it.
Something about it. All right, but anyway, I'm sorry. I just brought that up because it's in the entertainment news that she turned it down. She's like,
Harry Styles also being mentioned.
Everybody knows that. See that.
Yeah, everybody knows him.
Speedy really likes him.
And I mentioned Nashville, and Taylor was going to wait for that. I saw another entertainment story out today that Justin Timberlake is looking to sell his Tennessee home for $10 million, after buying it for $4 million in 2015, trying to flip that.
Timberlake's one of those guys. Like I feel like if we ran into to each other at Starbucks or Pancake House or something like that, we would start talking and like enjoy each other's company.
Yeah.
I mean, I really not because of me, but because of the way he acts.
Yeah,
the way I just feel like we'd
like
we'd kind of just hit it off.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right. His property. Listen to this: 127 acres. Think about this hunting land and relaxing. Comes with private woods, landscaped perfectly. They say for horseback riding, fishing, mountain biking, and more. Why in the world would you want to get rid of that?
No, I'm telling
that
you.
sounds like a getaway.
That sounds like a forever home.
It's 20 miles south of Nashville and Franklin, they say. Man, why in the world?
Go look at it and put a bid on
it. No, it just, I mean, did you see that? $10 million. Oh, he'll get it too. It probably won't stay on the market
drop it.
10 days.
Well, Speedy bought it.
There's no way, my friend. No way, unless you're going in with me.
Yeah.
I don't think we could go in three-way and get it.
No.
Easy.
Not even close.
Well, I don't know. Now that you getting, you're big money.
Yeah, but I'd never be able to enjoy it.
That's right.
And I'm not big money.
I mean, good night.
I'm a little bit more money. just a tad bit more money.
A little smidge.
Just a little bit more money.
Just a hair more.
I'm just not sweating at the end of the month kind of money.
There you go. I'm catching up on bills money.
Yeah.
I'll
pay you that one.
Oh, me. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back. Don't forget RBU this week. And if you want to send them in during the show today, I'll try to get them prepared, but most is already set and ready. Letters from the audience, it's RBU. That's the theme this week. We did the first episode of that. It went extremely well. Got great response from y'all. Anything you want to ask the guys, try to get that prepared for them. As I said, they've got a stack to work through already, but if you want to send some last-minute ones in, feel free to do so. Speedy@rickandbubba.com. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba will join us, as well as Adler, for today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Very ignorant when I say what I'm about to say, but I didn't realize. I heard several people discussing yesterday how because of the way Auburn plays and they rely on the three, it's very difficult to go to a place like Utah and expect to hit a ton of threes just because the altitude. Indoor, and I didn't realize that affected indoors as well. We know that the balls travel further at the Colorado Rockies game. Okay, we get that, but I never thought about it being indoors with shooting hoops.
You know what I didn't know? I didn't know when we, the NC State upset we were talking about on the 30 for 30, Jimmy V and all that. They said that Houston was affected by the fact they played the championship in an altitude place, and said that Akeem and all them were struggling because of. They said that impacted that game too.
It affects tennis balls too.
Well, that's what started the discussion that led to Auburn's discussion.
We'll be back, bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Bubba, believe it or not, I've got... And I didn't realize there may be some people that don't know what that is.
I'm gonna admit I don't.
Really?
I don't know what that. I don't know what that is.
Greg demonstrated on him.
No.
Do you want?
I had enough of you this week.
Yeah. He's just going to show you how to do it.
Grab your hair right here and I make you pick all
So I know what that is, by the way. I do know what that is. I just didn't know it was called.
I wish we'd have got a close-up of his face with it because he looked like a turkey.
You can't help it. You can't help it.
You can't.
You can't. Anywhere they want to put. It's like when you get a bull in the nose and you can just put him where you want it. So what? So Jeremy, you may not have Blaze TV, so you probably didn't see that. But what you do is you go to a person and you grab those little short hairs on the very back of your neck,
right in the middle,
where your hairline starts, right in the middle.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And you get under the hair and grab that little what I call kind of like baby's hair under there.
Yeah.
And you grab that and you pinch it with two fingers and you just lift up and the person cannot help but get their head and
they start getting on their toes.
They start getting on their toes and they'll pick up. They pick right over that log.
It says the one advantage to being bald.
Right. It is.
That is a good point.
I guess that's why you were a thumper because you didn't have any hair to play with.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I think thumping of the ear is one of the worst.
Tough. That's on the bully top 5 too.
Because a bully can do that and not expose himself as the bully.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start doing wedgies and all that, I mean, you're gonna get a lot of attention, but you can inflict a lot of pain.
You can. When they get that low ball red, get that low red.
When they have that old long skinny finger.
Yeah.
Boy,
When
I had one
they
on the
load
bus.
it up,
yeah.
Rick, bet your boat getting thumped.
Oh, I know.
I seriously, I think he had an extra joint on his finger. I don't know how he did
Say
it.
every day. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was extra long. It hung down below the rest of them.
Wow. When we grew up, and of course we grew up in a tougher way, and because this was, this would be called bullying today. I think to be upset about bullying, it has to be the kind of stuff that's really. This was stuff that was just. Irritating, and obstacles you had to get through in life,
and humiliating.
So you had turkey picking over a log.
Yeah.
You had the wedgie.
Yeah, which was just like you say, that was like a finishing move.
You had the thumping of the neck and ears.
Oh, probably the most common move.
Okay, yeah, you had that, and don't forget this: clash ring turned upside down, hit you on top of the head.
Oh yeah,
wow,
that hurt.
It's like a golf ball hitting.
Yeah. And then of course the standard: if you had a hat, taking your hat and throwing
you throw it
around,
or flip the bill.
Yeah.
I can't
Hate
stand
that.
for somebody to flip the bill.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't remember one episode of my childhood that there wasn't at least one or two people that would do that.
Oh yeah, something was.
You always had to
one
work
of those things. Were
Listen,
happening.
I remember very clearly dreading getting on the school bus.
Yes, absolutely.
And thinking, how is there any way around this? You know what I mean? You're just, the night before you're thinking, oh no, school bus is tomorrow.
Well,
what am I going to do?
Maybe he'll be sick and not be on.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. You know how
and the bus driver just pull the bus over and give us a speech about 3 to a seat, and I'd be the first little guy on and boy, that next seat he spread out and don't even ask.
Right. Yeah. you try to go get in that seat.
I was trying to get in the seat.
Oh,
keep moving, Bussy.
They get wide as
Don't
they
even
could.
think about it, pal.
They get wide as they could.
Find you another seat, Bussy.
Seat in front's open, pal.
Yeah, but you know what I've
Give me that hat.
You know how you can these are, and I'm not saying that any of these dictate your abilities to be successful or your contributions to society. I'm just simply saying that these are a fact. I can tell if somebody's ever played sports.
Yeah.
Okay, and especially football.
Yeah.
I can tell if somebody's been homeschooled versus having to go to a school. And I'm not saying any of these things are, that one's better than the other, so y'all just save your email.
They're just different.
Right. And I can tell when somebody gets a ride to school from their parents or they have to ride a school bus.
The school bus may have been one of the biggest things to overcome as a child.
Yeah, sure.
There's so many things about it.
Yeah, I think we had too many kids that hadn't ridden a school bus.
Well, let me tell you, it'll humble you in a lot of ways.
I mean, the first
that's
school bus,
that school bus world.
The first school bus I ever rode, it's when I was in first or second grade.
Yeah.
And then we had that old lady that drove the bus.
Yeah.
And she had a little short stick.
Oh, yeah.
And she would
bang on it
on the top of the bus and scream, I can't hear myself thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was scared to death of her.
So,
Rick, in that picture, she was dressed like her grandmother in a dress.
Oh, I know.
Didn't
Yeah.
she looked just like the typical grandmother that would be sitting in a rocking chair.
But most people's
she was
grandmothers-
shifting gears on a school bus.
Yeah, well, most grandmothers in those days were mean too.
Yeah. She
yeah.
couldn't hear herself thinking.
So obstacle number one on. It is 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour is beginning now. We start this baby with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour now. Thanks for being with us. The kickoff hour is behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They covered that for you. Eddie Van Adler now settling in for the YouTube experience, so you can watch it both live and you can catch it on the archive if you prefer. We'll look back on all the stories and things that have happened since the last time that we all gathered together. Your phone calls will work their way in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got a brand new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast, we'll tell you about that today, coming up this weekend, and the archive from yesterday's Wednesday Bible study now available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. We finished the Revelation chapter 18. Missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, and associates?
And be loved by you. And be loved by you. Hey, there's Toby Mac. Made to love you.
Toby Mac.
So we got a lot to unpack today, my friend. We got stories that happened from the last time we were together. We got stories from the road. We've got an attempt that seemed to, at sometimes from what I gathered, I did hear some bits and pieces driving back on the road last night. It had kind of a circus atmosphere at times.
Yeah.
When the Republicans,
you're going to have that when you have that many people on stage.
So we had everybody but Trump on stage last night doing some sort of a debate. Felt bad for anybody who thinks that politicians can actually hear a buzzer that their time is over. But
the only way you're ever going to have a really good debate that they follow the rules, you have to put each one of them in a soundproof box.
Right. Yeah.
Put some microphone in there. When their time's up, cut it off and cut the light off and make them sit there.
Yeah, and there were some minor differences between them, I guess, but and definitely there were some, but. Again, any of those people are so much better than what we have right now. It's not even I'll take any of them. Even the ones I didn't know who they were. I'll take them too.
Well, we have some early we have some early feedback. We have there's all kind of polling information. I'll tell you a couple of highlights that caught my eye.
Okay.
And,
did you get to see any of it?
I saw some highlights today.
Right. So you didn't watch any of it last night?
No, I did not.
I called it coming in. Like I say, I came from Tuscumbia, Alabama, back home last night, and I started scanning because I know this will really shock you, but when we get these Hendrick trucks to drive, you get a year of satellite radio, but then once it goes out, I don't re-up. So I started scanning for radio stations, and I found some that were let me hear some of it. So I heard a few of the things as they actually happened. Right. But it was I definitely didn't start from beginning to end or anything like that.
Right.
So.
Well, there's some high points and low points and all of it, and some interesting discussions that are thought provoking.
Right.
I think the biggest thing that you probably saw from this was the fact that everybody feels like now they have to be exciting. And they have to scream and they have to talk over people, which is a Trump influence on this, no doubt.
It is. Basically, they all were showing America that they could be Trump too.
One of the things I've always thought is strange is when you have somebody sitting next to you and they say, well, you want to defund Israel. And the person that they're talking about is going, no, I don't. They're shaking their head. I do not.
Right.
I do. That is incorrect. And then they'll turn around and say, well, you want to do this because you're on the board of Raytheon or whoever, or a defense contractor, and they go, no, I'm not. I'm not.
Right.
That's factually incorrect, but they still just kind of go with that line.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
it's always funny to me.
you don't know, and there's it really kind of sounded like to me. I'm really oversimplifying this, but we'll talk more about it. But it sounds like to me there was a smidgen of the Republican Party needs new faces and new ideas, and then the other is no, we better stay with people that've done this a long time and know how to maneuver through all this and how the government actually works.
Right.
So,
and then you get into that argument. Look, you've been in the government. You're corrupted by it. You're part of the swamp to some degree. I'm new.
Right.
I've never been in it.
Yeah.
So, but then you have the other side is, well, you're inexperienced. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not privy to some of the information, especially in foreign policy, that you would have a different opinion if you were.
Yeah, that's the one thing I heard. I heard, the Pences and the Nikki Haley's trying to remind us of things you said too, Bubba, and it's certainly true. This thing with Ukraine and Russia, getting into a NATO country and being on the border of a NATO country is just going to lead to a world war coming up. We have to do this. And then you have the others that say, no, we need to cut every dime off, stop. We ain't sending our troops there. That's the Ukrainians' problem, and we need to worry about our border. And so
it's a dangerous card game.
Well, and I understand both of them because
Putin killed the head of the Wagner group yesterday.
No, that was just a plane crash.
Well, that was a plane crash, Bubba.
Bubba, you know that.
Well, it was shot down by Russia.
Right. But anyway, but I do understand the point that. So, are we trying to protect a country that will no longer exist if you don't shut the border? I mean, you got that too. If you don't shut the border, you have made sure that there's no enemies against what? A country that's been overrun with with 70 to 100,000 people a year dying of fentanyl and drug cartel running your border, and I mean you can't just let that go either.
No, you gotta prioritize, I guess.
Yeah,
and anyway, we'll break down some of that. A couple of the high points are noteworthy, and like I said, we have some polling data coming back. I think the thing that would have been most disappointing for me for all of it is, for the most part, these candidates agree on probably 95% of the issues.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to have seen them not quite be as picky with each other on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand they're all trying to.
They're trying to win.
They're trying to nose ahead and make themselves stand out. That's probably too many people to have up there debating. About half of that would have been fine because some of these guys have got no hope. But
yeah, and I didn't want to.
Actually, most all of them have no hope.
Well,
okay, let's clarify.
Well,
that.
I would have been fine with us just getting in the real world, as you were trying to kind of saying right now. Let's just get the 4 up here that might could get it.
Right.
I mean, because let's say that the one person says something that you like, man, what a breath of fresh air. But then it dawns on you, well, that person's never going to be nominated. I mean, it really doesn't matter how good the things they say, they can't win.
The only problem with that for me is there's been so many times when we've had these, and I thought that about somebody, and they ended up being in there.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people thought that about Trump when he first started talking.
That's true. That's true.
I did not think Trump would be loved by the southern states as much as he is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But his plain spokenness pulled him in because he says what a lot of people are thinking.
Well, it was relatable.
Yeah, it really was.
Sure.
It really was.
Tucker Carlson interviewed the president last night, over 130 million views.
Wow.
He'll also be in Atlanta today.
Right. Yep. Yes, he will. We'll see mugshots today at Fulton County Jail.
We will.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
School bus is now. Some of the parents in the audience are going to just gasp and not even be able to function today. Obstacle number 1 is get out of the house and go stand by the road
in all weather.
Yeah,
in all weather. And all weather.
Could be a hurricane right there.
And all weather. All right, so there's one. Okay, then second is Greg just brought it up. You have to overcome the bus driver.
Mm-hmm. They hit that door, and you look, oh boy.
Because the bus drivers were usually very, very mean people.
Well, they had to be. Really.
They had to be.
They had no choice.
And then you have
looking at mirror.
And then you turn left and go down the aisle into what we call School Bus Society.
And once you got the first few rows, you're okay.
Right.
Once you broke about mid, you better not go to the back. Not with the wrecking crew.
Well, we had to load.
I learned
from
about
the,
sex back there.
Yeah, we had to load from the back forward.
Right. I heard some things back there that I thought surely not.
Yeah,
that can't be.
Yeah, and some songs I shouldn't have heard.
A lot of ear.
And I'm not talking about people because we couldn't listen to music. People singing.
Oh, where on the list is gum in the hair? Got
Gum
that
in the
one
hair,
time.
yeah.
Oh gosh, gum in the hair.
In the hair.
That's a drastic move.
Sure.
Yeah.
A lot of books knocked out. Just flip the books out.
Oh,
of your
yeah.
hand.
And keep in mind, in those days, and I know this sounds shocking, if your little self did not get your act together and get your books on there, or didn't have what you're supposed to have for the day, Mama didn't run it up there to the school.
No, you just dealt
If
with it.
you didn't have it, then you just had to face the music at school.
Yeah. And that music was not always pleasant.
Yeah, we did not have parents that ran around with a safety net, and every time something happened, they'd run up there and make it right. It just did. I mean, they said, well, you going how about this? You'll learn.
Yeah.
But with all the torture that the school bus brought at times, what a glorious day it was when you came back and you had matured a little bit.
You were the upper,
and you had played sports, and you went, it's over. You're not going to get away with it today because I can take you now.
Yeah, I'm now.
And not that you went looking for a fight, but you were ready to give them one.
But
But they kind of sensed at that point too. Bullies don't want a fair fight, and they want to just be able to pick on the ones they can. And at a certain point, they go, well, I don't want to deal with that. That could be dangerous.
But don't forget Bubba, you just hit on it. One of the problems of a bully is no matter how old you get, they seem to still be on the bus.
That's a good point. They never drive.
They can't. They couldn't quite seem to get out of school, and so you had to face them for years.
Oh yeah.
Eventually, you became their age, and they were still on the bus.
They were at the top of the heap when you started, and then by the time you left, you were looking, going, "What a loser!
Why was I scared of this loser?"
You're still in school, right? You can't pass algebra. They make you take that till you pass it.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember getting on the school bus and trying to find somebody on there who had done the homework?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Before you could get to school. And do you remember that moment when that thing would go tss and open up at your house?
Yes.
And you stepped out or your street or whatever, and you're like, another day of school's behind me.
I did it.
There was always
How about this?
there was always like these categories on the bus, and like we talked about with the bully, there's other categories. Okay, you talked about the kids in the back.
Yeah.
I could say the category, and you go, yeah, I know that. I know that person.
Oh, school bus society. It's all the
Oh,
same.
yeah.
You got the stinky kid.
Yeah, you
stinks,
always got
and you don't
that.
want him in your seat.
You've always got the real pretty girl that you'd like to talk to, but no way. You're not in her league.
Right.
And then you apparently have the girl who's always willing to be everybody's friend.
Right.
And you're like, well, here
You
she
got
comes.
the slightly overweight girl that talks to everybody. She's just got a great personality and won't shut up. Right. And loud perfume.
You remember this kid? There was always the kid that wore a jacket no matter the time of year.
yeah.
Zipped up jacket. I mean, I'd say, man, hey, it's
Got to watch him.
It's late April, man.
You know,
And there
you
was
gotta
always a
watch
kid
him.
looked like he hadn't had enough to eat. He was just kind of skinny, stringy, like,
Yeah.
you go, come on, man.
Yeah, bud.
What's up?
I'll share with you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That was it.
I mean, there's about 20 categories. They fill every school bus.
It is 22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back recapping things that have happened since the last time we were together. Of course, last night's Republican primary nominee debate without Trump. Trump was being interviewed on X. That's what we say, right?
Yeah, you're correct.
By Tucker Carlson, and we'll unpack that a little bit. But, Bubba, you said there was some feedback from Republicans.
All right, so some of the early polling here, this is from the Daily Mail today, a group, they had over 500 people. Best debate performer, okay? They had Ramaswamy at 28%, DeSantis at 27%, Pence 13%, Scott 8%, Haley 7%. So you pretty much have a tie. It's well within the margin of error here between Ramaswamy and DeSantis.
Yeah.
Then they asked them the real winner of the night. The other was performer, real winner of the night. They had Ramaswamy at 22%. I'm sorry, Trump at 21%, and DeSantis at 20%, which again would be very close to a tie. I thought Nikki Haley is. I've always been impressed with her. She's a pretty sharp lady, and but she handles. She's an expert in foreign policy because of her time with the Trump administration. I felt like she might be a little weak in climate change, and she made the point last night, and I think this is always a debatable point. She is pro-life 100%, but she says we don't have the votes in the Senate to make this a federal law, so we need to let this issue go because we can't win it politically. I don't know that I always agree with that. Now, I do think they made a good point that why are we trying to get the abortion issue back on a federal level since it is now at the state level and we've worked 50 years to get it to that?
Right.
From a constitutional standpoint, it should be a state level issue because it is. The 10th Amendment says if we don't cover it in these amendments before this, we flip it to the states. And remember, I think this is a key part. The federal government was invented by the states. The states authorized the power for the federal government, not the other way around. When the British surrendered the colonies, they actually granted 13 independent countries, states. They were totally independent of each other. So these states come together to form the United States of America. That's where we get the name from. I think we forget that sometimes.
Yep.
So it is a state issue. It probably should stay there. I'm still pro-life 100%, but we got to win this on the state level just to follow our Constitution out. Ramaswamy has been...
Ramaswamy!
He's really been hot lately. He's really come up. He's well-spoken. He makes his points well. But he is one of these that does not want to support the Ukraine, wants to cut him off. And by the way, that's Donald Trump's position in that. And it's a very complicated gamble to do that because let's say the Ukraine falls, then Putin decides to go after the Baltic states. They are NATO countries now. We are obligated by treaty to defend them with soldiers, boots on the ground. That will immediately start a draft because we're headed into World War III. Do we really want that? So is it better to fight them with big paychecks in Ukraine or wait and see if they make a move on the Baltics?
Let me ask you something because I was listening to all that last night and I certainly understand both sides of it.
Yeah.
But answer me this question. So I'm Putin. I'm a murderer. I'm evil. I'm
old KGB guy. I'm old Soviet socialist guy. I want to see us come back together.
Even though I'm not being very successful getting it back together, but I still have that mindset to your point.
Right.
So we're not playing games with a world war when he knows that we're giving weapons and millions of dollars to the people he's fighting, but somehow that doesn't put us against him, even though we're funding who he's fighting. I guess what I'm saying is, what's the difference in doing that and us just putting our own people with the Ukrainians and defeating him so he doesn't get to the Baltic, so he doesn't get to a NATO country? It's almost like it's a weird thing that countries do. All right, I'm not declaring world war on you because all you're doing is funding who I'm fighting and giving them weapons, and I see that differently than if you actually have people in your uniform over there. I find that, isn't that semantics?
It really is. And
aren't we fighting the Russians?
He has threatened
indirectly.
Us. He has threatened us. He said, "You supply them, you're my enemy too." We've cut them off. We have sanctions.
Yeah.
Look, Russia was actually doing pretty good. They got into the oil business. They were on the world stage. They were beginning to be a player more economic-wise. And then he pulls this crazy Ivan, for lack of a better term. And, you know, I think
he's got him a prop now in China. See, China props him up. He would have already probably collapsed on top of himself without them.
Well, and that's the key. China's playing this thing for their advantage
Absolutely,
too. So
they are.
They
give him all the fuel he wants. I mean, he's giving them fuel. They're going back and forth.
Right.
They got a deal.
Yeah,
now.
China has to buy fuel.
Yeah.
They're not fuel efficient.
Right.
I mean, energy efficient or food efficient.
Russia says we got that covered. Keep it down home. You remember when they had the big thing where they shook hands and said, "Hey, we're together." So I guess what I'm saying is, aren't we already fighting the Russians?
We have been, Rick, since 1945, in one way or another.
So it's odd. It's almost like let's try to fight them in a way that we can drag it out and not win. I don't. I mean, if we think that they don't need to get to a NATO boundary, you either stay out of it and let the Ukrainians fight on their own. But if you're going to go ahead and fund them and give them weapons, why don't you just get in there with them? I mean, if you want to end it,
I don't think the American public would. They don't like the fact we're sending money now.
Well, they did in the beginning, but they've kind of lost.
They're asking more questions about it now.
Right. Understandably,
you see that in our politicians.
Understandably.
I don't think they are willing to send their sons to die in the Ukraine to stop Russia at this point. And I don't think a lot of them would be excited about them defending a NATO country. So, you know, if you have the Russians marching into Texas, that's one issue.
Yeah.
You have them at some country that you can't even spell halfway around the world, that's another issue. But that has been our policy. We fought the communists and the Russians in Korea, in Vietnam. We fought them to some degree in Syria, and it continues in the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. I think
it's complicated.
Well, I know how everybody feels. Because you heard it last night. The people are like, this feels like Iraq. This feels like Afghanistan. This feels like Vietnam. It just has that feel of nothing's going to be accomplished other than money gone, and I'm not saying that's true. Somebody needs to do a good job. And I thought actually Pence was the one last night that tried to show that this is making a difference. And that's the one point I thought he had where he had a pretty good moment to try to explain that a little more.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, the numbers are in, and once again, we have a breed of dog that's at the top of the list as the most popular.
Yeah, Rick, 28 years in a row, the Lab has been America's favorite. It broke the record for the longest tenure at the top spot back in 2013, and it continues its run. Now, after Labs, the top 5 breeds that Americans love are German Shepherds, Golden Retrievers, French Bulldogs, and Bulldogs. Rounding out the top 10 are Beagles, Poodles, Rottweilers, German Short-Haired Pointers, which I understand is new. They're big new push. They're the new guys on the block.
Really?
And Yorkshire Terriers.
So the Lab is that your chocolate and your different.
I guess.
Is that what I'm talking about?
Because they got golden separate.
Yeah, that's what so a golden retriever is not a Lab?
I guess not.
No.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
Different retriever, Rick. No.
You got a little combative there.
Well, they really did. It's close, but
I know my dogs.
Come on, Rick. You know that.
Look, I'm sorry you little shepherds didn't get number one.
That's not get mad about it.
That's not it.
I really think that Beagles ought to be higher than number 6, don't you?
Well, they're a handful. I mean, they're a great dog, and they certainly have some of the cutest puppies on the planet.
Yes. Is there anything cuter than a Beagle puppy? Good.
Golden Retriever puppies are second. They're really, really cute. But I will.
They got a mouth on them though. Buddy.
But if you get the wrong Beagle, and they're spirited, they'll yap and they can be a handful. We had Beagles growing up, but they were just hunting only. We didn't have them inside the house.
They say that Labs are popular, Rick, because that they are so easygoing in nature. They adapt well. They can be trained easily for a complicated and wide range of tasks such as bomb sniffing, service dogs, hunting. and let's see, dog sport competitor. I don't know what that is.
That means
and then patient family pet. So they do a little bit of all of it.
Did you see that picture of the Beagle puppy that Drooby Dooby Doo?
No, I didn't. I was looking down with it.
It's,
Let me see it
I
again,
mean,
Drooby.
it is probably as cute a puppy as the world will ever see.
Ever.
And, well, I guess we can't get it.
Well,
it's just going to take some time to go back.
It's run on out into the field, I guess.
It's already gone.
I remember we had a little beagle named Muffin.
Did you really?
Yep. I looked out the windows. We gave it away.
Gave it away.
Just couldn't handle it, and it went to a good home.
That's what I'm talking
At
about.
least that's what my dad said.
You had a spirited.
And I just remember he was
beagle.
looking out the window, and I went with there. It
So y'all
goes.
couldn't help
just
nothing.
cry my little redheaded, just freckled face off.
There it is, Bubba. Look at that thing.
Oh, yeah, look at him. Full of energy.
And that
He's
just-
ready to go. Them ears just a flopping.
Is that not just the cutest thing ever?
Yeah.
Or sadly, it'll grow up and start. There was that stage where he bites you with his needle teeth and
Yeah.
chews up,
Right.
chews
Chews
up
up,
everything
yeah.
inside. But if you could just hold on to that one picture where you hold him a few times and then get snuggly.
Just snuggle him when he's sleepy.
Yeah.
So he's not so active.
I look at dogs kind of the way I think people look at grandkids. I like dogs that belong to other people that I could just spend a minute with, and I love them, and they're just so wonderful and they're so snuggly. And then I leave and go to bed and don't hear it whimpering all night.
Right.
And chewing up everything in the house.
Right.
Same concept as grandkids.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Same thing. Yeah, that
Greg, you're experiencing that now.
Yeah, pretty much.
isn't that great? You only get the good side. That's it.
Yeah.
I saw you holding that little baby when we were doing Marco Polo, and I thought, see, Greg's having all the great stuff. If he gets upset, he'll just hand
It's
himself.
bedtime. I'm at my house asleep.
Yeah, you
Are you surprised that French bulldogs and bulldogs were both in the top 5? I thought that was. I mean, you see a bulldog every now and then.
I've always wanted one.
Here's my issue.
I like them French ones.
Here's
Well,
my.
they look like
them
it looked like they've run into the refrigerator and they can't breathe.
But
That's
now
the
them
only thing.
big Ugga, like Ugga, the English, they're not,
slobber.
they don't live long, and
Here-
I think they got a lot of health problems.
Here's what I don't like, and when you talk about the breeds, and I'll handle this as well as I can. I don't want a dog that slobbers. I can't believe that anybody wants a slobbering dog.
I can't either.
Who wants a dog that slings slobber everywhere?
Yeah.
I know it.
Well, now if you're a Georgia fan or whatever, you see it,
But I mean, why would you want? Hey, let me bring something to my house that slobbers everywhere.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
they will.
yeah.
Big time.
The other one
Can't
is
breathe.
I don't. Yeah, that was it. I don't like breeds that can't breathe. You know that Pekingese.
They need a
and that
CPAP.
yeah.
And I'm like, my gosh, somebody think this thing thinks a CPAP and it just got here.
Right.
And so I hate those things.
smell of
and
success,
here,
best of.
and here comes the one that really breaks down and rules out a lot of different breeds. I don't like any breed that if he's around you or she's around you, you've got their rectal.
Oh yeah.
And you can. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba, right out of the email, listen to this. I love when people, they get right to the point. Here's Tom in Pell City. He said, I'm Tom in Pell City. I am a Greg minion. I love my Raycon earbuds. I'm listening to the show right now. It's the best investment that I've made for earbuds. Stay in it. And then he puts at the bottom, of course, a road tag. Mm-hmm. So Tom in Pell City said, look, let me tell you, I got these Raycons. I love them. I listen to the show every day on them, and I love them.
They're good.
Yeah, if you haven't got yours, you get them now by going to raycon.com/Bubba. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. There you go. So you're not
like that.
You're not compromising quality. As a matter of fact, a lot of things about the Raycons I think are superior. They certainly fit more comfortably, and they're more discreet. They have 8 hours of playtime, 32-hour battery life. They've got all the sound profiles. If I want to be listening to the Rick and Bubba show, then I go on one profile. If I want to hear a little more bass, and I go to Bubba's playlist, I'll have another sound profile.
Right.
So you have noise isolation. If you like to be private, or if you need to be aware of what's going on around you, then you don't use that. So why don't you find out what the hype's all about? So about half the price, 58,000 5-star reviews, by the way, and then we get you an additional 15% off. So, wow. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and find it right there under the sponsors button. So do you want to move on? I know that Adler's got us some clips now. Do we want to jump into some of that? Do you want to come back to the debate?
We could. Why don't we just a couple of other thoughts on it? I thought DeSantis probably all the way around fared pretty well. He's, Trump has created such a high bar on the excitement scale that it's going to be hard for any of them to live up to that.
Yeah.
But I thought DeSantis did pretty well. He did say one thing, that he would send the military into Mexico to stop the drug cartels. Day one.
Did. Yeah, I love when he threw day one out there.
Yeah.
I like when they throw day one. By the way, there's no president can do all this in day one. But I mean, but I know what they mean. What they mean by that, it will be expedient.
Now, how would Mexico? How would they like that? Probably not very well. But
they probably wouldn't.
The argument has to be made. You're really not helping us out now with this stream of people coming in, and we got all this drug stuff coming in, fentanyl, and everything else. So if you're not going to stop it, we have to. And at some point, you just have to bow up and go. We're going to cut these weeds down. The fence will be better for both of us, and that's that.
And China apparently is the one sending the fentanyl in through them.
Oh yeah. Sure.
So I was those numbers last night. I wasn't prepared for. I heard 70,000 on the low end, 100,000 on the high end of people they think are die every year in America because of the fentanyl coming in.
Yeah. And it's so it's like a lot of other things. It is so far advanced on what it can do and how deadly it is. We're not used to that. As a matter of fact, I hear all these scam reports out there all the time, and one of them I've heard is that they will lace like a credit card with fentanyl, leave it in a gas pump, and you get out to do your put your card in. There's a card there, so you touch it to pull it out. You touch it, it's going to knock you out.
Yeah.
You could be kidnapped or killed.
Mama said knock you
whatever.
out.
I mean, it's that deadly. I mean, you just touch it and it could kill you. So you gotta really be careful of that stuff.
Yeah, and then I got that email to you. Tell me about it. But I want Aaron to know. He said Rick keeps saying that if Russia takes Ukraine, then there's a threat of war because Russia will be bordering a NATO country that they may now go. But he says, doesn't Russia already border NATO countries all over the place?
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
they do.
So I understand your point. And Aaron, I want you to know this, that I said that because that's what Bubba keeps saying, and I think it's a good point. But
maybe I misworded it. That caused confusion. But the bottom line is, if they can take Ukraine, they will be prepared to attack the Baltic states, which they do border.
Right. Yeah, because he's saying he looked and it's there. They got Norway and Latvia. Lithuania, Poland, which
Sweden,
and all that. So yeah, you make a good point, Aaron. I'm like, okay, so couldn't they do that anyway already?
Well, they're probably not going to start a two-front war when they can't win the one they're in.
Right.
But once if they wrap that up and they felt good about it, I certainly, because Putin does want the old Soviet Union back together, and that would include Poland and the Baltic states and all of that. And we actually know some people from the Baltic states, and they're extremely concerned about it.
Yeah, and I told you that I was told by some missionaries that work in Moldova. It says they'll crumble like a paper cup. They don't even care.
Right. I don't think they have any way to defeat.
No, he said they'll go right into the USSR again if that's what happened, and they wouldn't even fight back. So I don't know. I mean, it's complicated. It's ugly. It's messy. It's expensive.
That's why we need somebody that's on top of it to run this thing.
Well, we can come back and finish this out, then come back and kind of go through these. But I want to ask you something right now, okay?
Yes.
Of course, you didn't see enough of it, so it's probably not fair. I want to tell you one thing I want to warn you about from my experience last night. And again, I only listened to bits and pieces of it. So as I was coming back from the trip, I noticed something, and it really, it goes all the way back to John F. Kennedy against Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
First presidential debates we saw on TV.
Yes.
Nixon looked old and sweaty. RFK looked fantastic.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And TV won him that election.
And so, and it won a lot of people over. So that's all we've ever known is we can see them while they're talking.
Right.
Well, and it's all. I think it's been a key to our success, frankly. But actually in reverse, is that you hear us but you can't see us. And then we start
early on.
Then we start
had
doing
to get that momentum going.
Then we start doing this TV and now YouTube thing. And I've had people tell me that watching the show is a completely different experience than listening to it. Well, I had never heard Ramaswamy without looking at him.
Right.
Okay, so I'm listening to the radio. I want to warn y'all. He's not near as intriguing when you can't see him, because he handles himself good. He's a young guy. He's youthful. When you're just hearing his voice, he's a little bit whiny.
Oh.
All I could hear, and he almost sounded like a little kid at a debate arguing with a bunch of old men. And I mean, it really. At one time when he was first talking, I was like, "Who is that?" And then I realized, wait a minute, that's Ramaswamy. When you're not looking at him, because he carries himself very well and he's a good communicator, when you're just hearing his voice and you can't see him, it's a different experience.
Well, one extreme to the other, from our current president to him.
Correct.
How-
Correct. Yeah. And so I love this quote, on the Tucker Carlson interview with Trump last night.
How many viewers?
That'd be 130 million.
Yeah.
But anyway, so matter of fact, they said they could not believe he actually eclipsed the what's the guy, the singer, who everybody's on fire for now, Oliver Anthony.
Oliver Anthony.
Yeah, they said, hey, he even surpassed Oliver Anthony kind of numbers.
What if Trump could sing?
Can I tell y'all something?
boy.
Everybody can.
Probably can.
Listen,
According to him.
somebody tell me that one of the first questions in the debate last night was about Oliver Anthony.
Yeah.
One of the first questions in the debate last night. I guess how people are.
I tell you, Redbeard's on fire.
No, listen. I saw my new thing now is anybody who has a red beard and red hair, I tell them I love their song. I did it again last night. I'm going by at the event last night. The guy looked somewhat like him. I said, hey, north of Richmond, well done. He started. He just roared. I think they're all getting it. They're like,
Sure.
if you got a red beard and red hair, I'm going to say that. But here's the thing. So don't y'all know this is going to happen? Can't y'all smell it? Unless some of these got things that callers were saying yesterday, which I haven't been able to substantiate. Can't y'all just smell that he's going to play at a Trump rally? Can't you just smell it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, don't y'all know that's coming? You think Oliver Anthony's not going to sing at a Trump rally?
You're probably right.
But anyway, so last night when Trump was asked why he did not go to this debate last night, he said, I'm leading by 50 and 60 points in the polls, and I don't want to be harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president.
That's funny. That's good.
That's so good.
Didn't he refer to
He basically
Biden?
said, why would I be out there with these losers?
Didn't he refer to Biden's skinny legs at the beach?
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah. Said he ain't going to make it. One of the other things, Nikki Haley, who was in the Trump administration, was referring to why she's running against her former boss.
Yep.
And she said, Donald Trump is beloved. He has these high numbers, but said he also is the most hated politician in the country by the
That's
numbers.
the problem.
Yeah. And we may have that quote for
We
later.
do.
Yeah, we do. And she made the point that it's going to be hard to run and even run the country if you're in a courtroom every day.
Right. No, that's true.
Yeah.
Now, what Trump would say back to you is, well, the people that hate me are the people that are causing all the problems in this country, and it's the swamp, and boy, that's blood in the water. But she still makes a practical point. You can make all the stands you want to, but if these people tie you up in court and we need you to run the country and you're constantly being mugshotted and carried off to court, that's going to be hard to do. And I'm not saying it's obvious that's the strategy of those against him.
Continue to do it.
And I think it's wrong. Don't hear me say anything else, but it is a valid point.
It is.
By the way, that will happen in Atlanta today, and it will be an absolute circus because he is going to get mugshotted.
Greg, there's something about hearing that he's going to be at the Fulton County Jail. I
know.
I'm thinking, I never would have thought we'd have shared that.
No.
All right, we'll be back. We'll look at the videos and listen to audio clips right after this from last night.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Exposed, and it's right there for the world to see.
Yeah.
The tail up dogs.
Yeah. I don't want to sit there and stare at an animal's.
Yeah, well, we got it, Rick. We got it.
Anus.
There you go.
Well, there it is.
I've had several.
Rick, we
things
had it.
this
We
hour.
had it.
Yeah.
We had it.
I don't need a bullseye running around the house.
Yeah, there you go.
Got it.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to have to look at that.
Definitely don't want to hold it.
Yeah, I don't want that. And the thing gets me too. You ever been up to somebody's house and they have a dog that breaks wind all the time, and it's just the awfulest smell.
Or they're blaming it.
Yeah, and it's
That was the dog.
You just gonna
That
say,
little son of a gun.
Greg, you just gonna sit there? But anyway,
Now, Rick,
I want dogs that can breathe. I want dogs that don't slobber. And I want dogs that have a tail that's down and some coverage.
Now, Rick, we were talking about the Beagle. The Beagle does have one distinct attribute in this. Currently at number 6, it is the only breed that can boast that it has been in the top 10 in every decade since record keeping about dogs began in the 1880s.
So did
they're a perennial favorite.
Did a Basset Hound German Shepherd mix make it in?
That's not on the list. We looked.
I don't see that.
Have you ever seen another one of those other than the one Adler?
No, it looks like
They try to
somebody took
avoid
used
that.
parts and put them together, and that's what
Yeah.
came out. You know,
They try to avoid that.
Right. $4,000.
and there's a reason apparently.
Look at little buddy.
Well,
look, you little
look
puppy.
Yeah.
That.
That little nose is still working. Though.
And I don't know why, and this is not new to like 2019.
Not
new.
what?
Not new.
Oh, I
It's
thought
not
you
like
said nude.
2019.
I didn't
new.
nude.
But because it was when I was in college, it was even a thing. Well, these students want dogs.
That's stupid.
Why?
And they all have puppies, and they and it's
they
such a
want 'em
handle
until they get
because they got to go to class, or if they play sports, they're traveling. What are you doing with the dog? What about the dog?
Yeah. What
You know?
about the dog thing? You know what I say to
No
it?
deposit
Last
back
thing
for
I
that
need in
apartment.
college is a dog.
If my kid in college asked me for a dog, I said, "Here's when you can have a dog. When you bring in straight A's, and when all of this is when I see that you have accomplished every other responsibility that college requires, and you're bored, you're so responsible. You're so responsible, we can't think of anything else for you to do.
Right.
And then we go, hey, why don't we see if we can take care of a dog while he's at college? That's stupid.
Yeah.
And you know what I noticed too when I traveled, just got through traveling last week, guys, what are we going to do about all these dogs traveling and animals?
Yeah.
Did you have any on your plane?
Well, I had some in the security line. You know how because first of all, the security line.
How about a peacock?
The security line, DMV, all those kind of lines. There's theme park line, and then there's security DMV line. Something about those security DMV lines, there's a certain misery that's there that is just, you're just like, and so the person. Here's what I would think. This is what threw me. If you're going to have a dog that we all have to deal with, that you brought into our world, shouldn't it be a really well-behaved dog?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about really well-behaved.
Right.
This dog was like a puppy, and they're spirited and they're rowdy, and it's like a puppy that had been put on a leash for the very first time in his whole life. and he
Let's go get on a plane.
and he was yapping, and the guy was having to pull him back, and he's yap, 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 yap. And I thought, how does this get approved? How in the world? Because I thought if you're going to travel with an animal, it's a really well trained animal.
It's got to be. It's got to be in the top 5%.
And you talk about. Of course, I had to make eye contact.
Like, what are you doing?
Really?
This is the plan for security line.
What we're doing?
What are you doing with this here? Why is this with us? Why have you brought this to us? I mean, you got to. This ought to be. It's okay to tell people that if you want to have a pet, it's your own deal, but don't bother other people with it. Do we agree? And honestly, I mean, I look. If you're blind, I got it. You got to see an eye dog.
And those dogs are well behaved.
They're really well behaved. But some of y'all, of course,
people are abusing it.
There you go.
Yeah, they're abusing it. I saw it this past weekend. It was ridiculous.
People are now pretending to need dogs they don't really need.
Yeah.
They just want to have a dog with them.
Right. They think it's sharp.
How about this? Can I tell everybody, and this seems like a simple life truth, if you're going to travel around with an animal, it needs to be extremely well trained. I mean, like we don't even know it's there.
Right.
Look at that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, Letters from the Audience. So that's a reoccurring series. We'll do some more of those today. That'll be out this weekend for you to enjoy. And then there'll be no Rick and Bubba University next week because we have a 4-day weekend coming up with the Labor Day, and then we'll get back at it the week after. All right, so you want to jump into some of these clips from last night?
Sure.
So let's just kind of go, I guess, in order. Andrew, do you want to? Are we going to go to 2A and start there? And that where they start? Okay, so let's just start with 2, and here is Here's some moments from it's just kind of like a highlight reel of some of everybody's quotes, and we're going to have some Pence, some DeSantis, some Nikki Haley, and that kind of stuff all together. Okay, all right. So here's some of the clips from last night. Here we go.
Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened.
Sure.
And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open. And I can tell you this, as your president, I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down. You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
Martha, you asked earlier who's the most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as Vice President of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration, and then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years.
All right, here you're going to hear Chris Christie versus Vivek going back and forth. Vivek. So I can't come off that. Wow. Okay, sorry. Here.
Neither could they last night.
Oh, okay.
By the way, they didn't say it right either.
Right, that's true.
Give me a hug just like you did to Obama.
The same time amateur.
And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that bear hug, brother.
So that's a good one. Gosh, that was a good one. I didn't hear that last night. Come give me that hug like you did Obama, and you can help me get elected too. Gosh, that's good.
It is a funny line, but if you have a president coming to your state and you've had a disaster and you need their help and support, to me, you have to set politics aside on that. But it's a great one.
What's that sellout? I'd use it though.
And here's Nikki Haley. This is the last one.
I'm unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children, so I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions?
There you go.
Yeah, and then the next one is Nikki Haley again. And this is what y'all talked about a minute ago, where she calls Trump the most disliked politician in America, as well as one of the most liked. It's said
there's no middle ground.
There's no middle ground when it comes to Trump, which makes it difficult to get anyone to come along over to the other side. So here she is.
And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win a general election that way.
You can boo if they want to, but she has a good point.
Yeah, she's right. Yes. And 4A is what he's already said, right? Didn't we just hear DeSantis say that?
Yes,
so we won't do that again. And then we have the debate question centering around January 6th. Okay, so let's DeSantis on that too. So here we go.
This before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on going forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that, and they will win if we let them get away with it.
That was when everybody was asking if they thought Pence, did the wrong thing.
Right.
Yeah. I know some of you think I'm some kind of Pence defender. I'm not. I like him as a human being as much as I've had to. The chance to spend time with him, which isn't very much. So I certainly don't know him in a deep friendship or anything. But is it true or not true that he couldn't do what Trump was asking him to do? I mean, there's people. Is that?
If you have dealt with law at any point,
right?
You know what you think it says.
Right.
Somebody else may think it says something different. It really depends on what the judge that day thinks it is.
Right.
And by most accounts, I don't think Pence had that authority to do that. Now, they have since gone back and passed a law to clarify this, that they absolutely don't have the ability to do that.
Right.
So I don't know.
And if that's the case, why don't we keep saying it?
Right.
And that just turns me off from a guy that I liked.
Right, yeah.
If you keep pressuring him on that
Right.
and saying those things and it's not true, you're no different than any other politician up there.
Right. It's like Bubba was saying before we started the show. He goes, people will say things, and the guy beside them or the woman beside them go, that's not true.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I don't support that.
Yeah. All right, let's hear Ramaswamy. So here he is, first of all, talking about that he's the only person on the stage that hasn't been bought and paid for.
No, I didn't raise a hand. Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax. And we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy.
He's right about that.
He is.
Is this repetitive on 5B, or is this new with Ramaswamy on Pence?
That is, you want to check it out?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. It's on.
Oh, I forget. Here we go.
Stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare.
This is different.
I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor.
Mr. Vice President.
And when I was vice president.
But, I mean, hold on.
You were named earlier. I'm going to give Vivek first.
We'll get to both of them. Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you.
So there it is. So all right, we'll come back. I think it's interesting. I don't know how many of you saw it last night. Well, you should have heard it without seeing it.
No, I'm talking about a couple others up there. I'm not talking about.
But anyway, but what he said is absolutely right. I agree with what he was saying.
Now he'll use the wet blanket analogy.
Yeah,
he will. That's a good one.
I noticed too. DeSantis, and I agree with him because it does resonate with me. DeSantis says my line all night will be our country's in decline.
Yeah,
and it is. But
yeah, I was gonna say.
So phone calls next 866 We Be Big. With our audience, really the only question is, would you vote for any of these people other than Trump? I mean, right? So top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Jennifer, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
We're fantastic.
Good. I wanted to just touch a base on what y'all were talking about people that have service animals if they're blind. Yes, you understand. And I know that y'all have never not given people that had disorders. My daughter has a heart disorder called POTS. And so we have a service dog who alerts her when her heart rate is low and her heart rate is high so that she doesn't have it almost looks like a seizure, but it's not a seizure. It's just kind of where her blood pressure.
Yeah, well, that would fit. What we really meant by that was there is an abuse of this privilege, and your daughter certainly would meet the criteria that she would need to have the dog. What we're saying is, and only in today's society could this ever be possible, that it's clear that people are trying to bring animals and dogs that aren't trained onto airplanes, onto buses,
into hotel rooms,
into restaurants, into hotel rooms, just because they want their animal to be with them all the time, not because they truly need the dog or need the animal. And so your daughter would not be what we were addressing there. If she has this situation, and obviously she does, then she would be one of these people that truly needs one.
Yeah, and that's all good. It's amazing they can do that. I was talking to a hotel manager this past weekend about that very situation, Rick, and he said, we'll have people come in, they bring their service dog, whether needed or not, okay, and the dog will mess up the room some way, chew up carpet, tear up drapes, and said they seem shocked when they get the bill. Because they're like, well, it's a service dog. And they said, well, I don't care if you ate it or the dog. Somebody's paying for those curtains.
Yeah, right. If you tore the room up, you'd have to pay for it too.
You don't get a pass.
Yeah, but that doesn't surprise me the way people think now. Hey, what do you mean I got to pay for what my dog tore up? Well, you'd have to pay for what your kids tore up, what you tore up.
That's right.
Look, there's a guy where we live. He thinks he's sharp. And when he goes to the grocery store, he's got his dog with him walking through the aisles of the grocery store. All right. I see him around town and other places he don't have his dog with him. I got you. I'm on you, buddy.
Right.
You claim you need it, you don't. That's the person we're talking about.
Well, and plus
not the real people that need it.
Pigs and peacocks and turkeys, and remember they were doing that.
Guys, I know there's like this.
Or a bull.
Like this woman who just called.
There's no service turkeys.
I know there's a percentage of people like the woman who called of people who need service dogs. But
it's amazing the ones.
I'm gonna get Betty one of them that can sense she's about to faint.
There you go. Catch her.
But no way the numbers that we're seeing. There's not
that much sickness out there.
There's
guys.
not.
It can't be. It'd break the medical community.
There was a time that someone would look. Well, there was a time someone
we can't have 10 people and 5 of them need service dogs. Just can't. Just ain't, it ain't happening.
You know,
somebody's lying.
You know how we've tried to help society on so many things, and one of them was let's get the ability to cull ourselves again. Let's bring shame back.
Yeah.
There was a time when someone would look in the mirror and say, "I'm not going to pretend like I need a service dog. That's immoral, and that's not what any decent human being should do."
We shamed shame out of existence.
Shame.
There it is.
Shame got shamed.
Hey, let's bring shame back to the table. Let's go to Ben. Ben in Athens, Georgia. Ben, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, fellas, monkey grass, Green Acres.
Thank you, Ben. Go ahead.
I wanted to give y'all some breaking news related to these dog ranks. Thanks to certain benevolent owners, oddly enough, it shook up the whole community. The German Basset Hound has jumped up to number 1, and the Chow Chihuahua owners everywhere are up in arms.
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Lori out of Birmingham, Alabama. Listen to ZZK. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to tell a disturbing story. I was shopping in my favorite store, Bath & Body Works.
Oh, boy.
Walked in. I was like, oh, something relaxing about it. And all of a sudden, I got a whiff.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
And I walked around the corner, and some lady's dog had pooped.
Stop it.
Right in the middle of Bath & Body Works.
I would take a picture of her, and I'd take a picture of her dog, and I'd take a picture of the poop, and I'd put it up and say, "This woman no longer is allowed at BB&B." we don't let you come here anymore. You can no longer be a customer. Kid, I'm removing you, your dog, and that poop from out of here. It'll never happen again.
So they'd be on a flyer like at
yes, up at the front. Don't let this woman and her poop dog come in here. And what I would say is, you and your dog may poop for again, but it won't be happening here. I can assure you, where your dog will never poop again. It's in this store. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Chris at Lake Martin. Chris, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Fantastic.
Well, I'm getting married tomorrow, and so I want to see what y'all have in ways of marriage advice.
Boy, you needed to call earlier.
Boy, I tell you, it's too late now.
You waited the last minute.
Yeah, you got things you got to learn. We ain't got time for you to learn them. How about there's very few hills to die on as the husband, very few. Look, to be right is still to be wrong.
Yeah.
So that and then on a serious note, if both of you are not fully committed to the lordship of Jesus Christ, you're going to have really, really big problems. You're going to have problems anyway, but at least you'll know how to work your way through them. Both of you pursue Christ like a triangle, meet each other under his authority at the top, place him as Lord over your home. You need to be the spiritual leader of the home. Your wife is equal, but she's not the same. And if you look at scriptures, it talks about the way that wives should be loved, and it talks about the way husbands should be respected. It talks about that husbands should never be harsh with their wife, not because they're of less value, but because they break easier. And you don't treat your wife like a man, and she shouldn't treat you like a woman. And those are some, like I say, we only got 24 hours, so I'm trying to hit you. Okay, America, let's hear from you. 866 We Be Big, the real Greg Burgess on the phones right now. So the Republican nominees debated last night, or maybe you watched Tucker Carlson's interview with Donald Trump. They would have got them all in. However you did that, your feedback at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get some of your phone calls. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. I told you he's on the phones. Helmsy here, Eddie Van Adler. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Welcome back, buddy, for another hour.
Glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
So let's see what's out there. We'll start with John in the great state of Mississippi. John, thanks for your patience, buddy. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Great.
We're good.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple points on the debate last night and a couple things Nikki Haley said.
Okay.
Like Donald Trump would not be able to be elected because he was so hated. How would she get elected would she have to get the Democrats to vote for her? Because would Republicans vote for the Democrat Joe Biden instead of, I don't think that they would vote that way.
Well,
and then another point was that I wanted to get in there real quick was, if Donald Trump's elected president, they can't prosecute him while he's president. So he wouldn't have to worry about that while he was actually president. They'd have to wait till after his term was over.
Well, on two of the charges.
Two are state charges.
Yeah.
He can only pardon himself on the two federal charges. Which is
he's not saying pardon. He's saying they couldn't actually have the prosecution of that while he was president. I don't know.
I don't know about
I don't think that's accurate.
I don't either.
Yeah, I think state stuff. He
Well, I know this. He's going to make a strong argument that they're interfering with his ability to run,
and they
as
are.
a legal qualified candidate who is winning his party's nomination, and in some polls winning the whole thing. But I think Nikki Haley makes a good point. If you talk to these people that really know the numbers, and I'm not one of them, they say your negative numbers are more important than your positive.
Yeah.
And if you're above a certain percent, you cannot win because people in the middle will not support you.
And to your specific question, I think what she was trying to say was those people that voted for Trump against Hillary but did not vote for him against Biden, she thinks she can win those people over. I think that's what she was saying.
Right.
And that Trump can't. I think that was her point, don't you?
Yeah, I think
I'm not
she's
saying I agree with
that
that, but
if all the Republicans get behind either her or Trump, she would have a better chance in the general election because she could pull the middle.
Right. Yeah.
It's the way I interpret it.
Yeah, and not necessarily Democrats switching, but those that aren't really dyed in the wool either way.
About that 5-6% in the middle that will decide the election, by the way.
Yeah. No, the staunch Democrats are not going to vote for a Republican, and the staunch Republicans aren't going to vote for a Democrat. It doesn't matter who it is. Right. Let's go to Robert in Alabama. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks.
Rick, I was listening to you when you were doing remotes in the Quintard Mall out in front of JJ's.
How about that?
But,
How about that?
Hey, but there's a lot of good candidates. We're very fortunate to have the candidate pool that we do. But I'm going to stick with a guy that gave me a tax break, that gave me $1.50 gas, that gave me a booming stock market, low inflation, and that would be Donald Trump.
Yeah, the only question you have to ask, did he give you Joe Biden? You
That's
know,
so true.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he did, but that is one thing you have to ask. The other things you listed, I agree with you 100% on. So that's the only thing you got to be. You have to include that in your thought process.
That's a good point.
Which is what the other Republicans are warning us about.
Yep.
You know, I understand the hyper, and I don't even think they disagree with Trump on policy that much. What they're worried about is that he is so divisive, which can be a good thing, that he can't win another general election. Even the Hillary win was very, very close.
Extremely close.
And he was fortunate that he went against somebody so repulsive.
Again, high negative numbers on Hillary.
Right.
Yeah. What the guy didn't say is maybe with the exception of 2 on that stage last night, all those people would give him what he just said.
Right, they would. They do the same thing.
You'd get the same thing from those.
Yeah, and I'm with you on the caller. I was absolutely shocked. I know the pandemic played a huge role, and that was a 100-year plague, but I couldn't believe, because of the job that Trump did for the economy and for the country, that he didn't walk away with it on the second term. I mean, I really was. But that's the thing. Whether we think it should be or not, there's certain things about him that bother people, and we can say all day long, but it shouldn't bother them. I got that, but it does.
Yeah.
I wish it wasn't that way either. Right. And you got to understand that when you're planning your strategy. Let's go to Richard out of Birmingham. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So I came across a clip from Dan Bongino, I guess his show yesterday or the day before. He had an idea that might be a great idea, might not, but he was saying Trump shouldn't post bond. Just get your mugshot and let Secret Service shut down a whole floor of the jail and then see what their next move is. Just sit there.
Force their hand? That's pretty funny.
Exactly.
That's an interesting take on it. It really is. We continue. Let's go to...
Other than having you sit there.
Right. Bill, Chattanooga. Bill, go ahead.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Hey, the reason I'm calling is Nikki Haley said Donald Trump couldn't win. But last night in the interview with Tucker Carlson, over 96 million people tuned in to watch it.
Well, the number now is at 130 million, so it kept on going. I guess that's people watching the archive and everything else. It's at 130 million this as the show started today.
And 168 million registered voters in the United States.
Yeah.
But he can't win?
Well,
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, to say he can't is not true. To say that he'll win for sure is also not true.
Right.
But yeah, no one can say.
There's no doubt he would have a solid 48% of the vote. Could he get that other
day
that he
one?
needed
Yeah,
this
day
morning?
one. And I'm hoping that Biden has done such a bad job. No matter how much they keep trying to tell us he's not doing a bad job, everybody can plainly see it. You know, when you're dealing with things like wars in Afghanistan and things that people can't quite put their hands on. But when you're talking about how much groceries cost, everybody can see that.
Right. Yeah.
And that kind of stuff really bothers people.
Numbers
sure
of
does.
views and numbers of going to the polls are two different things.
Look, we can't-
I like to keep pointing that out.
It is
because
true,
that's
yeah.
a big difference.
We can't believe anybody would not vote for a conservative. We don't understand it. The key is back to what Bubba said, that 5 to 6%.
Yeah.
How do you persuade them?
Right.
And because that's what's going to matter, and it could be the economy, what you just said, Rick.
Hey, I'll watch
You
the
know.
Braves tonight, but I'm not going to a game
Right.
this season at
Right.
all.
Well, and also the 130 million is some of those are repeats. Some
They
of
are.
those are, you know,
Yeah.
so but to your point, caller, it shows that there's a huge number of Americans that want Trump back in, but is it enough?
That's right.
And we'll see.
And a lot of those people that watch Tucker don't care anything about either one of those two. They're just wanting to watch the circus.
Yeah. Sam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just want to make a point. There will never be another conservative elected in this country. Did you watch 2,000 Mules, the documentary?
We
They
did.
know how to stop the election. And the hypocrisy of it all is we're fixing to prosecute a former president of the state of Georgia, where we watched poll workers pull suitcases full of votes out from under cabinets and stole the election. I mean,
Well, yeah, we interviewed Dinesh D'Souza probably 3 times.
Yeah.
And on the book and on the movie, but none of it was ever prosecutable.
Well, these boxes they pulled out, I will tell you, look very suspicious
Sure.
in the video.
Yes.
They were investigated by several groups. It was normal movement of ballots that were there. They were not illegally entered into the system. So they said, these groups, including Republican Secretary of State, Republican Governor.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. So 15 minutes past the hour. We'll come back.
That's why they never could get anything to stick in court. They had no prosecutable evidence.
Right. All right, we come back. We'll talk about some other stuff. I'll tell you.
Sure looked bad, though, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It did.
Oh, yeah. When you watch that, you're like, what in the world? More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hit you with the high
Yeah.
points. And you're going to live in a house that she decorates. So you know you'll be lucky to get any part of that house that is truly yours. But that's all right. I mean they do a good job. But you're about to live in a home for a woman. We continue 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Bruce in Nashville. Bruce, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, guys, you're all over it. This is a societal problem with these dogs, and people are abusing this privilege. And I was in Lowe's the other day, and there were two different piles of poop and urine. And I went up to the manager, and I said, why are y'all allowing this? These aren't service dogs. Sir, I'm all about a service dog. Service dogs don't do that. They're not barking at kids, and they're not snapping at you. He goes, well, we just don't want to upset anybody. I said, well, what about the rest of us?
Hey, tell him you're upset.
Yeah, tell him. How about this?
Say, well, you missed that because I'm upset.
You didn't reach your goal because I'm mad. So
I'm mad, and you got to clean up poop.
No, what you're really saying, sir, is you pick who you want to upset.
That's it.
Because you're upsetting somebody, and that's me right now, walking over piles, trying to find a wrench.
Got to make another flyer, Rick. Put it at the front.
I got to get on this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is Colin Kaepernick. I know we hadn't heard about him enough.
It's a Rick and Bubba
Colin Kaepernick
update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Colin Kaepernick has grievances against the NFL. He claims that he has been mistreated. He should have had a job, and he couldn't get a job, and so he filed all these grievance lawsuits. Also, Eric Reed. They allege the league's teams colluded to keep them off the field after they led protests during the national anthem. And I think they were suing for anywhere from, $60 million, somewhere in that part?
Well, that's what got out in the media, Rick, that they had settled it for like $60-70 million. I remember that weekend it came out.
It was.
And I remember we were talking about it. We said, there ain't no way it's that much. Right. There ain't no way.
They still walk away in pretty good shape, but still nowhere near what that was because, you can't trust anything people say anymore because they embellish and they exaggerate. It looks like the NFL paid under $10 million to settle with Kaepernick. And they didn't say if that includes him and Reed, but I assume it does.
I think it has to go to a bunch of players, doesn't it?
No,
it was just the two of them.
Just those two, I think.
Yeah. So I guess that would be the amount that both of them got. It was under, but still they did walk away with millions of dollars. I mean, but just as usual.
When's the last time he took a snap? You know what I mean? Yeah. Pretty good check.
Well, what he did is when he got to where he wasn't good enough to play anymore and was not good enough for the drama to be worth it.
Yeah.
As we've said 1,000 times, but we'll say it again, there's other players that kneeled that started every game
because they were good enough.
Because they were good enough. If you're going to kneel, then you have to be a really good player. And if you start these kind of protests that give the NFL problems, you got to be good enough for that to be worth it. And Colin Kaepernick's game got to the point he wasn't good enough for the drama. Just like we say, he had out crazied his finest.
Yeah, you don't want to put up. You're not going to have any backup quarterback that you got to answer questions about constantly.
Right, and I would say the same thing about Tim Tebow, even though it's for different reasons. Tim Tebow brought a lot of press and a lot of coverage and a lot of why ain't he playing and why is Tim not on the field and if Tim had been a better NFL quarterback, people would have said, well, that's all worth it, man. Bring all the cameras. But when you're somebody who's a bubble player and you have drama, you have a harder road than someone who's a bubble player that doesn't have drama.
There it is.
But look, guys, Colin Kaepernick was able to walk away, to Greg's point, with money to make a living and a pretty good living with really doing nothing.
Rick, it says here, this is what threw me off, said the confidential agreement was widely celebrated as a victory for the players.
We're talking about Kaepernick and Reed,
but the way they phrased it, you almost sounded like it was going to the players' union or something. But the settlement is far less than the tens of millions of dollars that Mr. Kaepernick, especially, would have likely been owed if his grievance had prevailed.
Yeah, they say here at the bottom.
They said there's no idea about how the payment is divided between the players, and I guess him and Reed, and how much each would get after legal fees. You got to remember that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But now Reed was picked up by the Carolina Panthers and signed, so he's not being discriminated against.
Yeah, exactly. He's on the team.
He's on a team.
Well, they said because the reason why this number is important, even though it's still a pretty big number, because they say less than 10. I don't know what that means. I mean 8? I mean 9?
9.6.
1 is less than 10.
Yeah, so it's 9.6. But they said
I made that up.
If they had followed Kaepernick's alleged market value, minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. Like this Wednesday Bible Study archive now available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Today we'll do another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Letters from the audience. Will your letter make this weekend's podcast? We'll see. Really? Bubba and I'll answer letters from you. Speaking of letters, all right. So I'm learning. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know whether this is because I just now found out the topic. I don't know if this is Bubba coming off the high of the hamtastic time in Huntsville. I mean, he had a ham good time. He did. It was
a ham good day.
Yeah, he said, yeah. He even has a new campaign said, you guys need to be there next year, Hammett.
Bubba, I'm sorry about this because I know you probably
what
didn't
is
want us
this?
to know about
I'm innocent in this. I don't know anything about this. I'm not behind this.
It's funny to me that this topic has come up today,
Right,
especially at this time in the show. I really don't think it's that big a deal. It's
Well,
really boring.
Well, anything with you.
Look, and I got shocking news for everybody.
Yeah.
I send letters and emails to people all the time.
I know.
I don't know why this one bubbled to the top.
Are you as professional? Because you have.
Well, if it needs to be,
you have your professional Bubba, which is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
And it has a different tone. You even sit differently.
Yeah.
When you're pontificating on something that is quite serious. There's a little drop down in your cadence.
Button up.
So
it's just part of the many faces of Bubba.
Let me set this up, Rick. So yesterday I was at Jacksonville State University where I go each day.
Yeah, I need the background.
I was in the cafeteria eating, and I ran into Speedy. Don't start that. I ran into Mr. President Killingsworth, Don Killingsworth.
This is the president of Jacksonville State University.
Yes, and I run into him a lot. He's a mover and shaker.
Coach.
He's a mover and shaker. See him out and about.
Hey, coach.
And I'll give him. I think he gets around to everybody better than any president I've been around.
My boy.
It's really cool. So I ran into him yesterday, and he said, "Hey, Coach, how we doing?" And we kind of had a little pleasantries. And he said, "Bubba sent me a letter today. Tell him I'll get to him on that." And I said, "Sent you a letter?" And I said, "Is there any chance I could get a hold of that letter?" And,
absolutely.
And he said he didn't really, I don't think, want to give it to me. But then he started thinking about, well, you're an employee here now, and this is just internal communication.
Yeah. Plus, you're part of the show.
Yes, absolutely. And he thought, you know what, I may be able to help both of them out in regards to this. And so he forwarded me the letter. Now, I've got practice and some things going on, so I don't actually get to look at it until late last night. And when I saw it, I couldn't believe how professionally written and well done it was. And then I couldn't believe what he was asking for in the letter.
Right.
The whole thing just caught me off guard, and I thought, well, we've got to discuss this a little bit. And I'll turn it over to y'all.
Yeah, Bubba.
Rick, I like being a problem solver.
Of course you do.
I like being a peacemaker.
Absolutely.
I like looking.
I like problem solvers better than I do problem creators.
Yes. And there's plenty of those out there nowadays.
Absolutely.
It's a bib.
So go ahead. I know you're about to die to
Well, I just didn't know about it. So it had to be the ham fest that fired you, because it's talking about ham radio.
Well,
but isn't it true that you know the president?
Yes, that is correct.
Why can you just text him about this?
Well, I did. I told him that expect a note coming
Not
from
as
me.
a representative from preparedness.
Hey, Dr. Bussey's going to send you a letter.
Well, as I was reading through the letter, I wasn't expecting a couple things. One, I wasn't expecting to sign it Dr. Bill Bussey.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't know that he was the board of director of the Alabama Repeater Council.
I didn't know there was an Alabama Repeater Council.
A member.
Right.
So you run the Repeater Council?
No.
You're the president?
No. Sure
When did you start doing
What
that?
is a repeater
I know
council?
what y'all are trying to do.
And I love
You're the
that
face of tennis.
you said Dr. Bussey, you said board of directors, Alabama Repeater, and then you put your handle, which I thought that was
he
awesome.
certainly
My call
did.
sign.
He certainly did. 73s to you.
Hey,
call sign, Helms. It's not a handle.
Dr.
Bring her
Bill,
one tonight.
Dr. Bill Bussey sent the following letter.
You got the rubber duck.
So you can read it.
Oh,
Mr. President, the purpose of the letter is to ask for tower space and radio space for amateur radio repeater, ham radio, on university property at Chimney Peak Mountain, just northeast of Jacksonville. It would consist of a VHF antenna, feed line, and one rack of equipment.
That is correct.
Ham radio is a nonprofit service which serves as a primary source of weather spotting and support of the National Weather Service and other local events. Watch like one, Bubba, that I was very, a big part of, you might recall, the Cheehaw Challenge each year in Calhoun County.
It really is a big event there. I mean,
well,
I know we're not big bike riders, but it is a big event.
Well, how about this? Here, side note, my wife at one time, right after she left radio and TV, worked for the Calhoun County Chamber of Commerce near Atlanta, near Birmingham, near Perfect. She unfortunately tried to get me to help her with the Cheehaw Challenge
that's a big
and
deal.
use our show and promote it until I cut through an alley and pretended to win it. and caused major
cheating
and was asked not to return.
Yeah.
And
That's your history with
Sherry
it?
said, "You realize,
People take that
She said,
serious.
"You realize how much trouble you caused me Monday at the office? Do you have any idea?" I said, "Well, I thought that was funny." She goes, "People train for years for this, and you were supposed to be the celebrity, like Grand Marshal, and just ride the bike a little ways, and then go over there and hang out where all the food is, and you cut through the alley and acted like you won it
in record time."
I said, "Well, the cheers, they went up."
Yeah. I couldn't believe
Let's get back to this letter.
Of course, I was about 285 at that time. I probably didn't look like I could win it, but anyway, I thought that would be obvious. But anyway,
that was the whole punchline.
Yeah. It also serves as a backdrop to 911 first responder. Back up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bussey. The 911 first responders, fire, police, and other public service outlets. For many years, Jacksonville had a ham repeater on Chimney Peak. I didn't know that. Dedicated to local service, but it was reassigned to Wedowee. They took it from us, huh?
Oh.
And after the trustee, Jim Weiss, retired and moved there. Oh, a little inside job there. It has been a void for ham operations for many, many years, but members of the Calhoun County Amateur Radio Club has recently obtained a frequency coordination for the Jacksonville area and would like to reestablish this vital link.
This next paragraph's my favorite.
Other universities in our state already host and help with other ham radio repeaters. In my role as a board of director with the Alabama Repeater Council, or the ARC, I would like to help bridge communications between your office and the members of the Calhoun County Club. Please let me know how we could move forward with this. Any help would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time. Signed, Dr. Bill Bussey, Board of Directors, Alabama Repeater Council, KJ4JJ.
Pretty much sums it up.
I think you missed an opportunity to be Dr. William Bussey.
Yeah, I did too.
My name's William.
Was that you trying to play the friendship?
On
Put Bill in
the
there?
header, I did have it that way.
Okay.
This was more of a personal signing here, and
Right.
Thank you, Doctor.
So that was right on that.
Using that salutation is more of a communications between me and Dr. Killingsworth, who has told me I should use it more often.
Well, what you're doing, and I hear you loud and clear. If I was Dr. Killingsworth, you're reminding him that the university bestowed upon you a doctorate.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
After 12 years of going there.
Right.
You deserved it.
Right. And I'd say that was very professionally written, and I agree with your assessment.
Good stuff, Bubs.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Which based on when he was really good.
Yeah, they're going to go by his best year.
They went back to his best years, saying if they had been able to sell the court, that he was at one time worth that much money. So you got to judge that kind of value. It could have been up to $90 million.
Right.
But he walks away with 9.6.
Because I guess his lawyers like that ain't gonna happen. Goes back to what we said, guys. There's people kneeling that are still in the league. So saying you kick me out of the league because I'm kneeling, you better take the settlement.
But you know what's so frustrating is the media's agenda here. You got to really look for this story today.
Yeah, you're right.
You know.
So I guess he and Reed will split 9-6. They just don't tell us how they split it.
Yeah,
right.
I guess. I guess so.
But I mean, guys, for not doing anything, let's say I got half. Okay. I mean, I did all right.
Sign me up.
For not doing anything other than,
Yeah, well, it is.
Reed can put it in the bank and keep playing draws new.
Yeah, and the NFL just wanted to go away, and it could have got worse for them.
That's chump change to them.
Yeah.
Could we go as far as to say that Colin Kaepernick and his girlfriend's plan worked?
Oh yeah, I think
to some degree.
If he truly doesn't want to play football anymore,
Right.
because nobody thinks that he does.
Right.
I mean, he may say that, but that's easy to say.
How many seasons do we get out of him? I know one because they went all the way and got beat in the Super Bowl. But
3 or 4, I think.
How many seasons do we declare him as, hey, he's got it going on?
3?
No.
3 maybe.
Yeah.
That he was considered a top quarterback
Right,
in the
yeah.
league.
Yeah.
And came on when his first year was phenomenal.
Was the face of a franchise.
Yeah, of course, you know, to the
They win
defense,
Super Bowl.
the defense to see what you're doing, then they adjust to it. We've seen that happen with a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, a bunch of them. Because you're playing against the best defenses in the world. You realize there's no defenses better than these.
Oh yeah,
and look, and part of his argument was that I'm better than a lot of the backups. Well, yeah, you probably are, but that doesn't matter.
I would
That's
say
not the argument.
Well, I would say this: you're better than some of the backups.
Yeah, I mean, you could be a backup in the league, legitimate.
If you weren't so much drama,
Yeah.
and you didn't,
You could be a backup.
If every one of our games didn't turn into a pregame about you, you know, you probably would be a backup for somebody. You wouldn't be a starter, but you'd be a backup for somebody. But you chose to have this agenda. And this agenda cost you a job as a backup. It probably did.
Yeah.
But people have the right to not hire somebody if they think that they're going to be detrimental to a product, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I got to just be forced to hire somebody I think would damage Rick and Bubba, the product.
Look, you got to have freedom in what you do. Look, he had a great run, and then we all wish that he would just play football. I mean, he may have had some more time. I don't know.
And I think any allegation that the league is racist is just lunacy.
Oh, my God.
Well, no, it can't be, Rick. There's just no numbers to back that up. It's largely African American. You couldn't be
they're
racist.
Getting paid top dollar, which they should.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about the best players should play, and the best players should be paid the most?
And 70-something% are African American, right?
And you know why? They're the best players.
That's right.
I love how Drooby Dooby Doo is showing us some clips, and every one of them's been an interception. I mean, every one of them.
From Kaepernick.
Yeah. There's another.
It's easy to Google.
Yeah, I think there's last few years there's quite a few of them.
It does look like that his game fell off, and this became his new way to stay relevant. It does look that way.
And he gambled to test the free agency market, and it backfired on him.
But he's still walking away with about $5-6 million.
Right.
I don't know what percentage he got. He got a high 4, easy, if it's half. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. So, Dr. Bussey, we heard your letter loud and clear. And
Can we just go with Rick and the Doc?
Yeah, Rick and the Doc.
Oh,
Rick
okay.
Kind of like a little tribute.
Yeah.
They all knew Rick and the Doc. That's good. So, Bubba, you're trying to, I guess the Alabama Repeater Council is thankful for your influence. At
Well,
Jackson State.
yeah, we did have our big meeting in Huntsville, and the topic came up, and I was talking to the guys that from Calhoun County. This has been an ongoing issue for a couple of years, and we're just trying to get this project done and get it worked out and solve a problem. My role in this is to facilitate.
Did you tell them you could get it done?
You're bridging that gap.
The folks from the club there locally and the university University and try to get them together and see if they can work something out.
Mhm.
So
You think
we
that-
appreciate all parties being so
You think-
courteous and understanding.
You think Killingsworth feels pressure a little bit from the doc?
No, I imagine
The doc in the box.
I imagine on President Killingsworth's list, his list of the top 100 things he has to worry about. This is 201.
Right. Yeah.
So
But at least you
that's
got
why
on-
we're trying not to bother him.
You're on the
Especially
stack now.
since football starts Saturday.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on. Do I?
Yeah, so, I mean, but it's on the stack now. You got it in there.
Yeah, it's
Well, it's way down there,
but it's
you know,
there.
Not
yeah.
now.
And you know, we get some of these folks can take the ball and run with it. So
Right.
it'll be good.
No,
Maybe they can get that worked out because that needs coverage. It's you know the Alabama Repeater Council has about 600 repeaters in the state coordinated on different
Mhm.
frequencies and bands. And there's a hole right there, and they're trying to get it worked out.
Can you get
So
Span in
I
this?
appreciate them
Can pull
being
Span
involved
in?
with it. You know, I don't know what he could do.
Couldn't he say, I agree from a weather standpoint, severe weather?
Well,
that we
yeah,
need
maybe
this?
so,
Yeah.
maybe so.
See, I'm just throwing ideas
Yeah.
out there. You might want to get Robbie Gallaty on it.
Rick, what
Just
about-
because he's big and scary.
Rick, what about? Let me tell you, you carry him to the meeting, you mean business.
Yeah.
Okay, that's intimidation at that point.
Well, just John, I could probably
Absolutely.
Of course he can.
Won't you ride with him? Y'all go over and talk to him.
Right.
Davey Allen can drive y'all. Right.
Grin.
What was the next
Davey
topic?
appreciates that.
Well, I want to ask y'all a question.
Davy's man,
Speaking
got
of
that.
Dr.
yeah.
Killingsworth
But that is a hole in
or
that area.
President Killingsworth, why do we call him doctor?
Because he is.
Oh, he is a doctor.
Well, but shouldn't we be calling him President Killingsworth?
I just call him Kill for short.
Which one outranks? Would you be President
I
Doctor?
think President
or President
Killingsworth.
Doctor,
If-
Doctor
I
President.
think it's Dr. President.
I think I would say the president of the University of Jacksonville State, Dr. Killingsworth.
There
When
you
you,
go.
you see him today, you calling him Dr. Killingsworth or President Killingsworth?
President Killingsworth.
Yeah, I am too.
All day long.
All day long.
Or I might just call him, what's up, Kill?
Let's hip it up a little bit.
So listen, I know this is going to fall.
I was
under,
hoping he'd throw me a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Can I tell you one of his key assignments? And this is funny too. Y'all really get a kick out of this. You know, one of his key assignments leading up to this, when he was in governmental affairs at Jacksonville State University, was keeping up with me when we went to Texas, so I didn't get lost.
That's funny.
That is funny.
That is funny.
I realize this
I
question.
know how that feels.
Yeah, I know.
Really,
is
every
going
day.
to fall under the Helms. You need to get out more. Okay, this has been going on.
I
But
hope this is going to come with the impression you just did.
I guess I could, but there are. Well, I didn't have anything to push, or I just there is on campus. There are robots that carry food from the cafeteria to dorms and offices.
Robots?
Robots.
First of all,
And so-
who gets to order that? Who has the
So
robot privilege?
You just, I don't know, Greg.
Special
I guess
needs?
anybody. No, this
Rick.
can go to anybody. So, like, if you're in your dorm, if you're Rick, if you're in your
Could be
dorm,
handicapped.
you want a burger and fry, you order it up. It goes in. That's it, right there.
There
That's
has
it.
to be an extra charge.
They're all
obviously.
over the place, and so you'll see these
that is
just
weird.
rolling around on the sidewalks.
robots?
Yes,
That is
rolling
pretty
around the
cool.
side. They got little flags on them, little orange flags.
Will it
and-
run over you if
no,
you're in front of it?
No,
Will it
it's
keep
very,
stuff real cold?
I get so intrigued. Like I'll stop and just watch them because you got to remember
pretty
there's
cool.
hundreds of students walking as well, and they're just right there with the students,
bigger than I
walking
thought they were.
around, and they're just rolling all over.
So
It's
I
amazing.
want you.
to me.
So you don't know how you get to order off of it? I
No,
mean,
I
can
don't. You
anybody
go
do it?
online. Yeah, yeah, all the students. Any. I don't know. I'm sure there's probably
gotta be a
they only
charge.
have so many.
Bubba, do you
Gotta
feel
be a
like do you feel
charge.
like maybe some of your repeater budget might have gone to these robots?
Listen, Bubba, if they can have that, they can have a repeater on
That's
Signal.
right. But this is amazing to me, and they're
All right.
they're constantly just sidewalks. And I watched one yesterday take a curve. It never slowed up. It was just, and I thought, this is
wonder
awesome.
who's in charge.
That is
of
pretty
them.
cool.
Who
Nurse
gets to
Ratchet, the
program?
chief's got his hand up.
Okay.
All right, so we have robots that are delivering food.
Yes.
And what we need to know is, what is this service for? Anyone? Is it an on-campus robotic DoorDash?
That's exactly what it is.
All right,
That's
from
exactly
the
what it is.
cafeteria only, though, right?
First come,
Yes.
first serve.
Yeah.
From
From
the
the
top
they all
open?
sit there. The robots are all in a little pod outside the cafeteria, and so
Okay.
they'll go out, put the food in. They'll send it on its way to wherever it needs to
So
go.
I can be? Can I just be in a dorm?
There it is.
Can I
Yeah.
just
Oh,
be
yes.
in a dorm and order
Yeah.
it? How do I get? Can anybody order it?
Can you order beer?
Does it come with my? No, Greg.
Greg,
It looks like a
I don't-
cooler.
I don't think they have that in the cafeteria.
Does it come? Do I?
Look at that.
All right, let's say this because when I remember being in college and you have the meal ticket.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
is this
Yes.
included in the meal ticket?
No, it's got to be. An
I would
extra.
think so.
It's got to be. Extra.
I don't know any of the
But
specifics
it looks like
on
it's
that.
coming from the food court.
But it is coming from the
inside,
cafeteria.
So I'm sure you can
Yeah.
use your bucks for that.
Yeah, but you got to pay something extra for that. They're not doing.
Well, Greg, you
just
don't know
give
that.
you a
That's what we're
robot.
asking. You're answering a question that you don't have the
They're
authority.
it costs more. Now, you might run out of money faster on your card, but I'm sure you
Look,
can put
there
it
it
on
is
there.
at a university there.
How far
That's what I was
does
gonna
it
ask
bring the food? I mean, it
Well,
can't come in the building, right?
No, it cannot.
Like,
but I saw them going distances that I thought, wow, okay, so there's a robot right here.
Well, there's an app for that, and I guarantee you they get notification that it's at the dorm or whatever at the front
Right.
door.
But are you saying
Do dogs chase them?
Yeah, that's
I haven't
funny.
seen that.
That's fine.
I haven't seen
$50
that.
charge.
That picture. This is what I'm walking next to yesterday, Rick. Look,
See,
we're walking next to each other.
I'd have been on the show talking about that at the first break.
Completely forgot about it
yeah.
until we started talking about
All right.
President Killingsworth.
All right, so here's the thing. What Speedy is saying,
A banner day for
I bet
him.
is the case. If I'm straight up cash and I just pay, but if I'm on a meal ticket, and those of you that hadn't had kids at college, they call them whatever the mascot is of that school, bucks. They're not
Yeah.
real money.
Correct.
It's almost like credits.
Yeah.
So I bet you, if say you have a meal ticket, and let's say that it is Gamecock credits, I bet you that the robot is say 5 credits, where if you just walked over there, it only costs you 2 credits. That kind of thing, don't you think?
Yeah.
Sure,
it pulls
gotta
more.
be.
It pulls more out.
Sure.
Probably.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, but I'm just guessing.
Yeah, because you like.
It just seems like such a good service. I'm like, there's no way everybody who would like this done, it would overwhelm it, right?
Helms, would it
'Cause
run
I wouldn't
one,
do anything but that.
Yeah, that's
would
right.
one run over to the tennis courts?
Here we go.
I don't know. It might.
Do they
I
have
don't
to
know
cross
about that.
roads?
Nah,
I
I
don't
bet
think
they would.
they're
No,
gonna
they're
do
not going to
that.
because
They're
they
not
do
gonna
have
do
to cross
that.
the road.
Yeah.
Probably
Well,
not.
that
But
could be
even
a
on campus,
disaster.
they don't
They're
cross
probably
the
gonna
road?
stay on the main campus there.
They stay right there in that area. Look, there
wonder
it
if
is, right there.
Well, I just love that.
I do too.
I like
That's
it.
pretty cool. Yeah, so it looks like he's controlling it with an app. So
Yeah, because I was
yeah,
wondering
you
if
just
somebody
say,
tried
"Hey,
to steal it.
I'm here." Press open, and it opens.
They're
and then
smaller than I
close.
thought they were.
Well, them
How-
first
how
ones are a
big
little
we
bigger.
talking?
The
Are
first
they
ones
bigger
looked
ones?
a little bigger. The white one.
They've got big
bigger
ones and small ones.
yeah,
How many meals can I get in?
couple, 3.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
That is
I think
neat.
this is actually on JSU's
It is.
campus.
That is.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right in front of the.
Oh, you're talking about
There
what
goes
they're showing.
Helms.
That's right in front of the
The
dining
actual
hall.
footage is
This
from
is
there.
the
huh?
actual.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
There it
yeah.
is right there.
Okay.
I did not
so
know
that's
that.
the ones they use.
Golly, I wish Bullet
There's
Head
old
was
Bill
walking
Graves,
by
Rick.
There, yeah. Well,
Where you
It's
set
Angel
that
Hall now,
fire
by the way.
extinguisher off.
thank you, Greg. That's
Do
not.
you know it's
Did
Angel?
you?
You know it's Angel Hall now.
Greg?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because Bill Graves, like, owned a slave or something, wasn't it?
Craig, don't turn this into.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm serious. It was something to do
At
with
this
it.
Well, the other day I
the
said
entire-
the other day I said Bill Graves, and when I walked by,
Because every campus had a
well,
Bill
I
Graves.
walked by it the other day, and I noticed
Well, he
it
was
said
governor
Angel
at the
Hall,
time.
and behind it you could tell where it used to say.
Yeah,
Bill
yeah.
Graves.
They had to change on a bunch of
Bubba,
stuff.
I'm going to start a new
Even though
campaign.
nobody knew anything about all that.
I'm going to start a new campaign.
care.
Campaign. It's a new message I'm going to work on. Okay. And it's going to be called "Jesus Forgets, Greg Doesn't." Someone's going to hang on to anything that's ever happened. To you.
in a second.
he's not going. He's not going to let go.
Certain things
Or
remind
maybe
me.
call it elephant.
things remind me.
And let me say hello to the JSU administration that just tuned in because they heard we were talking about them to hear that.
Sure.
Well, that ain't nothing against them. They did that to all the colleges.
Great. Thank you, buddy.
Look, just how you just
Thank
They
you.
did.
That's good, Greg. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. Are y'all?
telling you.
Go Gamecocks.
Hey, I still got to go there today.
Stay
okay?
cocky.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you where you
Mirror the
ain't
beat.
going, Bill Graves.
You know, this is the thing.
I know this was a funny bit for you bringing this letter up, but I feel like it's going to backfire on you
it
long
will.
term.
It will.
Really, these kind of bits are better if you don't work there.
Yeah, so true.
Let me go back to this. When we were talking about you trying to do both these jobs, the time and all that, that's not the concern. The key is if one of the jobs is this, can any of us hang on to the side to the other job?
This is
because
gonna ruin that.
this
You're right.
Bubba's been there. Well,
Yeah.
this will cause you trouble at your
It
other
will.
thing.
It will.
Yeah.
You
This
know,
show will kill other things.
It does.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny to us. Other people kind of take it serious.
I know,
You
you
know,
notice
they
that.
don't understand. It's kind of like we're just yucking it up a little bit.
It's like the great Seinfeld episode. If Rick and Bubba Hams comes through that door, he will kill Coach Hams.
He will.
I mean 6060. You know,
A Helmsy divided against himself cannot stand.
I do like him robots.
Thank
Hey,
you,
buddy.
Greg.
See,
That's good,
it's
buddy.
part of his rude Tourette's. He's trying to say
Y'all
something
don't
nice.
like him?
Yeah, I do.
he's
like
trying
him.
to loop back around and get out of it.
Right.
I'll just
A
stay
lot of people
back.
talking about them. Do y'all want to
Get one more
find out how
com-
they work?
another compliment?
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about
One
the
more
details.
time.
of
No,
it.
I'm good. Okay.
I kind of want one myself.
That's pretty awesome.
15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
was a test. I did that. To
Am
see.
I doing better?
You did fantastic.
All right, good.
Now,
what's
remember that
amazing,
day you
though?
looked at me when I was so nice to a caller one day and you couldn't believe it? I just had that same feeling.
What's amazing?
I remember you
It's
were over
growth.
there at one time. You're like, Rick, that today's the day I finally saw it.
I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to do better.
Let me tell you something. You did phenomenal.
Yeah,
with
I'm
that.
proud of you.
Old George Washington was when he died.
100.
52.
57.
Well, I was close.
Man, I nearly got it.
All right. Bubba, here's a Your America. I apologize. But
I thought this was Fun Zone Friday. I'm
Well,
sorry. Am I on the wrong day?
Well,
here?
you can talk to Baldy producer because he laid it in the stack.
Which one's that? Which one is it?
Friday
Georgia
edition.
High School.
Oh, now the Georgia High School.
Friday
It is a Friday edition. That's what it is. It's Friday.
I heard them getting on you.
But it is Friday.
It was a caller. They didn't get on me.
Right,
The caller got on me.
right.
He had a good
No.
point.
That's so good too, by the way. You know them over there.
Oh, sure.
Little brothers.
Yeah.
This here, it could be a Your America. I'll give you
It
that.
is it's a state of our country.
It is definitely the state of our country.
But we have to
and I
tell
thought
somebody.
it was more of an interesting story, not necessarily, just.
Well,
I don't know. I just printed it because I thought y'all.
Here's the times we're living in. I think I just tested Bubba.
On
I
this
think
Friday
he's fine.
edition.
That was a test to see if I was going to do this story on the Friday edition. All right, listen. Okay,
'Cause it's not Monday.
It is truthfully
Thursday.
right.
I would help
Even
Jimmy.
if you
I would
listen
help
to it-
Jimmy Carter cross the road.
Even if you listen to it then on the podcast.
How about this? Even if you listen to it on a different day, what you're listening to was the Friday edition.
Right.
Okay. All right, here we go. Now, I can't believe the words I'm having to utter in the time we're living in now.
Just let him get through it, Greg.
All right. A transgender student says his high school in Georgia is forcing, now they're using the word him so you get confused, to run for prom queen even though he identifies as a male. So they're calling him he.
Okay, hang on.
It's a female.
Okay.
So I can tell it for you and me and Bubba and the guys.
But they're calling it him.
Because they don't want to get in trouble. Because again, you can't
now
do
what-
this and you can't speak ill about
No,
it.
I thought I understood. Then you confused me.
They're saying him in the story.
You want to read it the way we would read it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll read it the way
so I can
All
understand.
right.
Good luck, bud.
All right, I'm going to read it the way we would read it. A transgender student says her high school in Georgia is forcing her to run for prom queen, even though she identifies as a male and was nominated for prom king.
Okay.
So the school's gone to a female and said, I don't care what the students are going along with about what you may identify in your private life. At this high school, you as a female, because there's been no surgeries, no operations, I'm just identifying as a male, even though I'm female. So I'm going to run for prom king, and the school says you will run for prom queen or you'll run for nothing. And she says she's being treated unfairly because the school says we're out here in the public where we live. You're going to have to stay in the pocket of the PEEP test. If I can quote Bubba.
Yeah, I mean the PEEP test.
and
That's
do
how
you
you.
think-
That's how you can tell.
You remember how we
identify.
used to do stuff like
Give it
this?
a look. You go, yep, boy, or nope, girl.
How we used to do this, when you rouse the troops together and go, hey, let's vote so and so.
Oh, yeah,
You
we-
think it's one of those deals?
It is.
Let's just watch them deal with this. Let's all get our votes together and vote.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think like
Just so they don't have to deal
seven
with
or eight were nominated to run for the runoff of who would be king.
Mm-hmm.
And
Dex,
I think
she goes by
was one
Dex
of them.
now, which I think is interesting.
Was that her? I just
Dex?
saw-
Dex.
Yeah, it was. Yes.
Like a
The
girl
redhead
to me.
with the little red.
Like a girl to me.
Just because it.
You know why?
It is a girl.
It is a
I know,
girl.
but she says she's not.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but you know how sometimes you look and go, well,
How about this? Let's go
that,
this
that
far.
person's trying to tell you that they're a male just because they have a short haircut.
Okay, let's go this far. Let's say that you want to be what transgender? Is that what she's saying she is? There's so many titles I don't want to get to.
Transgender is this.
Why don't you just go? One of the things I'm not going to get to do is be involved in the homecoming.
Yeah, you just don't run for either one.
Court.
You don't run for either one
because it's confusing.
When you say,
that's- I mean,
if you know what, this is that thing again. Look, if you've got something going on in your personal life, and you got personal convictions, and they don't harm other people, or you got personal beliefs, or you even say you have a personal situation mentally that you're identifying as a different gender than you are, okay. But when it comes to here at the public school, then I guess you just won't run for either one because you don't want to be the prom queen because you say you're not a girl. But we don't. You're not going to. You're not going to bring prom king because you're legally a female.
Yeah.
And the word legally is used in here, which I think is the end of the subject.
So you don't get to participate.
So you can come to the dance, you can have a good time, and you can enjoy the dance and hang out with your friends. You just can't be king or queen. See, this is somebody.
Or you can be crown queen and still go, hey, I'm from, but I'm
I've
still.
never
I've never
seen
changed how I feel.
I've never seen a culture that is so obsessed with being totally confused all the time.
That's the point.
We love it. We love it.
All right, here we go to the phones. We go 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So these robots, I think we kind of are getting the gist of, but some of you may be using them. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. No shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. This is just for you bringing information. Speedy said there was a hilarious story. Is it Athens? Was it the University of Georgia?
Georgia Southern.
Oh, Georgia Southern.
Yeah.
Statesboro.
Yeah, Statesboro, baby. Georgia Southern have a Georgia Southern story for you, by the way. Georgia Southern, they were saying that one of their bots got run over, and they actually had a vigil for it, and they all had candles and all this stuff because they all were down on it being gone.
One got run over.
That's so good. So you do operate it with an app.
Yeah.
So we got that, but I don't know, like, is it straight cash, homie, or is it work with your meal ticket?
It sounds like to me, if it's an app, you probably do. It probably does draw out of your card.
And is it got a high
and then
gear
it has
there.
different locations on campus that it'll go, and you can get it, and you get a code. And
obviously, there's a limit to how far to go and all that.
I think they're going to be flying in the near future. They're going to use drones.
I'd like to see us get one here, and could bring us drinks.
I really wouldn't mind just one that just operated like you said in here. It didn't have to be anything elaborate.
No, just hang out with us.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, would you like to know that I played against Georgia Southern in the very first season they ever had a football team?
Really?
How about that?
How about that?
And I played against who went on to be huge in the Canadian Football League, quarterback Tracy Ham. And but you got to keep him contained.
Yeah. A lot of people didn't know that.
And they were playing in a high school stadium.
I will find myself in Statesboro this fall.
Mm-hmm. Good place. Let's go to Braden. Braden, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Morning, sir. Doing good.
Okay, so can you shed some light on this?
Yes, sir. So yesterday I was actually walking around the campus. I saw one of those Kiwi bots you were talking about.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I just they're really neat because, as y'all said, the way that they just deliver your food, because there's some places.
Does everybody remember my original comment?
You did. Yes, I do. That is not on the campus of Jacksonville State University.
Leave that robot alone.
Did you mock my comment?
Yeah,
do you want to apologize?
Can I ask a question? Do the robots
just say, Rick? Yes, I guess it is possible.
Rick, it is possible.
Rick, do the robots deliver pharmaceuticals? I guess is my next question.
Some of these bots in major cities they're being attacked and messed with.
Yeah.
Not talking about college campuses here, but that's what.
You think the guys I ran around with wouldn't mess with these robots?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh,
That's why you're going to see them go
There's
to
a
drone.
free lunchbox driving right past us. Yeah, let's get it open.
Let's go to Alan in Alabama. Alan, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Last week y'all were talking about some of the AI music.
Uh-huh.
I come across one. It's Freddie Mercury singing Celine Dion, "My Heart Will Go On."
Oh,
from
really?
Titanic, the classic.
Right. Yeah.
And, yeah, he pulls it off.
I bet he does.
AI pulls it off really well.
But it's not really, the fact they duplicated his voice and now they're making him sing other things, that's really mind-blowing to me. It really is. Paige in Birmingham. Paige, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to call about the robots.
Yeah.
So Ole Miss has those robots, and they're called Starship, and they do work off the app. And they do notify you when your food is there, and it runs off of your account, like your bucks, like you were talking about.
Does it charge you more because of the convenience? Like more bucks?
No, they do not.
Okay.
They do not charge you more. But it's only limited to certain, like not all the food venues are open to the robots.
Limited menu.
So it kind
Limited menu.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to watch out for them swerving at Ole Miss.
Right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no, that the one at Ole Miss actually does deliver alcohol. And as it opens, it says, "Hi to mighty gosh almighty."
Can somebody tell me where Lane Kiffin is?
and they're only available on Little Friday. You know it. Abby, go ahead. Welcome to the show. 30 seconds.
Hey, sorry. Thank you. I was wondering if y'all will be at the game this weekend, the Jacksonville game.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Have you seen that forecast?
Rick.
There ain't no way I'd sit down
Yes.
there.
Well,
Kelsey,
unfortunately,
are you going to be there?
Yes, I'll be there.
we
Seriously.
had a conflict.
I'll be in club level, and I want to see one of y'all. That's my goal for the game.
Okay. Well, Bubba will be there. He's got a box.
I can't be there this
Doc.
weekend. We had a funeral, a wedding,
Doc.
and a ball game all at the same time.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Betty said we're going to the wedding.
Oh, you didn't? Well, that's better than the funeral.
Well, she. You know,
I mean, if you're gonna pick
sometimes
one.
you got to go where
if you pick
the boss
one.
says.
No question about that. But now, if it wasn't 100 degrees, would you have been so? I'll do whatever you want, honey. What if it was a perfect cobalt blue sky fall day?
Well,
78 degrees.
Yeah.
You know,
it makes it easier to turn it down. That's all I'm saying.
Sometimes, we decide the hills that we're going to die on.
Absolutely.
And this is not one I'm willing to die on.
Sure.
No.
Yeah.
So you will be there?
I hate I'm missing the game, though, because it is historic for Jackson
Yes,
State.
it is.
First game at Division I, new conference, all that.
yeah.
So
UTEP.
So hot.
Stay cocky.
Stadium finished. Everything good,
Guys?
I don't know. You
no,
have to ask
the
Coach
stadium,
over here. I
the
ain't been
stadium is not going to be completely finished until fall of 2024, and I'm tired of answering that. For
All right, tell me how it's going to work then.
Yeah.
What am I dealing with
Talk to
there?
about it, Coach.
What
do
does
you
it mean?
mean?
The unfinished part causes what?
Nothing.
What do I see?
No, you're just not going to see anything in the end zone, and maybe a crane.
Okay.
That
The
where
old
they
field
have-
house.
But the field.
Right.
The old field house is gone.
Okay.
Right. So it's completely gone.
But they're
so
just
what about
that's
the-
all that's
everything
affected?
else is the same.
That's all that's affected. That's
Correct.
all. Okay. Well,
So
Yeah.
they able to
What
play-
about the old home side, which is now the visitor side?
What do you mean?
Does it have
nothing.
bleachers?
Oh yeah. But nothing.
It does?
Yeah.
So are the end
They got
zones
them
open?
in?
Huh?
Are the end zones open? Can you score a touchdown?
Speedy.
What? I just didn't know.
Yes. Yes.
have they fixed the pitch where you actually see the whole sideline over on the? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
Well,
This is what you were talking about earlier, right?
But they can play
that
home
was an
games.
issue. Bubba.
They
What-
can play
there was
home
an
games.
engineering
Perfectly
All you had to
fine.
do is leave that letter at home.
Now, there
You'd
was
have been
a-
all right.
They're
There
not going
was-
to play at Chocolate Park. They're going to play at home.
They're going to play at home. Home games are fine. There was a well, I better just.
So now, where's Oxford going to play?
I'm going
Because they using their stadium.
No,
Okay.
Rick, no.
Can they get it cleaned up?
We're
after
on the
Friday?
I don't
campus
know. That's going to be
of
tough.
Jack State University this weekend. UTEP, Conference USA.
There we go.
Here we go.
Yep.
Does the air conditioner work up in Bubba's box?
Yes,
Okay.
it does.
Now, see, now that's a game changer.
Yes, it does.
Hey, hot.
Oh, so hot.
I
So-
did see a crane working on the end zone the other day at the building, and it was amazing what it was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, they had a lot of beams they were putting down. I thought, wow. So
It's like real stuff right
Yeah.
there.
I remember when the blazing heats of September, when Sherry, because I would not tailgate when we had a son playing, but when we just had a son attending, and Sherry got all fired up, we're going to tailgate and go to the game. Do you love sweet victory? And I was like, baby, there's no way in this heat that we can last all day long without blood on the field. And I never forget the one time we were sitting there and we're about halfway through the first quarter and her little face is just so red, and it's been so hot. It's so hot, and I said, "We in for the long haul?" She goes, "I'm ready to go when you are." That's September heat.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's ugly.
Gonna be real hot on that field.
Ugly.
yes, it is.
Is the field done? I didn't read
Would
the
y'all
field.
stop?
Okay.
Everything's ready.
That's them. I'm not
I know.
doing that.
So do all the
Everything's
teams
ready.
have to go the same way?
Oh my!
Oh, y'all turn around. It's going to be fun.
What about when they kick extra point? Where's it go?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Titles they've came up with, I can't even begin.
Oh, I know. You need a spreadsheet to keep up with all of them, all the letters, and this and that, and trans this.
Binary fluid.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Well, I remember the first time I heard that song, I thought, well, that'll do it.
They might as well shut down the writing.
Looks like songs are over.
I hit rewind and listened to it again.
And then, too, on the cassette deck that Mom and Dad had added on to their stereo system.
That's right.
An add-on.
It was an
You gotta
add-on.
love it.
I thought,
Love
man, we got this thing in cassette. Now it won't ever get better.
Technology.
Oh, you mean I can rewind it and go back and hear it again?
I know. Wasn't that great?
It was. It was
You didn't
great.
have to fast forward, click,
Nope.
click, click.
No,
and all
that was it. So anyway, we have a lot to talk about from the weekend. We've got big stories. I know that March Madness goes to Sweet 16. I don't know how many of you that are doing the Rick and Bubba bracket are still alive, but that's still rolling out there. And
I've got to check my bracket. I've lost my bookmark where I was going to.
What
I'll
the
have to find it
doggone
here.
you, Bubba?
Dang it! I know it's on here somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. So we'll look back at that. I'm going to try to see if I can screen and keep out. Gary wants to call the show today. He's not happy with me.
He's not.
No, he wants to call the show. He said that.
What's wrong with him?
Well, he kept. Hey, I mean, if you want to, we'll go look. You'll go hunt some gobblers. And I've never really been into turkey hunting, and I've heard all the hype about it, and don't do it. If you do, it's addictive, and it'll own you, and all of that. And so I'm trying to be one of those people that if somebody says that something because I don't have a tremendous amount of time to devote to too many things other than what I'm already committed and devoted to, and
Right.
And so if this is something that I'll be all stirred up about but don't have time to do, why would I want to be put in that situation?
I wish it was at a slightly different time of year, but the times I've been, it was fun. It was, but it's again, I think we're coming off deer season. We're all kind of, we need a break. And
yeah, I think you touched on it. I think part of it is, and I hope I can explain this clearly, but because we love to deer hunt, we love it, but there's a certain amount of relief when it's over because it's not out there. You go, man,
Right.
I need to get out there.
Yeah, I need to go.
I
I'm
need to
missing
go,
something.
and hey, I can't go, and I should have gone, and wow, perfect, and they were moving, but I couldn't get out there that time, and then I'm going, and oh gosh, it's raining, and what's the weather look like? What's it gonna do? What's the hour by hour? When's the rut? Somebody says this, and somebody saw that. Did you see them chasing? And finally, I don't know that I can transition from that kind of. You heard me. I think I did. Those are the conversations we have for 3 months, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I can transition out of that and be right back in that situation again, just concerning another animal.
Right.
You got this, and they got the goblin, and they with hens, and you got to pull them off hens. And how was your call? And what's the weather doing? And I don't know. You got to go in the morning. Well, somebody said something, and it's going to be raining. You going to go anyway? And how cold is it going to be? Well, what we're going to do? Don't move. I don't know that I can take that.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's again, and so Gary.
But the good news, I think, with the turkey is it doesn't, at least in my mind. Now Gary would disagree with this comment. It doesn't take quite as much prep. In other words, you get you a vest and keep your calls in it and your shells, and hey, you just put your vest on and go.
Well, you do have to be completely camo, keep your face covered. Everything's got to be covered, and don't move.
That part is tough.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, for me.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm.
So
I'm
he's
the same way.
he is going. So he's, hey, I'm gonna let him know what it's like. Try to take you turkey hunting, and I'm like, all right. So he may call at some point.
Well, I can't wait for that.
Well, you do sit still, but then when it's not happening, you get up and move. So it ain't like you have to be totally still for hours.
Well,
maybe 15 minutes at a time.
If hens are hanging around and they won't leave, it's longer than 15 minutes. That's a long time to sit still.
Yeah. I'm about ready to shoot and move on.
And I'm on the ground up against a tree and sitting.
Oh, boy.
Keep shifting. Get numb on one side. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You have. 6 minutes past the hour. In some cold blue steel, I had a blues man on the back and a beautician at the wheel. Yeah. Town in the middle of the night, and yeah, we laughing and we joking and we feeling all right. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Yeah, we bad. What are we, boys? We're nationwide. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Adler, I know that you've become a staunch conservative, so you may not be as sensitive as you once were. Am I allowed now to do an Indian accent? Yes or no? Is that shaky?
Depends. Yeah, I think it's.
I'm going to talk about customer service yesterday.
I think you have
and you
to.
want to sound like the person that was actually.
Then I think you
Is
have
that
to.
okay? Am I going to be canceled?
Rick, that's how they talk.
Yeah. It's
I think you
not
have to.
derogatory. I don't mean it derogatory.
No, you're just reporting the facts.
It's no more offensive than you doing Gary's accent.
Right. Well, I didn't think. But
you really think
I don't
think Gary likes it.
I don't do a great.
Gary is offended. Yeah, that's true.
I don't do
that don't matter.
I don't do a great Indian accent. I can't.
Hey,
quite,
you're much better than the Asians.
Yeah, I can't quite get it in. I know the Asian's out, so I don't
Just
do that
do
anymore.
Asian.
No, I've
Well, if Asian's
Adler told me I
bad,
can't
isn't
do that.
Indian bad?
Well, that's
Rick,
my
if we
question.
can't do Asian, we've just done away with half of the best of bits.
Right, and you can't. Can I do it like this? Can I
That's
do?
good.
Can I
That's
do that?
really
Okay.
good.
Is that okay?
But it's got a touch of Irish.
It does. Top of the morning to you.
Yeah, don't do that.
Irish Indian.
Yeah, Irish.
y'all. I don't think y'all give me enough of that time. I was on that little island in Ireland, and that woman at the wool place where they're sheep farmers literally said, "It had the Williamsons in here from Oklahoma. Do you know them?" And I was, yeah, sure I do. Sure. Yeah. So anyway,
I could throw it for you.
That's just about as bad as it gets there.
Wow.
Underwater Man.
All right.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. So Underwater Man. Just a minute. So here's what's happening. We've been talking about this on the air. Bubba and I are aging, and
What do you mean?
And our life insurance has ended, and we're having to renew it. Because we both at some point looks like it was very close. Because I think you were just a year ahead of me. We must have been very close. We did, what you should do: term life insurance, 20 years. You're trying to protect your family in case you die young. Okay, so there's all kinds. So they start hating you when they realize that they've won the bet. Because you bet you were going to die young, and they bet you wouldn't, and they've won. Yeah. And they want to get rid of you as quick as they can, or take your premium and go through the roof with it. So I'm in that world. Bubba just came out of that world, so I'm in that world. And so I get this scary letter, of course. If you don't, you need to contact us because your premium is about to go up substantially. They put it in capital letters, substantially.
Yeah.
And so I knew what that was about. So I just went through my insurance agent and went ahead and got me more life insurance, and didn't fool with them. Waited till that was ready to go. Then I'm now going back to cancel. So first of all, I love the straightforwardness of the scam people. I think this letter is actually from the life insurance company that is giving me life insurance. So I said, let me tell you, that's the number I need to call because remember.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I call that. Now this person was so straight up. This sounded like somebody that Greg, you and I went to school with. And I won't say the name of the company. Hey man, I'm calling y'all. I was shocked how quick they picked up. I knew it was in trouble. I was in trouble. I said I'm calling to cancel my life insurance with you. Oh, are you? Okay, so you're not wanting to keep it? No, I'm calling to cancel it. Oh, look, straight up, it's not. This isn't your insurance company. We send that letter to you, try to get you to call us, and then we try to upsell you on your life insurance.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Wait, so the letter you got talking about your premium going up is not from.
No.
Even though it will happen, it's just isn't from them.
No, yeah,
they're getting out ahead of it.
It's not from them. It's a scam. It's somebody trying to fish to pull me into them. And he goes, "Let me give you the real number for them."
What?
Okay, so thank you for your honesty. So I get the real number, and when I finally get that person on, and Bubba, this one was just for you. I try to say it loud enough for Speedy to hear it. So the person goes on and says, "Yeah, can I help you with it? Can we help you?" And I said, first of all, I want to say congratulations on landing on the moon. Yeah. And let me tell you something. I was trying to do that loud enough for you to hear, Speedy, and I did it for Bubba, of course, so I could tell him right now. This is the moment I've been waiting for. And she goes, me. I said, congratulations on getting that rover on the moon. Well done.
And we're pretty impressed with Ramaswamy.
Listen, then all of a sudden she stops. She goes, "That's funny, thank you."
No,
and so
I think you're back to Asian, Rick.
I'm sorry. And so I said, I want you to know that I have made the mistake of not dying. And I said, first of all, I want to say congratulations, y'all won.
Yeah.
I did not die young. I sent you my premiums. Thank you for being there for me. But you won. You got 20 years worth of premiums, and you didn't have to give a dime out. So I just want to say congratulations to y'all. The gamble worked, but I realize I'm becoming a bad gamble now, and y'all want to take me through the roof.
You got to come back to the table, Rick, for the second hand.
Right, so you won the bet. Congratulations. And no, we just want to bet, and so you don't want to get to continue. And I said, no, I'm not going to continue. We're done. So I'm just want to cancel. Do you want to cancel you direct me? We can do it all. I said, hey, just right now. It's you know what? Do you remember in Elf when James Caan, when Buddy the Elf asked him, when do you want me to take these tights off? And he said, as soon as possible.
Yeah. And then dropped
and then he regretted it. But I mean, I was just like, I just want to, because I really couldn't understand. I said, I just want to. I'm not sure what all you're saying, but I want to say this. Please cancel it as soon as possible. Just as soon as possible, and then we go through the whole ordeal of how to do it, and I don't know what happened because I honestly got to the point where I could not understand it.
You think you beat down again,
right?
didn't you?
Yeah, and my favorite always is when you're talking to people from other countries that have very, very broken English, is when we get to Bubba. I know you've been there. Okay, could you tell me your email address, please? And I'm like, here we go. That's Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Rick. At. Okay. Rick again. R. Yes. R-I-R-C-K. Rick. Yes. So Rick at Rick. No, just hang on just a minute.
Yeah, not finished.
Here comes the biggie. Here comes the biggie. And. Oh, spell it and? Yes, A-N-D. There is no other option, but people keep asking me to spell it and then getting on me for spelling it. But I spell it because everybody keeps asking me to spell it.
Right.
And then I think, and here comes the big one. And now for the jackpot, Bubba. What'd you say? Bubba. Bubba? Bubba. B as in boy. You said the B. Right. Are you saying Bobby? No, Bubba. Rick at Rick. You're right. And A-N-D. Yes. Bubba. Bubba.
Yep.
B as in boy. Bubble. No. Not Bubble. It's not Rick and Bubble. That was what Tom Landry said.
Yeah.
Do you say Tom Landry? It's a side joke. It's not important. Ramaswamy in 2024.
Yeah.
Are you saying Rick at Rick and Bubble? No, Bubba. B as in a young boy. Yes, it is. U. Why are you? No, the letter U.
Yeah.
B-U. We're going to do two more B's. You mean B like any boy? Yes, two of those.
Bravo, Alpha.
So Rick at Rick and Bub. No, there's an A. We need an A at the end of Bub. Why do we put the A? It's like an and. No, at the end of B-U-B-B. Let me say back to you, Rick. At Rick and Bub. A-H. No, just A. I just need an A. .com? Yes. Yes. Can you read that back to me? We'll send you a confirmation email to Rick at rickandbubba.com. Can you spell Bubba for me, please? I say B like in boy. The letter U. Right. Two B's. Two boys. Letter A.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. Yes, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody here ready for this? Think I've seen an email?
No.
Nowhere close.
You get no email.
I don't know where it is. So
you have not.
And if there's anything else we can do for you, nah, I'm good. Please, just as soon as possible.
Done all you can do.
Tell everybody there, congratulations on the moon landing and on y'all winning the bet that I didn't die young. We'll be back. 16 minutes past the hour.
2 wins.
Yep. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look. You have a Trump update.
I'm very proud
Trump
of
update.
myself.
You can't.
Guy's name. What's his first?
Was Matt the one for the Steelers or the Raiders? There were 2 bars.
You say AG Barr. How about that?
You just say Matt Barr.
What? That's gonna kill me now. I got to know what his first name is. What did I say? William Barr.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Matt.
William, Matt.
Close.
They're all
close.
Matt Barr.
So, Rick, here's the bottom line. After the special prosecutor looked into this for 647 days, spent $35 million. He used 19 lawyers, most of them who were anti-Trump to begin with. They were leftover Clintonites. Used intel analysis from the FBI. Used forensic accountants from the FBI. They issued 2,800 subpoenas, 40 FBI agents investigating on the ground, 500 warrants issued, 50 phone taps, 500 witnesses interviewed. And all we really got out of this was that Hillary Clinton still sucked as a candidate.
And we knew that before.
Yeah.
Right. I think we could have done it for less than 35 million. That's just me.
That it was just a bad matchup. Now, there was some folks that were convicted out of this, and there's 8 convictions, a jailed attorney, and 25 Russians accused of trying to hack something. And the Russians will never get to. They're going to be protected by Russia. No way you'll ever get to those. So, and most of these guys were jailed on what we would call process crimes dealing with this, coupled with some tax issues, one thing and another. But for the most part, there was no really big underlying thing here. Now, on the obstruction, they said, look, not enough evidence to prosecute. Obstruction is such a wide-ranging thing. Some people say, well, hold on just a minute. They didn't clear him. Well, I go back to this again. You're innocent till proven guilty. If they didn't have evidence to prosecute you, then you are innocent. Bottom line.
Well, I think, and I know that I'm about to go into fantasy world. I know this is not the world that we live in, but I'm going to go this route with it because there's nothing I can do about all the things you just listed. They're all accurate. They're all 100% right. But there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm just going to say there was a thorough investigation of a presidential election.
Rick, extremely thorough.
To make sure there was no collusion with a foreign power. And we have come through this very thorough, expensive investigation, and we have been able to come to the conclusion that nothing was going on that we as Americans should be concerned about involving Russia, and then we'll see. As you said, I don't know how you can be charged with obstruction if the very thing that they claimed you were obstructing turned out not to be a case against you at all. So here's the things that we did find out. As you said, we did find some people that had done some things they should not have done, including we discovered not only that Hillary Clinton was just a bad candidate and could not beat Trump, we also discovered that there was an attempt, a coup, to overthrow an election to circumvent the people's decision with the fake dossier and all of that. We did discover that there was an attempt to have a coup to remove a president just because one political party did not like that they lost. Now
that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was.
So it turned out to be a coup attempt that was failed, and the things that produced this whole investigation, they were based off lies and things that were paid for and fake from the very beginning. Now, this is not a political statement that I'm making here. This is now the truth. So I've said on this show many times, I'd love for this to be a place, and I know we all have some bias because we do have principles and we do have a preferred worldview. I understand that. But I think if everybody will take their bias away, I know I can speak in my own life. I point to the things I think the president does that I wish he wouldn't do or I disagree with, but I also can look at the things that he has done for the country that are good, and also can look at this case and say there is no political statement when you say that the person doing the investigation says they're done and we didn't find anything. And what we did find was that there was an attempt to overthrow this presidency by an opposing party. Now, I thought as a country that we frowned on that in a very big way based on our past history.
Well, we should.
And that was produced in this. The reason why there is nothing going on, but 22 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Want to say thank you in the land of WLAY. Last night had a blast representing themanchurch.com. Was honored to go and speak at Parkview Baptist Church last night. Now, kind of like Jacksonville State's stadium, Parkview has a brand new facility that is not finished. But because they did such a good job of the groundwork, they were having so many men that were coming out for the dinner and then for the worship service, and they had great door prizes and all that. They needed more room, and what they did, they went into the still not finished new building, but it does have sheetrock. And then they used like some temporary power to air condition it, thankfully.
Yeah.
And put the
Gotta have
tables in
that.
and everything. So it was not completely finished. But if you're not familiar with men's ministry, if you want to know that you're doing something that has to do with men's ministry, I want you to look at this parking lot. Now, if that doesn't tell you, look how many trucks are in that parking lot.
Wow.
It is. I've
And
never
a few
seen
SUVs mixed
I've
in.
never seen so many trucks in one parking lot. But that was the men that came out, and they came from all over. You know, a lot of our markets that are near there. And I told Bubba what was great about this is because of the location there in Tuscumbia, Alabama, and of course, Bubba, you know, there was at first they asked I want to go see the Helen Keller stuff, and I was like, well. And one of them said, but I know how Bubba feels about Helen Keller. And I said, I'll just come on.
Amazing story,
Yeah,
but was a communist.
Right.
There it is. Get down to it.
This is the home
there
of
it
Helen
is.
Keller. The best line I ever heard was when Greg, somebody that we knew,
Yeah, he was a funny guy.
said that, look, I don't know how it makes our town look that once Helen Keller got to where she could communicate, she left. But anyway,
That's wild. The only famous person from there. Once she got she communicated.
Right.
That's a good
But
one.
anyway,
good one.
look at this crowd. I mean, they put together, I mean, and that's just part of the room. I really could not get a shot.
Bald-headed people.
I couldn't get a shot of the entire room.
I'm right here.
Yeah. The room holds 500. So they had it full. So there were 500 men there, and they did such a good job. And you talk about guns. You know, the last time I saw that many guns given away, it was when I was in Texas.
No.
Doing men's event there. Now in Texas, they carried around guns like the circus merchandise people do during the breaks.
All right,
I mean,
right.
they just had a handful of them. But I've never seen so many Glocks and shotguns and rifles and giving away. Their door prizes were unbelievable. The number of guns, and so that was fantastic. And the meal. Okay, so when I went through the line, of course, you know, somebody asked me a question, Bubba, that I thought was kind of interesting. They actually said, "So do you eat before you speak?" And I said, "Why would you not eat before you speak?" Look at that. Look up there at 1 o'clock.
How about that?
Huh? Grilled bologna. Look at them big old chunks. And it was that spicy bologna too. Look at that big old tomato and
Got
them
them
green.
cut so it'll lay down.
Yeah, of course it's a men's event, so there's green beans.
Yeah.
And then
Where two or more gathered,
Yeah.
you're gonna have green beans.
and they had some other things, but that's what I went with. And I actually sent that to Trainer Sean, and I said, "Where are you on this plate?"
That's a lot of healthy stuff
And,
right there.
and you know what he said? He said, "Look, I see that bologna." He said, "But you know what I see it as? Meat and vegetables. Go ahead, dive in.
Yeah.
Come on, it's meat and vegetables."
You okay with that tomato, Greg?
Yeah.
No, it needs to go.
Really?
He's not a
What
tomato
about
guy.
what about when you take the bologna,
Tomato?
cut a piece off of it, and get a piece of the tomato, and now
that's
the
good,
bologna?
Rick.
I would rather replace
juicy.
the tomato with another piece of bologna.
Okay.
That's
See,
what
that's one thing Greg and I, and we're really the Burgesses are very on. I love tomatoes, y'all don't.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you know
put
what?
a
I've come
salt on
around.
I've come around too. I hate it.
know.
when I
you,
like
you
them.
don't eat
No. Let me be clear. I
He's
can't.
got one on his plate that he
He
picked.
didn't eat that.
Greg, let me say this. I can't just eat the tomato by itself. But
Fried green tomatoes.
I've now learned to work the tomato into the other foods, and it actually and it's good for me and all that. Or until they come out with a study that's
Rick,
not.
They put that on your plate. Now you got to act like you ate it.
Okay. So I do want to thank Casey Hagel.
Love Casey.
Yeah, man. It was funny. He had a tie-in, Bubba, to you and Helmsy, which Helmsy discovered. I didn't know, but he brought it up later. When Helmsy went there to speak, you were there when they kicked it off. So that shows you how much it's grown.
Yeah.
He wanted me to tell you, look how much it's grown. And because he said
it's been over a year ago, I know.
Yeah, and so they're actually going into their third curriculum now. So they've done over 80 weeks of small groups, and you see how it builds.
Yeah.
And then now they're about to go into the third one. So anyway, he said that you were there when you were speaking, and you looked over and saw a picture of him in a group, and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you play on that tennis team?
Exactly.
And he said that he was on a tennis team that played you and Bubba.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we've played. I know a lot of those guys from Florence. I started getting texts last night, pictures of the event from a lot of them. Todd Meckles and a bunch of that crap.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that. He said he actually, back during the heyday, he said I was one of those that went against in Bubba's team when Helmsy was on.
Yeah.
Is this the ones that sent you that picture of you feeding that, you and Jesus feeding that calf?
No,
Greg. Why do you always go
Why
back
do you
to that?
always bring that up?
Back. Anytime a picture's brought up.
There we go.
Anytime a picture's brought up.
He would not let this go.
Well,
I didn't create the picture, Greg.
It's pretty
It
weird.
was odd that it was given to me. I get it.
We're on the air. Right. I mean, that person could be listening. It hurts their feelings.
They weren't serious. They
And
were
you know
just
how
kidding.
concerned I am about that.
Yeah, I know.
Back to it, he never forgets anything.
Does it?
I mean, if pictures
It's
brought up
amazing.
of
He had it up
anybody-
in his office for a long time.
Have you realized
I
this?
did.
If a human being, any human being, connects himself to Helmsy, that's the question you always ask. Oh, is that the
Yes.
one that sent you a picture of you?
Well,
feeding
he was
that calf?
speaking at
you know,
something that's
if you
where he
say
got
you're
it.
connected to Helmsy, then Greg wants to know
No,
that.
just
immediately.
speaking events.
Who made the picture?
Just speaking
It was an
events.
odd thing. For those of you that don't know this story, I spoke at a college event at a church in Tuscaloosa.
College.
And they had some games and some kind of fun
Everything
things
was
or
eating
whatever.
raw goldfish, wasn't
And
it?
they had taken a picture. Yes, that was actually going on. It was
So that
pretty
tells you a
gross.
lot right there.
Settle.
But it was a picture that had been taken at Dan Moultrie's farm, and it was a picture of me feeding a baby calf.
I remember that.
Okay, and I had a milk jug, and
I
I was
remember
just
that.
feeding it away. So they took that picture, and they, for some reason,
Where is
put
it?
Jesus almost overlooking me.
I remember. I've seen
feeding
it.
the calf.
Yeah.
Well, they turned that picture into a puzzle. And
Big.
as part of the games that they were playing, you had so much time to put this puzzle together.
Is it the storage room?
Where is it?
It may be. I don't know. And so they made a copy and framed it for me.
Right.
And so I made the mistake of bringing it in.
Yeah, you did.
Y'all got to admit
And
that's a little
Greg,
different.
that explains when people used to ask me about this picture that for some reason that Davenport's Pizza over in Vestavia Hills. That's an inside joke. That went right next to the old studio. There's no telling what's in that old studio
There's no
space. They
telling.
still ain't nobody in it, are they?
No. Just that picture.
So anyway.
So somebody looked at you feeding the calf and said, you know what set this picture off?
Here we
Let's
go.
somehow work
Here we
Jesus in it.
Greg, why?
It was Jesus overlooking me.
Right, yeah.
That
it looked
person
like
might
he
be
was actually-
listening right now.
You probably no, they are. I can promise you they are.
A giant
Love
blow
the
up
show.
of that picture looked good on the fence up there. At the
It would
tennis
look
court.
great.
Yeah.
It would. So, thanks to Casey and everybody last night there at Parkview in Tuscumbia, Alabama, and all of you men who came, and all your support of what we do here, too, just means a lot to us. It was a great night. Thanks a lot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
President in Russia is because all of that was fake.
Yeah, now we're not saying, and the report didn't say that Russia was not trying to influence the election.
Well, that's that.
Because they meddle in our business all the time,
And we meddle in everybody else's
They
as well.
meddle in our politics. They meddle in our public opinion. They're constantly trying to get a favorable position for some reason or something they feel like would be better for them all the time. So is China. So is everybody else. And as you said, we do this in other countries too.
Yep.
So
Well, Obama tried to influence Israel that he didn't want Netanyahu.
Oh yeah. He put money and advisors in over there to try to work against him. So that does go on. But look, I knew, and I think all of us with walking around common sense knew a year or so ago when we were heading into the midterm elections, if they had dirt on him, it would have come out. It would have leaked. They would have tried to use that information to skew the midterm elections even more. Mm-hmm. Historically, the out-of-power party picks up some seats. That's what happened this time. But they could have caused an avalanche if that had really some proof. And when they didn't play the card then, there's really, at this point, you realize they just didn't have anything to play.
Yeah. So, of course, Trump has tweeted about it.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got that out there. And he's letting everybody know that there's no collusion, no obstruction, complete and total exoneration. Keep America great.
Now, Democrats in Congress are screaming, not so fast. We're going to have to take a closer look.
Well,
because apparently this investigation was not thorough enough.
It wasn't.
And not independent.
It wasn't.
Whatever.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so March Madness, I know, is underway. Doggone it.
Man, there's some good games this weekend.
It's madness.
Yeah.
I don't know how some of you are doing on the Rick and Bubba bracket. I know the Warren Buffett thing is over. Mm-hmm. No one's perfect anymore, right?
That money's safe again.
Money's safe again.
Matter of fact, Rick, we got some folks in our golden ticket seats that were down in Jacksonville at the Kentucky-Wofford game.
That's right. They're here, big Kentucky fans, and here
Go Big Blue,
go Cats.
Yeah.
And they're here. The Sweet 16 is set up and ready to go. Do I have that right? Are we down to 16 now?
Yes, you're correct.
So we got Florida State and Gonzaga. Florida and Gonzaga. Purdue, Tennessee, Texas Tech, Michigan, Oregon, Virginia, LSU, Michigan State, which we have a Michigan State story today, Auburn, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Duke, and Houston and Kentucky for the Cats fans that are here today, and we'll work all that out this week.
Did you catch any of the Auburn game?
I did not see any of the games.
Boy, they got after Kansas early and often, and when they are raining threes, I think they can beat anybody in the country. But you got to keep them flying.
Yep.
It was an entertaining game. Probably the best I've ever seen Auburn play in memorable history.
The good news is there's not a lot of history to have to remember.
They're trying to get it together,
especially recent. But they had a run way back when. But so anyway, that's down to the Sweet 16. But we were and Speedy, I'm going to tell you this because even Bubba to an extent, even though he's very high tech, sometimes y'all are moving us along too quick on all the new ways to communicate. Bubba and I are still settling into Marco Polo, and you're moving us on to direct messaging on Twitter, and you guys got to calm down. There's things that you're communicating to Bubba and I. We don't have it because we don't know what you're doing. and like you, I heard you say, "Well, I direct message to that." Well, I don't know what that means.
Well, you should get a notification.
Well, I don't. I don't know what it means. Hey, how about this? Text me whatever you need me to do.
But then I mean, sometimes in our group texting, all those links and stuff, they get lost.
I know.
And then y'all claim you don't get them there either.
Right.
So I don't know what.
Well,
to
direct.
do.
How about this? I never notice a direct message. Never. I never. And
I said that to Bubba, and he looked at me like
I'm
a dog that doesn't understand something.
I'm the same way. I don't even know what he's talking about.
But
Bubba, I remember seeing the message,
right?
But I heard somebody else reference one being left, so that's what I was.
Yeah, I don't know what it means, but I've noticed Speedy's getting frustrated with us because we'll look at something. Well, I direct message y'all about that
days ago.
And on the Marco Polo, I've realized where it lands. That's not really a mode of communication. That's something to goof off with.
Yeah.
Because half the time I'll go through it an entire day and realize, well, I never even checked that. I don't even know if anybody sent me anything. So it's not a good way. If there's something important you need me to know, you need to text me or call me.
Well, because you can set it up so it will notify you if something has gone up.
Right. And
I get so many notifications I can't function, so I had to cut a lot of them off.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why I didn't like that. Like I made the mistake one time of, like you were talking about it's like right now I've got a kid on the mission trip. We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, America's #1 meal kit. Put it to work for you. I know kids are back in school. I mean, we got everything's kicking off. Here we go. You're back on that schedule again. But that question, hey, what's for dinner, can be handled. 40 different delicious chef-crafted options each week. Sit back, pick them out. They send them to you with the ingredients, with the recipe, and go. You need 15-minute meals? They got them. You need snacks? They got them.
Got
'em. You hosting something, tailgating? Got it. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. They have meals for many lifestyles, and they will also give you 50% off right now and free shipping because you love the Rick and Bubba Show. So do that right now by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and just enter our code Bubba and take advantage of that. Now, Bubba, you just asked me a minute ago, did I see Gary Busey on a podcast? Gary
Busey used to be one of our favorite characters on TV.
Oh.
Of course, as my family would say, he ain't right.
No, he's not.
And I don't know that if he knows he ain't right.
That motorcycle wreck did some damage.
Yeah. He's a walking, talking advertisement for wear a helmet.
Yeah.
But he was on a lot of shows and acted very bizarre, and we haven't heard from him in a while.
No.
And I got sent this clip yesterday. It's him on a podcast, and I didn't know if y'all had seen him in a while.
No, I haven't.
And you probably were wondering how he's doing, and I wanted you to be able to see.
Yeah, I do not know.
First of all, Gary, thank you for being on.
Bubba?
Let's talk about the current real estate market and
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Buttered sausage.
Buttered sausage.
I take it real estate's not your jam.
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
Oh my God!
Bubba, you know,
1,000 times better than I thought it was.
This is not real,
it's
by
fake.
the way.
It's
This is
fake.
fake, but it's good.
It's fake. Did you think it was real?
I did. That sounds
I
like
don't
something
care.
he'd say.
I did too.
I don't think that's
No,
very
I don't-
much of a stretch
Now,
for
it's
him.
funny, but it's just not. It's not.
it's so good.
I don't care if it's real or fake. I won't see it again.
I did too.
Yeah, the last interview I
did
heard
too.
with him, he keeps throwing them acronyms. You know how he does. Well, that stands for this. He still does it.
Does he?
Yes.
Oh my goodness!
It is funny though.
Yeah.
First of all, Gary, thank you for being on. Let's talk about the current real estate market and
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
buttered sausage.
Buttered sausage.
I take it real estate's not your jam.
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
Oh my God.
That's excellent. That's
either way, it's good.
Oh, let me tell you,
it's
more Gary.
That thing right there. I mean, when you start an update on Gary Busey, then that's always that is always something that is intriguing. And is he still really? I know that they set it up. Is he doing anything right now? Is he really appearing on podcasts?
Oh, I don't know. But something. If you guys want to hear another funny thing that's fake, a caller mentioned it earlier. It is Freddie Mercury doing "My Heart Will Go On."
Yeah, we heard a call about that. We're gonna, but I don't. You realize what we're doing though?
It's weird.
It's so. I mean,
So that was not really Freddie Mercury, but it was Freddie Mercury.
See, I missed all of that conversation because it was last week, end of the last week.
We know you're off.
But no, I'm just saying. So, but I guess y'all were saying they can. So
Oh,
on the
you
AI,
didn't hear Johnny Cash.
no, I didn't hear any of that. So, but on the AI
Just gonna
front,
bother
so
you?
it can change.
Yeah.
Just
They-
get the voice and it can do everything.
Yeah.
Really.
You can
It'll
type
be a new
in
song.
new lyrics and it'll sing the song.
It's like a dead person releases another record.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't hear. Wow. This is what blows my mind. Don't hear. We went back and we did edits of recordings of these people. It's not that. They have mastered the person's voice, and now they'll make it sing whatever they want.
Yeah.
Good night.
It's crazy.
Here it is.
I'm not Johnny Cash.
There's Johnny Cash.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
How's that happen?
Life in plastic, it's fantastic.
There you go.
He's singing Barbie Girl by
Can you
Aqua.
believe
That's
that?
blowing my mind.
Sounds just like him.
But think about what they could. It's unlimited what they could do.
They could get Greg to say anything.
And we're trying to figure out who gets paid. You know,
And
the
videos
family
too.
or
I
the
mean, they
creator?
can do a video. We've seen that. We've seen the wrong face on somebody
Oh,
else's
yeah.
body, and it looks you can't tell the difference. It's crazy.
Can you imagine though? Like people could do things terribly, like have you leave a voice message for somebody saying terrible things, and the person's like, "Well, I heard it. I know your voice."
People were already doing this with people saying they were kidnapped.
Yeah, Glenn,
yes.
Glenn Beck did an interview with the mom of a daughter that they AI'd or whatever, saying that she had been kidnapped.
Yeah,
And
it's
it
voice modeling. They can take all these recordings of your voice. So there's plenty of recording out there of all of us in this room.
So many.
That could easily take our voice, do a voice model, and say, these are the words that we want. And this is probably unnecessary for somebody like me, but I've told my grandparents, I will never call you and ask for money. I will never do that. If I'll never
Even
ask you
if
for
you're
money.
Kidnapped. Right.
Yeah, you won't be the one I call even if I'm kidnapped. But
Right.
I've actually told them that because you just never know how good these scams are going to be.
Well, I mean, so and what is even the process of when it happens, you correcting it and getting it all made right?
I don't know.
I mean, you realize what a hassle that would be?
Rick, it's they better get it. They better get the law and the regulations on this pretty quick because they're going to be so far behind, and it's going to the genie is out of the bottle.
They thought NIL was confusing.
Yeah, this.
So Adler, you would know it's Greg's AI if he called you and was like complimenting you. And,
Yeah, hey, how's it
buddy,
going?
I just wanted to check on
How's
you.
the family? Yeah,
nice hair.
Who is this?
Well, let's ask the question. And of course, there's always got to be creativity. Matter of fact, I had a conversation just the other night. Y'all might remember, and that's not really our world, Bubba, but I remember people talking about it. And some people consider, even though she only wrote one book, that Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird is one of the greatest books ever written. Okay,
What the claim?
yeah. And so when she passed, and her sister finally passed, people got hands on the transcript that she had in a safe, and she didn't want to release it because she didn't think it met her standard. And then they released it, and guess what? It didn't meet her standard.
Right.
So you can never duplicate the talent of the person. However, if I've got the voice duplicated of singers that everybody loved, and
It sounds just like
and I can get together with songwriters and write new songs for them that are good.
People like their voice because they've been
Right.
stars.
Yeah,
Right.
I just released an album of brand new stuff from them, even though they're dead.
Hey, the Beatles. We got a Beatle album coming out.
Adler, let me ask you this: in
Y'all heard
voice
Hank Hill?
modeling, what do they do to set that up? I mean, how big of a sample, or what do they have to do to get that in the computer to have that voice saying every syllable they want?
I don't know how much is required. You'd have to say a whole lot of words and the more that the garbage in, garbage out, basically that kind of thing. So the more you feed it, the more it has to reference, the better the deep fake will be on the tail end.
Right.
From what I understand.
Yeah.
Again, I told you the other day, and I don't know if it's true or not. I just saw it on some reel what some guy was trying to do, and I have no idea if it's even possible. But he said they were on an AI project to copyright every possible music combination, every melody you could make with the known music notes we have now, and it was like 800 something thousand. But they are writing every single one of those and trying to copyright it. So any song that's written in the future, they will have already written it, and you'll have to pay them to use
Right.
it.
Wow.
Well, and then you look at this, really dangerous. And
But that is a possibility.
Because here is like I was Mac Brunson, who is the pastor where I go to church now. He said, for the longest, and he was on the panel, and he made a good point. People were saying there's nothing wrong with using modern day technology, which there isn't, as long as it's okay. And he said he was asked. They were on a panel that says, "Do you use an iPad to preach from, or do you still have a copy of the Bible, a hard copy?" He said, "Look, moving toward the technology was fine until now." He said, "I now can't trust it. I don't know." He said, I'm going to hold a hard copy of the Bible." Because people get out there on these electronic Bibles,
They could have been indoctrinated.
Yeah, and what he said now more than ever, it's not saying you refuse to go into the future or you're outdated. You better hold on to the hard copies of the Bible because you can't trust what they're putting out there saying, here's another, you want an electronic Bible? Here's one. He said, you don't know what they've done to it. Yeah. Now, if you already know the Bible well enough that you could discern that they changed it, but think about, not many people can do that.
No.
Yeah.
He said, but some people are still learning. Well, what if you start learning on some Bible out there on your iPad or on your phone that they've rewritten?
Don't know.
Yeah, next thing you're going to tell me is that this really isn't Hank Hill doing Oliver Anthony.
Have y'all heard this one? Richmond, north of Richmond.
Oh,
I
need this
Here's Hank Hill right here.
I love Hank Hill.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours.
That is fantastic. That is fantastic.
You want some propane?
They look alike. They do.
without the beard. It doesn't have a beard. I don't like watching adult cartoons, but that show was funny.
That's a great show.
That's a good, well written. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. Let's chat with you, America. What's on your mind? 866 We Be Big. We'll talk to you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I made the mistake of being part of the group me. And wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you need to mute that.
Hey, parents, let's just wait on updates from the mission trip. Okay? We don't need all this now.
My favorite is when you have a one-on-one conversation in a group me. So we're all sitting there watching to y'all talk.
You know, I can't remember how to take myself out of a group or take somebody else out.
You can mute it to where you don't get it doesn't like.
How do you do that? You need to show me.
I'll show you.
And I used to name group text, and now I forgot how I did that.
Oh, Bubba.
Hey,
how did I do that, sweetie?
Hey, parents, this is designed.
I forgot.
Hey, parents, picture, if you will, parents, we're all sitting in bleachers, okay? And we're not even allowed to talk. We're sitting in bleachers, and somebody walks out in front of the bleachers and says, here's an update from Guatemala, okay? And then we all take it and go, okay, thanks, we needed that. We don't have to go, hey, great pictures, good. Oh, wow, oh, God, looks like it's going great. You know, because all that is, you know, just let's just let them one way, tell us what's going on, and that's all we need. We don't all need to be getting in there and running the battery down there by cell phone.
I mean, you're trying to shoot a turkey. What are they doing?
Well, we'll get into that coming up a little bit later on. But
what's that?
But Scott Van Pelt, I think he's been listening to the show.
Yeah.
I'm convinced he's been listening to the show. Because he's taking on this ridiculous, we said the politicization of America. We talked about this years ago, where we can't take anything anymore. We're so soft and so sensitive. And my favorite is on behalf of other people. We don't have to be offended. We even get out there and get upset that other people should be offended. So Michigan State has a coach that's very upset with his team and some of the players. And he gets on to them the way coaches got on to us my entire athletic life, right? I mean, there's nothing. How can we hear that? So it's very loud.
I mean, it's very, very loud.
I know that the call screening room isn't completely soundproof, but I thought it was more soundproof than that, didn't you? Yeah, I mean, we hear the phone ringing in there.
I know.
Yes, so maybe
apparently nobody else hears.
Maybe we need to take it off speaker. Yeah. But anyway, so. I mean, through glass and the door shut. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
It is amazing, Rick.
But anyway,
things on the bullhorn in there.
So undoubtedly, people are upset. Now, keep in mind, this guy's been coaching Michigan State for how long?
Long time.
Right.
Long time.
And the players themselves are not complaining. This is what y'all need to know. The players aren't complaining. Michigan State's not complaining. Yeah. The only people complaining are people that think the players should be complaining. They have nothing to do with it.
They just saw it.
So Scott Van Pelt on ESPN, I thought it was such a breath of fresh air. Now he'll probably be fired from ESPN for being so heartless on what he's about to say. But anyway, it sounded like that he heard us talking about this the other day and just said exactly. I'm glad to know there's parallel thinking on this because I'm kidding. I don't think he got it from
He
here.
direct messages, Rick.
Did he really? Yeah. So here's Scott Van Pelt taking on. It's about 2 minutes and 20 seconds of people being upset with Michigan State's coach for being angry and yelling at his players.
For loafing.
Yeah.
I spoke about Tom Izzo last night on the show. It was not a surprise to see it become a talking point on shows and on social media. This isn't about snowflakes or being soft. It is about a gigantic problem we have not only allowed to happen in society, but go out of our way to ensure gets worse. People seem to have a real issue when they're held accountable or if others are too harshly. We're so concerned with if anyone has had their feelings hurt that we lose sight of this fact. Life has a scoreboard. The world will be difficult, and we do nobody any favors when we coddle them to the point that they never hear criticism or hear a harsh word or have to face any adversity. Because when nobody in a job interview or negotiation stops to ask about your feelings and then you don't get the job or you don't get the contract, what are you going to do? Demand the world stop being mean to you? The college admissions scandal is a great example of this. They say you should prepare your kids for the path, not the path for your kids. You cannot eliminate every challenge or adversity they might face, because if you do, what have you accomplished? We're so concerned with safe spaces and not saying mean things that when a coach gets on a player, it's seen by some of you as out of bounds. And that is insane to me. Is that the only way to get your point across? No. You can go about it differently. But you notice who didn't have a problem with it? Michigan State. Did you notice what seniors Cassius Winston and Matt McQuaid did? They told Izzo, we got this. because they have a voice. They've been empowered in a family dynamic that occasionally gets volatile because there's a scoreboard and they're trying to win. You know who else didn't have a problem with it? The freshman who was getting the what for, Aaron Henry. His social media, as well as the accounts of past Spartans like Miles Bridges and Draymond Green and countless other Spartans, gave insights into why they didn't and don't have a problem with it. But that doesn't matter to people who don't really want context. They just want to be mad and be offended. So be good and mad about how Tom Izzo yelled at his players. His players, past and present, have a rare loyalty to him.
That was a miscue there, but we got it. We need it. 10 minutes. Does it bother y'all?
Fitting for the weather today.
I know it's August now, but does it bother y'all when people do this in July and throw you a curve?
Christmas in July.
Yeah,
It does.
And you
All the cable channels
and you
will do
walk
that.
in, you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
What in the world?
At what month do we hit before you're like, okay, it's real? Like we're gonna have? Is it September? Is it October? When do you start just thinking in your mind, well, we're nearly there?
Well, I'll tell you what hurt me, and it's going to be a disappointment to everybody just a little bit too.
And I thought you did that on purpose, by the way.
Is
and was
it-
going to do a bit.
I've gotten. I guess I could tie it to this. I should have done that instead of just admitting I queued up the wrong song. But I've already gotten the invoice from Lights of Christmas saying, "Are you in?"
Okay.
In. So I'm already getting hit. And by the way, we're not going to be in this year.
Oh, really?
No
The lights of
Well,
Christmas.
you're
Got a lot going on.
I was going to say, and a lot
going
of
on.
weddings, and there's a
lot of
a
folks,
shift to the
a lot
farm.
of folks asking for checks.
Yeah.
A lot of folks.
Yeah. I get that.
So Sherry said, "Look, let's just let it ride this year." All right, so let's go to the phones. 866 We Be Big. Let's start with Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Salutations to you, gentlemen.
Hello.
And your previous topic about robot delivery for food, I would prefer that versus human because, number one, the robot isn't going to snake a few of your French fries and eat them. And number two, if you're stingy and you don't tip, it's not going to spit on your food the next time it delivers.
Yeah, but it could get in, but you never know. You don't want to deal. You don't get the robots, man.
No,
you must
that
have
thing
missed.
may hook into AI and run over you.
You must have missed a lot of movies. 866 We Be Big.
You put your hand in there to get your food and it closes on you. You won't let go.
Greg Hank Hill's calling out of Texas.
Oh, well, that's awesome.
Hey, Hank, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, boys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good, Hank.
Well, I want to clear the air with you. First off, that ain't me singing that blasted song. That's some other punk. I don't know who he is, but if they say it's me, I want my royalty checks now.
Okay.
And also, I've got an offer for Greg. Now, as you know, we lost Dale a couple of weeks ago. Me and Bill and the other guy, we've been talking, Boomhauer, and we said, we need a good conspiracy theorist to join us out here on the fence. And Greg, we want to give you that spot. Not just any spot, not a dog spot, a liver spot, any spot, but Dale's spot.
Greg, you could get Dale's spot.
Wow,
is that a main character on there?
Yeah, that's some tough shoes to fill. Didn't know they'd written him off.
Did that character die on the cartoon?
I haven't seen it in years.
Okay.
Or did he just kill him off so he can
may
invite
have.
Greg?
He may have.
Let's go to Chris in Florence, WLAY. I was up Tuscumbia just last night. Hey, Chris, how you doing? What was I, about 6 miles?
Good morning,
from you?
guys.
Yeah.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
Good.
All right. I know you guys had the deep fake of Gary Busey. It just got me thinking. Gary Busey's one of my favorite Lethal Weapon movie villains. Which one's y'all's?
He was a good one. Mr. What's his name? Mr. Joshua.
I don't remember all the Lethal Weapon villains. Do y'all?
Or does he just mean villains
in general?
I think he's saying villains in general.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of villains.
Yeah, I am too. It's like my mind is drawing a blank right now.
Hans from Die Hard was good.
Yeah.
The Predator was good.
I'll say this. I'll always like, not the weird one, not the dark one, not the twisted one, but I liked when Jack Nicholson was the Joker.
Yeah, like that.
Where they get low to me.
What about Ricardo Montalban as Khan?
Right, that's good with the
fake
chest,
chest.
with the
muscled
suit.
up.
What's his name? Is the other Joker was really good too. He was freaky.
Yeah.
Let's go to Gordon in Chipley, Florida. Gordon, go ahead.
Hello, boys. I just had to wonder, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're coming up on an election next year, I guess, so they're saying.
24,
and
yes.
and they're saying that 70% of the people do vote. Correct me if I'm wrong. And how?
I don't think that's right.
No.
Yeah, I don't think 70% vote. No.
50?
I don't think it's that high.
I don't think it's that high. I think it's more like, I think it's like high 30s, low 40s.
30 to 40.
Oh, for God's sakes! Well, we still got then what? About 100,000 people are going to go put something on a piece of paper or go to a machine.
Right.
With the way the country's going, there's no way they can keep track or try to do. They can do the best they can, but there's always going to be problems, isn't there?
Gordon, well said. Yeah,
I've got the numbers for you here. The last
Speedy, are you happy?
You okay?
The last few elections, Rick, 18, 20, and 22 were the three highest turnouts in U.S. history. About 66% of the eligible voters turned out to vote.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
That's a little better.
So it was up.
I think the presidential election has a higher number than, but still,
he's listening.
You're talking about 66%. The people who stayed at home could have changed the outcome of that election.
Yeah, there you go.
Easy.
Yeah.
Lazy.
We continue. Let's go to John in Florida. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, fellas. I just got a couple things. I'm actually in Chipley too, so I agree with that. But you know, when you go to those elections, the ones that don't vote's the one who complains most.
Absolutely,
that's a fact.
But I want to talk to you something about what you said earlier about the iPads and the Bibles, because I don't think it's limited to the iPads. Because I tell you what, and you may or may not agree with me, because a lot of people don't. But that ESV, the NIV, I think all that is firewood. And I think if you don't have a King James Bible, then you have a problem.
I totally disagree with
King
that.
James.
I totally disagree with that. I totally disagree with that.
Well,
I don't have anything wrong.
okay.
I don't have anything wrong with the King James version, but we actually found the Dead Sea Scrolls and more documents after we translated that, and some of the ESV and some of the American Standards actually are more accurate because we actually found more transcripts since the King James version was done. That just isn't accurate.
They learn more about the language.
Yeah, that just isn't accurate.
Yeah, because really, if you want to be absolute, you got to go back to the original, and the original was not King James.
Right. Now, if you want,
it was Greek or Hebrew, and none of us read that real well.
Right. If you want to talk about, if you want to say the King James version is the most accurate English translation, I would disagree with that. There's nothing wrong with it. I wouldn't tell people not to use it, and I like it. And I use it with the others, but
and it does sound royal.
But what you're saying, if you look at how these were actually translated, that just isn't accurate. And those who don't like that can email Speedy at rickandbubba.com. But I know some of you say it's King James or bust, and I got that. But and you certainly can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I wouldn't call the others firewood. Now, do you need to be careful?
Some of them go too far. Yes, absolutely.
Like
to his point.
And and even with the message, you got to know that's a paraphrase. And I would never use the message as a study Bible.
It's a good one to read along with what you're doing to get a feel for it.
Yeah.
But some of them go too far off the path,
and this thing,
the
when I keep warning everybody about this new Passion Bible, I wouldn't have anything to do with that. You and I would agree on that. And there are English translations that are more accurate and better than others, I would agree. But the ESV and the NIV post-2010, and then there's another one, is it American Standard or whatever, they're actually quite accurate and quite good. And they're not as poetic sometimes as some of the others, but I like them more literal anyway. But they're not theologically wrong. That's just not right.
And some of them kind of come at it from a different approach. Some of them go for a word-for-word
Which
translation.
I like. It's not as pretty.
Some of them
It
go
can be
for
clunky.
a sentence, or a meaning.
Yeah.
And
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have a transfer problem, he has the opposite. A bunch of four-year guys, the overwhelming majority of whom have gotten to Final Fours in part because of being held accountable the way he holds them accountable. You don't like it? Fine. Don't send your kid there. But stop being offended by things that don't concern you.
How about that right there?
Wow. Everybody breathe that in.
Somebody say amen.
He gave everybody a big butt out, didn't he?
Well, it's the same things.
Had his bed music.
Same things we've been talking about. He's like, here's a guy that's been to multiple Final Fours, has a program that people stay in and don't leave. Nobody has a problem with it. Nobody involved has a problem with it. But people out there on social media are going to have a problem with it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You know whose theme music this is, don't you?
The interest is up and the stock.
Gary, welcome back to the show, buddy. How are you?
You love that, don't you?
I mean, hey, you know, I love it.
Well, I don't know how much time we got.
About 10 minutes.
I got a lot to say.
Oh boy.
Well, Gary, I really thought that you and I had a good day together Saturday, and that it was an enjoyable time.
Well, I mean, it was okay, but you know, I'm gonna get on to you now. I mean, you need to be got on to.
Now, what happened, Gary? Y'all went turkey hunting for the Rick first time, I guess.
He wanted to go eat lunch, so we would eat lunch, and then he wanted to fish. He said, "Well, we could go turkey hunting." He said, "I ain't got no clothes or nothing." So he did have some camo. I gave him some gloves and my face mask, and had to give him one of my Spurmaster caps. And he come out of there with a dead-gum pair of Ray. I think he had Ray Charles' sunglasses on. I said, "You can't wear sunglasses turkey hunting."
Why not?
Well, you just can't do it. I mean, them old purple lens. I said, you know, you might as well just sit at the house. But anyway, we started walking, and it was like me leading a dead-gum Clydesdale down the road.
He a little noisy.
Oh, man. He was popping them rocks, sound like a horse was walking. Man, get over here in the grass behind me and quit walking right in the middle of the road. Well, he had on them pair of little old rubber boots. They looked like rubber boots, but them little old slippers that rich folks use to take the garbage out.
Crocs? You're talking about Crocs?
Crocs. Those are called bogs.
Yeah.
It's bogs.
Well,
bogs.
We got over there.
Rich folk.
And sat down. We walked about a mile.
Yeah, we sure did.
And we found a place to sit down. And he said, "Yeah," I said, "Right here. I just come through here a while ago on that cart on a bunch of turkeys off." After we done walked a mile in there, I said, "Do what?" He said, "Yeah, I was checking cameras." I said, "Well, we might as well just leave." But anyway, we sat there, thought we seen a little hen turkey come out scared to death, you know, but I looked over there and he was sitting there with his gun straight up in the air. And I said, "Man, you're going to have to put your gun down on your legs or something." I said, "They're not in the trees." And it was like hunting. I'm telling you, it was like hunting with a 300-pound 8-year-old. I'm
oh, Gary,
I believe he's got worms.
Gary, you never thought you'd miss hunting with me, did you?
Oh, I'm telling you, Bubba. I talked for a minute. I said, "I wish Bubba was here." It was like
a 300-pound 8-year-old.
Y'all ever seen Rodney Dangerfield?
Yeah.
You see how fidgety he is?
Yeah.
You know, he's all the time pulling at his collar.
Oh, yeah.
At his phone, adjusting his jacket. And I told him, I said, "Rick," I said, "you're gonna have to be still, son." But
getting on him.
He couldn't be still. I mean, he could not be still. It was just like he's sitting in a fire ant bed.
No, he couldn't be still. I can't sit up against a tree like that for hours on end. I thought that call was going to do something.
Well, we didn't sit there but about an hour and a half.
That's too long.
I mean, you wouldn't be still. There ain't no need of sitting there.
I thought that call was magic. I thought we was going to have something gobbling.
Well, we did call a hen up, but I don't know. It was an ordeal. Now I'm telling you.
800-pound, 300-pound 8-year-old. I got it back. That is good.
Gary, I just don't think
that put me there. By the way,
did.
Oh yeah.
I just don't think this turkey hunting's for me. I just don't. It's just too much about it. I don't like.
Yeah, you probably don't need to go back anymore.
It's just you banning him. You have to be. Yeah. You have to be still. You wouldn't even let me move.
I tell you what. I'd have to tie his hands and legs together and put him in a box. I don't know. And Gerald said Greg's about the same way.
I am.
So did Rick come out there in short sleeves?
I wanted to.
Well, I was surprised.
Gary, why did you hide his keys from him?
Yeah.
Well, I went out to eat. I was in Shelby County, and he called me right at dark. And the thing about it, he left the cushion over there. I let him sit on. We got up and walked about 50 yards trying to slip away. You know, we didn't want to scare any more turkeys. I said, I'll come back and get it tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Well, he called me. I was in Shelby County, sat down to eat. I got a text. Said, I didn't leave my keys in your Jeep, did I?
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us. We start a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here today. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive is now available for you. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, another one coming out this weekend, the reoccurring series, Letters from the Audience. Your email may get addressed in this weekend's RBU. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is your media connection to the real world.
Yep, there it is. And Bubba, I just want to warn you that your next move and update, you just.
Well, no, I thought it was.
I just want to warn you.
I thought it was an interesting topic. If the last caller brought up.
If you kick over the KJV ant bed, they're going to be all over your
legs.
legs.
The original text?
Don't give my email address for this one.
Speedy I know.
No, I don't.
Use mine, Speedy at rickandbubba.com. I'll be happy to talk to you.
I'm not wise enough to tell you which one is more accurate, but there's several stories and a lot of, stories out about that, and people have looked at it. They do point out that there's three main approaches for Bible translations. One is word for word.
That's what
One is thought for thought. Right. And then paraphrase. Right. And then most of the translations will fall into one of those categories. But according to this story, with the updates from the Dead Sea Scrolls, all scholars agree that the New American Standard Bible, NASB, gets the crown for being the most accurate English Bible translation so far.
Now this won't surprise you in the least, and I have one of those too, but this will not, because y'all have known me for years.
Yeah.
So see, that had not come out yet, because at one time the ESV had that title.
Right.
Well, of course, that's where I have learned the most of the Bible,
right,
with the ESV, and that's when I grew the most biblically. So I just stay with it.
Yeah, and it's a good translation. There's nothing wrong with it.
But what I'm talking about is, it's like, well, they've really they think this is but I think what's more important, because I think if you're a New American Standard, ESV, King James Version, the New King James Version, you in NIV post 2010, I think we also need to point out that there are some, though, that are very dangerous. And that list, that list you need to be aware of as well.
Yeah, that's getting off. Well, I don't have. Let me pull it back.
Well,
up
I
here.
mentioned one, the Passion Bible. That's a big issue. You don't want any part of that.
And again, they're saying that that these they're just not as accurate. Okay, so
well, now look, the Passion Bible, when the guy's getting downloads for Jesus, is visiting him in his room. You don't want anything to do with that now.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
There's a flag.
Yeah, there's a flag on the play on that one.
That was one of them they mentioned.
And understand that the message, though it can be something that is supplemental, it is a paraphrase. It is not a true translation. It's more, like you said, here's a phrase in modern language that gives you the gist of what Scripture
it's almost
says.
Street talk.
Right, yeah. But I mean, when you get into things like,
and I like using the message as a reference, to go and just see how it compares. But I don't think it would be your main.
Yeah, and there's your good comparison. There's your paraphrases. There's your thought for thoughts, and there's your word for words on the board right there. I prefer a word for word. I just learn better that way. But anyway, so those are out there, and but just be careful. I think you're okay as long as you're in the ones that are not on the dangerous list,
right?
Because sometimes it's as simple as like we were just going through the analogy and the revelation, that John uses for Babylon and the false church is in some English translations she's called a harlot, and others she's called a prostitute.
Right.
You know, I mean, you're still getting the same.
You're still in the red light district either way.
And that kind of stuff.
Well, just a couple
and
of
course,
them.
then the King James Version calls her something that I can't say.
Right.
I mean, I could,
it's
but
a little more straightforward.
Right, yeah, it is.
These are a couple they say are the worst. The Mirror Bible, which I'm not familiar with.
I'm not familiar
You
with
ever
that.
heard of that one? The one you mentioned, Rick, the Passion Translation.
Red flag.
They also mention the New World Translation.
Don't
Not
know
familiar with that
Don't
one.
know that one.
That's just a couple of them that you could be aware of. And they warn you about the message that
Right.
it's it was released to target modern U.S. English speakers by using contemporary American slang terms. So.
And there's certain things that because of our language barriers, and this applies to all languages, you know, I mean, are we going to all debate what's the best Spanish translation? I mean, where does this end? You know, you got Hebrew and Greek and Arabic, and you know, if you get back into and to some of that, you know, the stuff that was said in those languages, you know, when you run into the Greek, and we said this in the break, there's nothing we can do with the fact that the English language limits you on some of the word for words because they have 5 different words that specify what kind of love the Greek is talking about, but all these English translations are just going to say love.
Yeah, they
so you have to do some homework to understand that, because if not, you don't truly get the, you know, it's just like and what I have been taught by great Bible teachers, including my wife, who is a great Bible teacher, is that one of the things you got to look for, and I learned this from one of the Bible teachers that taught me, if you see the word therefore, always look what it's there for. If you see the word if, you might want to read what was before that. And since that is true, that we'll go back and see what he's referencing. Taking verses and just pulling them out is it can be dangerous. You need to know all the context all around that. That's why we get Bible verses misused so many times, because they just pull out something, and without what's before it and after it, you don't really understand the verse. Even when you get to, even though I love it, and I've used it in weddings and probably will again. It was used in my wedding. You know, Paul's 1 Corinthians 13 on love. But he really isn't talking about romantic love in that. He's really talking about how you use your spiritual gifts the correct way. Because if you read everything prior to that, he said, so since we all have these spiritual gifts, here's the way you ought to use them. Because if you're using these to bring attention to yourself or to show off or to be disruptive in a service, then if you do have all the gifts in the world, but you don't have the right, you're not using them in a way that God called you to use them, which means without love, all this is just a bunch of noise and a show. And he's really telling you what love is and love isn't, so you know how to act in the church with your spiritual gifts. Now, can you take that and use that for marriage? And of course, but that's not really the original intent of it. And like I said the other day when we were talking about did that interview with the UFO guy, you know, we think Jesus is just addressing don't mistreat children, which certainly there's nothing wrong with that being okay. But what he's really saying is, I'm going to hold you accountable if you call people who are spiritual infants to stumble and they get bad theology because you teaching them something that's incorrect, and you cause them to sin and you cause them to stumble. I'm going to hold you accountable for that. It's beyond don't harm human little children. Don't be a stumbling block to spiritual children and mislead them.
One of the
he really hates false teachers.
One of the other translations they have on here to be wary of, and it's one that I've enjoyed over the years, is the Living Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And why did they say that? I thought it was interesting. They said that the problem with it is just a translation of the American Standard Version Bible, and they make no reference to the original Hebrew and Greek. So anytime you have a translation of a translation, you're increasing the possibility of error. So doesn't mean it's a bad version, but they let you know it's not a direct word for word.
Right. Well, and again, as the Apostle Paul tried to teach us, don't major in the minors. Now we got to major in the majors. That's the reason why some of these can be dangerous. But I wouldn't major in the minors. We'll be back. 15 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll come back. More stories to cover today that we hadn't got to. And we did talk about last night's debate earlier in the program for some of you that are asking about that. But we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He said, I can't find my keys. And then he drove all the way back over there and got that cushion right when the turkey was going to roost.
Yeah, run them all out of there.
You ain't going to go there
I
today.
mean, run them to the next county. And I went over there yesterday morning. I didn't hear nothing. Didn't see nothing. Didn't hear nothing. And I seen his tracks going over. I said, that son of a gun drove that truck over here.
Run them out.
Yeah, I thought I did a good job. I really did.
Well, you done a good job of running them off, I can tell you that.
If that was your intention.
Well, Gary, acts like the turkeys are watching every move we make. I mean,
well, they can see like
they're constantly
like an eagle.
No every move. I mean, I was sitting over there one time. He had his hand up on his leg and his arm just like he's waving at somebody. I just think you know to just stay on and just keep fishing, not try to do any more turkey hunting.
Yeah, well, I mean, you messed me up on my fishing. I was all in them.
Yeah, I seen all them dead gum lures hanging up in them trees over there.
I did hang up one lure in a tree right out of the gate. Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, if it
looked like a Christmas tree over there.
well, if my banks were clear, it wouldn't have all that thrown in.
Well, I just gonna try to get on to you. I hate to.
So turkey hunting's
I
out.
want everybody to know what kind of hunter you are.
Does
Turkey hunting.
Does that mean will you not turkey hunting with me again? Is that it?
Dang,
Well,
just one time.
I don't know. I don't like to hunt in the evening anyway. I'd rather morning hunt. That evening hunt, just it ain't for me.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know.
But why don't you like the afternoon, Gary?
Well, I mean, all you do is sit there and wait on one to come by. I'd rather, get on one that's gobbling and call him up and, make a sport out of it. But most of the time in the evening, I mean, you can call them up in the evening. I mean, I just not too, I just don't like evening hunting really. I might go 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah, I mean,
is that what you call bushwhacking them?
Yeah, that's sitting there bushwhacking.
Well,
no,
I ain't gonna say that.
I ain't gonna say that.
I just like the morning hunts.
I just prefer a morning hunt.
There you go again.
There he is.
I like to be home by 10 so I can have late breakfast with Glenn.
Yeah. Yeah, I just swallowed a biscuit over here at Jack's.
Swallowed. Gary, now I will tell you this: you're gonna have to stop giving your cell phone to everybody that buys a turkey call from you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I may have to quit it, but I like to take care of my customers. If they got a question, they can call me or whatever.
Well, I mean, and we couldn't turkey hunt for everybody calling you.
Yeah, I got about 5 orders while I was hunting this morning.
Gary, I think this is a chance for you to really test that call. Let Rick run them off and see if you can pull them back in.
There you go. See,
It'd be like handicapping.
It's like testing.
Well,
That's right.
they tough anyway.
What?
He said they're tough.
They tough anyway to call up sometimes. Especially when they got about 15 hens with them.
Are you saying that my piddling at the farm yesterday just messed turkey hunting all up?
Oh yeah, it'll be a week and a half before they settle down over there. You run over the road over there.
Hey,
drove your truck right
Gary,
back to the cushion.
Let me ask you this:
right in there where they're roosting at.
Gary had to get his cushion.
Rev the engine up. Have the lights on.
I brought the cushion back.
Yeah, got out walking in the woods with his flashlight looking for his keys, and they was in his dadgum pocket.
Well, Gary, I brought the cushion back.
I told him the other night. I said, "You may need to go get checked out or something." I said, "That's not normal."
I know.
Early onset.
It is. You're right.
He put them in his pocket in a zip-up thing there where he wouldn't lose them, and then forgot where he put them.
I know.
That dumb pocket.
I know.
Went in there and run all them turkeys off looking for his keys.
I'm sorry.
I think it's a sign we're working too hard.
In his pocket.
Sorry, Gary. I enjoyed our time together, but I admit I'm not a very good turkey hunter.
Y'all going this weekend?
Not if I can help it.
I'm gonna be out of town this weekend.
Thanks, Gary.
Hey, I may go over to Bubba's this weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about you? All right, 20 minutes past Rick and Bubba show. As we make our way back. All right, a couple of things that we haven't hit on. We've kind of mentioned in passing. Let's jump into the Putin situation. I can't pronounce this organization.
It's the Wagner Group.
The Wagner Group.
But he's head of that. Remember, they had. He was the guy that was sent into the Ukraine that was going to clean it up.
No, I remember that. We all the pictures of him, and he's in military garb, and he's going to overthrow Putin.
And he basically, the Wagner Group is like a private army.
Right.
Some people have said they compare it to, what's the U.S. one? Is it Blackstone?
Yeah.
Or
Blackwater.
Blackwater. But I've always pictured Blackwater as more of a security group.
Blackstone's a great griddle, though.
Yeah, it is. You're correct. The Wagner Group looks like they got heavy arms. They look like they got tanks and all that kind of stuff. And I think they go in there and they're the Rough Riders on everybody. And they got mad at the Russian military.
Yeah.
And their leader turned a bunch of them around and was going to Moscow. And we heard he was going to overthrow Putin and all that. He stopped at the gates, went and talked to him, and decided to surrender. And he was going to be sent to Belarus to live.
But then this.
But apparently he was back in Moscow on an airplane. And when he left, it didn't go good.
No, it did not. So here it is. Here's the story.
This is just footage.
Oh, it is just footage?
This is
Okay,
footage
okay.
of the plane going down, yeah.
Oh, Bubba.
And it takes a while. I mean, if they're not if they're not asleep right now on this plane.
Well,
they've
if they
got a
were,
lot
they're
of
not
time.
anymore.
No. It takes its time getting down.
Which I guess it takes a while when somebody shoots through the wing. But now, you know.
Пиздец, это беспилотник. Сбили, бабахнуло в 2 раза.
What is this?
Good night.
Yeah, oh, wow. So
there it is, and you can see the
there's an
smoking.
investigation. They're looking into what in the world could have happened.
Putin says he doesn't know what happened, right?
It's crazy. There were reports on the ground. I saw footage yesterday of some people that were there, and the wing had a hole in it. And they said that was a telltale sign a missile went through it.
Oh,
so.
wasn't bird strike?
Bubba,
Bird strike. I don't know, man.
They think around 10 people killed on the plane. And now, Speedy, I'm so sorry. The press is going to ask our president about it.
And he's on vacation, understand?
He's always on vacation.
Lake Tahoe. I think they've added up 40% of his presidency has been on vacation.
Right, yeah.
And he's just walking around like we would do if we went on vacation, right? And he's being asked the question.
Mr. President, do you have a reaction to the plane crash in Russia?
The amount of
the
amount of time it takes for him to get over to the person is uncomfortable.
Oh my goodness.
They'll get it together here. Hold on just a second. There we go.
About this by you. I said I'd be careful what I drink, what I wrote in. I don't know for a fact what happened, but I'm not surprised.
Do you believe?
There's not much that happens when Russia or Putin not behind, but I don't know enough to know the answer. I've been working out for the last hour and a half.
Been working out.
Does anybody think he's been working out for an hour and a half?
The White House said that the family did Pilates together.
I will say this: he might have worked out. It wasn't an hour and a half.
No
way.
The window might have been an hour and a half.
Yeah.
But what was going on inside that hour and a half? I'd like to see.
In line for that smoothie.
I'd like. Yeah. What is that he's sipping on?
It looks like it's got a smoothie.
I got to tell you, I wish I had one.
You know, it looks like he went grape though.
I'm a grape guy.
Maybe acai. You know.
Don't start
Acai. All right, so now let's go to Tucker Carlson with Donald Trump. Let's go to 7A. This is now how many views on this?
160 million. It is now the most watched interview ever on streaming.
Okay.
And
Or
they
on anything.
anticipate that it will top 200 million by the end of the week.
All right, so here's Donald Trump talking to Tucker Carlson about preventing World War III.
End up in World War III over this whole thing. Forget about pipeline. We are closer. I believe it's the most dangerous period of time in history. Number one, because we have people on top that are incompetent. That's number one. And again, China's fine if you know how to deal. Russia, if you know how to deal. Russia wasn't going into Ukraine with me. China wasn't going into Taiwan with me. I mean, now all you see is, China with ships all over the place and sending airplanes and bombers. That wasn't happening with me. He knew you can't do it. And also, Russia knew you can't do it. They would have never done it. The most dangerous period of time because of weaponry, because of nuclear, because of weaponry, most dangerous period of time in the history of our...
All right, so... And he is right. When he was there, the reason why they're just doing whatever they want to do right now is no one fears us. No one fears this administration. Nobody fears our country. And they know that they can do whatever they want and there'll be no repercussions. Mm-hmm. Next, he talks to Tucker about the Democrats and their attack on him, and he has a name for them. Here we go.
It started with protests against you, massive protests, right. Organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice.
Right.
And now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you, honestly?
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick, really sick. You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most of the people in our country are fantastic, and I'm representing everybody. I'm not just Republicans or conservatives. Right. I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody. I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people on the road that are just absolutely going crazy. And the reason is, I think they like me, and I know they love my policies. I hope they like me too. A lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my policies. I think they like me. But I have never seen spirit like it is right now. And the reason is because crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but, you never know.
Yeah.
I just DM'd you one on him talking about Kamala. I don't know if we have time for it, but good night, it's good.
Yeah, well, it's...
how she talks and rhymes.
I started to say, it sounds like he's been listening to this show.
It really does.
When he comments on it.
Yeah.
So, we might not have time for it all, but
well,
just a little
everything he's saying, I mean, it is true. And even if people don't like him, it really doesn't matter. If they think he can do the job, then...
Well, they've had 2 administrations to compare, and you can make your own choice.
Yeah, well, Bubba, and we may get to it, but when you say they have 2 administrations to compare, I almost can't believe 9A.
Oh, okay.
I can't even believe that. That's
you need to hear the Trump one on.
Okay, yeah, let's do Kamala
VP,
first. Yeah, that goes.
Yeah, and we definitely won't have time for the whole thing for that one, but we can go as far as we can.
Yeah,
Kamala.
Okay. So probably he'll give me enough.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. So back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think he's failing? He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
But
she seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme. It's weird. It's weird. But she has bad moments. And
in rhyme? What do you?
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future. And I think they probably have some kind of a primary and other people will get involved.
You know who he said would be the best candidate for the Democrats?
Who?
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom, yeah. Yep. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We get your response on not just this, but anything that we've talked about today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. 9 of the 10 lines are available. We'll take them when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba. 37 years with the Marty Lyons Foundation. And Marty Lyons joins us now for his Rick and Bubba debut. Marty!
How you doing there, Rick?
Marty, I'm fired up. I mean, I don't know. Are you ready? I mean, as soon as that ball moves, we got to go. Let's go.
We got to go. We got to keep moving. That's the only way you can get from point A to point B.
Now, it's great to have you on the show.
Thank you, Marty.
And great to get to spend some time with you back in January when, your friend and my friend and Bubba's friend, Rich Wingo, stuffed three of us inside one shooting house. There wasn't a lot of room to move in there.
Start to say, I bet that was a sight. Speaking of turkey hunting.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of Rich wanting us to get to know each other in rapid fire. I mean, we didn't have any choice, did we?
No, we didn't have much of a choice. We were just waiting for those hogs to come in the field.
I know it.
Rich said, be quiet. They were at least 200 yards out. I don't think they were listening.
You know what? I think he should have let us fire on them. I think we could have. I think you and I could have made a couple of those shots.
Well, if we didn't hit them, we were going to make some noise.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, those things are hard, though.
Well, I
remember rolling one with a 300 at about 250. I thought, my God,
you got to hit them.
Got up and went off.
You got to hit them right.
Well, the year before we were down there, my son Rocky killed one, and then about 10 minutes later, I heard another shot. So we were on the phone together. I said, "He shot again?" He goes, "Yeah, a coyote came out to get the hog." So he shot a hog and a coyote that day.
Marty, I learned about the Marty Lyons Foundation, kind of a thumbnail, which immediately I knew this is something that we wanted to team up with you. And a lot of you may be already familiar with it. There's 10 different chapters in 12 states, Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, which we're going to talk about, South Carolina, Texas, and Virginia. So tell me, when I know this was something that was put on your heart when you got to establish a relationship with a little fella that was terminally ill, and at his passing and your father's passing and in the birth of your healthy son, God kind of just gave you a vision of what is now the Marty Lyons Foundation. And when I mentioned it before, I talked about this deals with children who are being diagnosed either terminal. In the survival rate, of course, we're always praying for miracles. And the first thing people start thinking about is, we'll make a wish or something like that. But the Marty Lyons Foundation, it doesn't duplicate those services. It goes a little further. So for somebody listening today that's never heard of the Marty Lyons Foundation, tell them what we're talking about today.
Well, first of all, I compliment the work that Make-A-Wish does. We try to run side by side. The only thing that we probably do different, we provide a second wish, meaning that if your son or daughter had a first wish, they went into remission, they had a relapse, it's devastating the second time around. Yeah. And we'll entertain a thought or do a second wish. But if you turn the clock back to 1982, my oldest son, Rocky, was born on March 4th, and then my dad suddenly died of a heart attack on March 8th. And a little boy that I was a big brother to died at 5.5 of leukemia. And I think it was at that point in my life, being 25 years old, a professional athlete up here in New York, that I struggled to find an answer. I would always sit there and go, why me? What is God doing to me at this point in my life that, he's going to challenge me, or what am I doing wrong in life? And, days went to weeks went to months, and life didn't stop. It didn't give me a chance to heal. So I felt that if I started a foundation to grant wishes for terminally ill children, that I could keep my father alive, keep Keith alive, and again, have a platform and a vehicle so it would allow me to move on. And now, 37 years later, we've raised over $35 million. We've helped over 7,600 kids in all those different states just by people reaching out and saying, hey, you know what? We believe in your cause. We want to be a part of it. How can we help? And, if you carry your mission on your sleeve and you really believe in it and you use the platform that God gave you, it's not easy all the time, but you can get the work done.
No doubt. And all of us have been put in positions to, be the hands and feet of Jesus and to make a difference in people's lives. So I think that was another realization. You're like, all right, there's got to be more to this than I've been given this platform just to play football. Certainly that's good, but there's a much higher call.
Well, you know what, Rick? I go back to playing with Coach Bryan at the University of Alabama. When I went in there,
Rick and Bubba. the gravy, please.
Howdy, 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 howdy. All right, so we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So a couple of things you need to know about as we work our way back here. Had a great time. I told you up in Tuscumbia, Alabama last night, Parkview Baptist Church. If you want to join us now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can talk about that any topic you want to. The lines are available. Helmsy is on the phones. Looking ahead, Lee Moore from Team Rick and Bubba and Team Man Church. Lee Moore is headed to Calvary Baptist Church, Union City, Tennessee. So that's the next Man Church on the calendar. Lee Moore will be speaking there. You can go to themanchurch.com and check that out. And then in September, you'll start seeing some others. And matter of fact, we're adding some even today, tomorrow. So you look for some new ones that are coming up that have just been booked. But I'll be headed up to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky on September the 9th and the 10th. And looking forward to being there. I'll do a Man Church on Saturday night, the 9th. Then on the 10th, I'll do the 2 services there in the morning at Sand Spring Baptist Church at Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. So that's the 9th and 10th of September. Brian Gunn on the 10th will also be at Ozark Baptist Church in Ozark, Alabama. All right, so let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The things we've already played for you, talked about, or something you want to bring up. If you move right now, you will get in because there are many lines available, and Helms is ready to take them. Tyler has been standing by. Bubba, Tyler is in Tuscumbia listening to us on WLAY. So, Tyler, how you doing?
Good. How are y'all?
We're fantastic today, Tyler.
Hey, I just wanted to call and give a testimony of the Man Church and its curriculum and how it's impacted my life.
Great.
And it is a phenomenal curriculum. It has led me to my salvation.
Praise
I
God.
was baptized March 5th.
Great.
And then a few weeks later, my wife followed. And then last Sunday, my daughter decided that she wanted to profess her faith. And she gave her life to Christ. She's getting baptized this Sunday. And we're up on the mountain at First Baptist Church, Calvert Heights. And all of our men's group was there last night to hear you speak. So I just wanted to reach out and say thank you and the whole staff for what y'all are doing there. It is phenomenal curriculum, and I encourage every man to get in on that.
Thank you, Tyler.
Life changing.
Well, and you saw what we've known this isn't new, but you watched it act. It's the reason why we say maybe there should be more investment in men's ministry, since we all agree that there's an influence and a headship that God gave to the man, men and women equal, but distinctly, beautifully different. And what you saw is you got it right. So now you become the spiritual leader. Your wife follows, then your daughter. I mean, you're living out exactly. And what we've done too many times at the Western Church is we've tried to go reach your child, hoping your child will reach the rest of the house, and that was never how it was designed. So, Tyler, thank you for that. That encourages the team in a big, big way. Let's go to Myra in Coleman, 104.7 WZZK. Myra, go ahead.
Yes, you had said earlier that we'd had 2 administrations to compare. Well, what I'd like to see in this whole presidential situation going on is a debate between Biden and Trump.
Yeah, we never got that, did we? We got the one. We did have the one. And remember, everybody thought Trump was too mean.
We had a couple of them, didn't we? Did we have another one after that?
Did we? I didn't know. Did they do it again? I guess they did. Didn't they?
We had 2 total.
Yeah. Biden's camp has not agreed to any debates in the primary or the general election so far. They haven't ruled it out, but they haven't agreed to it.
All right, let me give them some advice. You might want to rule it out.
This guy gets such a pass.
Right. Anonymous out of Tuscaloosa. A road tide. Anonymous, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I had a car in the left lane going real slow. Makes me madder when you finally get an opening to pass him and they speed up.
Yes.
I don't know if you've ever had that.
Oh, yes, I have. Yeah. Oh, yes, I have.
What's that about?
Tell you what, that's where the rubber meets the road and where you are in your sanctification.
Yeah, that'll get you.
Yeah, that.
Well, it happened like 3 times on the way back from Florida with the same car, and I had the Waze app on, and I seen that there was a cop over this hilltop, and I had an opening, so I floored it, and I had him going about 90, and then I done a brake check right before I got to the hill, and he got him a big old ticket.
Oh, how good did that feel?
Are you saying you slammed the brakes and he flew right by?
Oh man,
yeah, he was trying to keep up with me to keep me from passing him.
Which
and
I don't
knew
get
that cop was right over on the hill, so I just hit my brakes before I topped it, and he flew on over it.
Oh, that's good. You did that for so many people, and we all say thank you. Let's go to Billy and Coleman as well. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was checking on Speedy. Several months ago, I was going to work one morning. It was about 5:30, and he said he got Terry knocked up, and I was wanting to know how she was doing.
Was that an accidental misspeak?
I remember that one.
Yeah,
That may have been a long time ago. I think it was a while back.
I was going to say, it can't be recent because the guys would have never forgotten it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
a-
I do remember
was
that.
fairly recent.
What was the complete sentence?
No, I think we were at the old studio. That's how long ago it was. I
Greg,
mean,
now you're going crazy now. Now you're
I
going
just
back a year
came
and a
here
half.
from the power company.
Yeah.
I might have.
Yeah, it was a
The
mistake.
year was 2009.
But if it was recent, it would be talked about.
I do remember
You wouldn't
that.
be out of the woods this quick. You wouldn't be out of the woods. Do you think?
No,
I don't think so.
I do remember
Buddy.
something like that.
Alex in
There's
Athens,
so many.
Alabama. Alex, go ahead. There's so many. Alex, go ahead.
Hey guys, my wife and my anniversary is coming up next week, and I thought about getting a finger tattoo, and I know Adler's had a situation with that. I wanted to see if his was still holding on strong.
How about Adler? What's the update on the finger tattoo?
Yeah, it looks fine. It looks good. It was never that great to begin with.
Right, Sharpie.
So I would make sure that when you go, that person's tattoos are good. The person
Yeah.
that's doing your tattoos, if they have terrible tattoos, don't get a tattoo from them.
Right. It's almost like their resume is on their skin.
Yeah,
Right,
Just
right.
take
Right
a look.
there.
Just take a look.
It's right there.
I remember when Adler went and got this, I thought it would actually look like a ring.
Right.
But it, like I say, looks like somebody took a Sharpie and marked on his hand.
You think I was gonna get like a diamond on my
no,
finger?
but like
like
at
a
least,
Greg?
at least more than just one little line.
I think he's looking for a thicker one.
At first, you were kind of like, "Hey, he's been signing autographs."
Yeah, I only got his hand with that Sharpie.
Look, it's not the best tattoo. All right.
Well,
I'll
that's
admit
all
it
right. That's why he
now.
was asking. He wanted to know: do you feel good about it now?
Like if they have like a word.
Would
on
you
their,
encourage him to do that?
if they have if the tattoo artist has a word on their forehead, it's probably not good.
You know, there's a lot of things you want to try to save money on, and that's not one of them.
I was actually
Don't
it was-
cut corners there.
I actually did it as a surprise, and it's very hard to get a tattoo place to open at like 11:30 during the day.
You know, if
It's
you're
like a
going to get
nighttime thing.
if you're going to get a symbol too, like from another language, I would double check what it means.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
With an independent source,
'Cause you
not
don't know.
not going by what
Right,
they say.
absolutely.
Yes,
I
yes.
never will forget that time. I thought I was so sharp. I had some kind of Japanese phrase on the front of my shirt back in the '80s when I was, lead singer for Silent Ray.
Big emblem. on
And
that.
people started saying, "Wow, so you?" And I'm like, "What?" And they said, "That's not good." I didn't know. I thought it was sharp.
And speaking of anniversaries, I give y'all a heads up every year. A week from
And it's
today,
their 60th.
both of our parents have anniversaries.
Isn't it their
This is,
60th?
their 60th
Oh
anniversary.
my goodness!
Next Thursday.
By
If
the
you're
way,
listening live.
did you know that because one of the things we talked about this? You've just reminded me of this. It just happened the other night when Sherry and I went on a little date. Did you know that, one of the things Sherry has made clear is that she's not one of the guys. She doesn't like me hacking. She doesn't like when she gets pulled into what we're doing here. Like when I said, there's no way you just misspoke because nobody would be over it yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And but it's just off the top of our spine. And
Yeah.
So she, for some reason, every now and then, it's bizarre when this just comes out of nowhere. And she was like, no, don't valet at this restaurant. Just pull around here. I think you can get a parking spot. I said, what's the big deal? I said, baby, I don't think there's any parking spots back there. I said, we're going to have to come from Egypt. And she was like, whatever. So we go back there, and of course there's none. And we keep going further back. I said, boy, sure, I'm glad we didn't pay for that valet. And she goes, okay, just be careful right now. And then I said, what did that say, Speedy? And I said, that's a Speedy move right there. She goes, see, that's what I'm talking about. Don't pull me into this. I'm not Speedy. She goes, don't hackle me like you're trying to get on Speedy for being cheap. Like that. I said, well, and then we got out, and of course it was 1,000 degrees. I said, I'm glad we'll be sweaty when we get in there.
At least it's not hot.
And she goes, you know what you need to do? And this was funny, Greg. This is when I thought it was over. And she was kind of saying, don't ruin a dinner before you get in there now.
Yeah.
And look, Greg, she goes, you know what you need to do? You need to pray about your attitude right now. Look, also I said, Lord, help me with the sweat that's running down my rear end.
Help me get past it.
And she goes, you feel good about that?
Be careful.
Yeah, see, right, that's what I'm talking about.
Careful.
And she goes, see, I'm not one of the guys. Because I said, Sherry, we do this kind of stuff to Speedy all the time. She goes, but see, that's the deal. I'm not Speedy.
Yeah.
I said, okay, yeah, we'll go back here, Speedy.
Show's over.
I said, that's a Speedy move right
Show is over.
Yeah, I did that to Terry the other day, and she got on me. She makes this treat that's really nice, and I knew she had not made some. and we always raise on her when we run out because they're very, very good. So I opened the refrigerator the day before yesterday. I said, "Do you want one?" And she said, "Do I want one?" Yeah. Do you want one of these wafers? And oh, I'm sorry, we don't have any. Oh, then she just looked at me like, "Easy now, easy." Because I can find you one. Are they? Oh, they're in the garage refrigerator. Let me walk out there.
You want one? That's good. I did a move like that last night with the guy that was hosting me, Casey.
Yeah.
And there was just a mob, 500 people trying to get a meal. I said, "Casey, thank you for getting my dinner." "Oh wait, you didn't." I said, "So I'm fine." I said, "Don't worry about me. If I'm still in line when it's time for me to speak, just come get me."
I'll be here if you need me.
Yeah. Thank you for you didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
We'll come back. We'll look at phone calls that may be still on the board. We'll also look at any stories we missed as we get ready to wrap up another hour when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the 79 season, and I was going to drop out of school, get ready for the NFL draft, and then the draft came around. So I went in to thank Coach Bryant, and he said, you'll be very fortunate. You'll play a game you love. You'll build financial security for you and your family. He said, but remember this, a winner in the game of life is the person that gives of themselves so others can grow. And that was a strong statement that day, but again, it had no meaning in my life. And that was the one thing that Coach Bryant always prepared his players for, is the game of life. He took the core value of family, religion, education, and instilled them in every one of his players so that when those events happened in 1982 and I was struggling to find an answer, out of nowhere, there was that quote from Coach Bryant. There was the quote that I needed. There was that moment that I could reflect back and say, this is what Coach Bryant prepared you to do. Now do it.
Tell me a little bit about this video, and I've watched it, you've watched it, and we're gonna put it in show notes today where anyone who wants to watch it can, about the window washer and how we all are window washers. It's really moving, and we'll let people watch it, but talk about what it said to you.
Well, what it said to me is I got it from a friend of mine that I played high school football with, Ted LaVenture, down in St. Petersburg. He said, I think you'll like this. And when you watch it, you look at it, and for me, I cried, I smiled, I cried. And it made me realize that every one of us in life is a window washer. And it shows a window washer washing windows, putting soap on it. Next thing you know, he's taking his squeegee, and he has a child that has gone through chemotherapy behind there. So he turns around and he makes a hat out of soap. Then he goes to the next window and he washes it, works his way down, and then he gets to a window, and there's 6 of these kids sitting there. And at the end, he's putting all kinds of soap hap on them, but he turns around, and they all take a moment to laugh, to giggle, to have that release. And when I watched it, Rick, I said to myself, that's what we all are. If we all are window washers and we take time to make life better for those that we run into, and we can make them smile, make them laugh, say a kind word to them, the rewards are endless. So I'm hoping that people understand that we all can make a contribution to different charities, and charities that help children are number one priority in my life, that we can make a difference. And if we can make a difference, whether it's for a lifetime or a week, that's all in the hands of God. If we can make it an impact, then it's going to make an impact on our own lives.
No doubt. So talking to Marty Lyons, so tell me about the new chapter we just started in North Carolina. What's a call to action for our audience right now where we can help?
Well, I think the big thing is if you go to the Marty Lyons Foundation, .org, and you can go in there and you can donate money. You can see all the different fundraisers that we're having. But we opened another chapter just a week ago today, and Ernie Vimero, the head physician for the foundation, and myself, we went down to the hospital. We met some of the kids. There was a young man named Jackson there that we were presenting him with his wish to go to Disney, and he had spinal bifida. And then we met a young girl by the name of Madison who had a brain tumor. And you just see that reality is right there. And for me, you know, you work with so many of these kids. Every now and then you got to throw yourself back into the fire, back into the pediatric ward, back into walking around and seeing what parents go through. And you see all these kids that you say, wow, I'm helping them, but I need to do more. And every time that you meet a child like that, when it gets hard to raise money, then you say, well, you know what, let me raise awareness. If I can raise awareness, I can get more people behind the cause. So, you know, I can't do this by myself. It's like anything in life, Ricky. We need teammates, and we're very fortunate that we have a strong group of donors, but we need to have more donors, you know, new donors.
Bottom
people
line.
that say, hey, you know what, I'm with you.
Well, thank you for bringing us in. I'm glad God allowed us to meet each other. He's given you a platform. He's given us a platform, and I think you and I both came to the conclusion that was not a coincidence. So if you want to look at Marty Lyons Foundation, there's so much that needs to be done. But like I say, we certainly don't do this for money, but what this foundation provides requires money. And there's a number of ways that you can donate. You can come alongside. You can get involved in the big bike. You know, those of you that love to do biking, he's got a huge biking event that raises hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. If you 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control in Centricon. Ain't nobody better. Ain't nobody better. They do a great job with everything involving. And this time of year, oh my goodness. I mean, does it feel like there's just bugs everywhere? Yeah, I mean, right now where we live, if you have the audacity at night to flip a light on,
it's bug central.
I mean, your whole door will be covered in bugs so fast. I mean, it's incredible. So, nesting wasp, which, you know, Helmsy loves. But anyway, you know, ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, you name it. They do a great, great job. We've been using Cook's Pest Control here on the show for years, and you need to put them to work for you. So why don't you go to cookspest.com right now. Now, they'll give you a free evaluation of your home or your business, or if you're, you know, you're a builder, they'll do that as well. Come out to a new home construction if you need some help with that. So cookspest.com, no obligation to use them. It'll be free, the evaluation, but can we save you some hassle? Go ahead and hire them. I mean, you need to put them to work for you. There ain't nobody better than them anyway. Cook's Pest Control, sing it with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Ha, ha. Bubba, anything else out there that you look at that we didn't hit?
There was a story today that I thought was kind of interesting. A man has escaped China on a water scooter. Now, does that mean, is that like a, you know, what we ride around a jet ski? Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Are they calling it a water scooter?
They do. They said he crossed 200 miles of open sea to get to South Korea from China.
Well, I will say this.
He's a political dissident.
You can tell that this person or whoever writes this story, they don't know how to market. You're not ever going to get anybody fired up in our group if you refer to a wave runner
or as a jet ski
as a water scooter.
Water scooter. Yeah.
And that's what it is too. Yeah, that's
exactly. What that's a pretty good trip. But we've heard of people going from Miami to the Bahamas on a jet ski. Mm-hmm. But now, I don't know that I'd want to do it, but
if we, I know that we had a Cuban Little League coach. You mentioned that has he's also escaped.
Still missing at this point.
Yep. Have you ever caught anybody riding a water scooter into Cuba?
Well, we've had two, I think. We've had one, and he was on death row.
Yes.
And you know you remember the guy, the recent guy that ran into North Korea. What was his name?
Oh yeah. Have we got an update on him? Ha Ha Dix.
Rick! No, it was
guy used to play for Alabama.
It was Ha Ha. We called him that because he was screaming Ha Ha as he ran in.
Yeah.
North Korea had released a statement that said he wanted to live there to get away from racism in America and in South Korea.
Okay.
And that he wanted to stay there.
Well, knock yourself out. If you want to go to North Korea because you think that's a better life, then go have at it.
Yeah, but I don't think he's wanting to now.
Of course, you know, once you recover from the broken bones. But I mean, it's yeah. If that's
what was his name? Gosh, that's going to drive me crazy.
Ha Ha. We called him Ha Ha.
We called him Ha Ha something King, wasn't it? Wasn't his last name King?
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Tyler King. Does that sound right? Ha Ha Tyler King. It rings. It kind of rings.
For some reason, I'm not going to go against that. I think you may have it.
I'm close. I'm not. 100%.
I don't remember that, but so
we're all over it. Just reporting the news.
You know why? Because we know how the North Koreans will just let you be whoever you want to be. They want you to be your best you.
Travis King is his name.
Look at you. You were close. Tyler King. That's not that far off.
No.
By the way,
Travis King.
You know what? If I was your teacher, partial credit.
There you go.
You got a little bit. You didn't get a full check.
I'll take a B on it.
I was the master. I was the master of the discussion questions. I could give you just enough, a few little phrases and whatever that I could put together enough partial credits to have a decent score.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not talking about an A.
74.
Yeah. Right.
We'll take it.
To the phones we go. Haley out of Louisville, Mississippi. Hey, Haley. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good guys. A week or so ago, I'm not sure exactly what day it was, I heard y'all discussing something though about the impacts of Christians drinking alcohol.
Sure.
I didn't hear the rest of y'all's conversation. I went into work, but that's something I've done a lot of praying about, a lot of soul searching about through the years. I read a lot of scripture. We even had an in-depth conversation about it in my Sunday school class a few Sundays ago.
How about that?
Scripture does not, y'all know this, Scripture does not clearly say, that it is a sin to drink, but I wish it did. I wish it said it right there in black and white for us to see it. On the research I've done, one of the things said that 10% of all social drinkers turn into an alcoholic. So if someone sees me professing to be a Christian, at the store buying beer or, out in the lawn cutting grass, drinking a cold one, or socially drinking with them, if they turn into an alcoholic because of me as a Christian saying I'm a Christian and they see me drinking, if they turn into an alcoholic, Scripture clearly says it's my fault and I will be held accountable for it.
Well, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you missed the conversation. Yeah. That's exactly what we said. We actually quoted all that Scripture and talked about that and said, the really overreaching, point of Scripture is not whether it's forbidden, but is it wise? Because of the problems it can cause. And there's a great, great, great message on this that Robbie Gallaty did at a Long Hollow in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And you can go find it, Robbie Gallaty, Should Christians Drink? And he does a really good job of the perfect balance, saying what you said, Scripture does not forbid it, completely, but he also gives the research of the potence of alcohol today and versus the water-diluted wines they were drinking. Of course, they also talked about strong drink, too. But there is one way, to your point, that I will never be in sin with alcohol, and that's not to drink it at all. I certainly don't have to worry about that. And the fact that, if it causes someone to now have an addiction to it and a problem to it. So we certainly are free to partake of it, but we're not free to be drunks. And to your point, we're not free to cause others to stumble or to offend others that take a different view of it. So you're right. You're absolutely right. Tim in Jacksonville. Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I was calling in regards to the KJV only caller this morning. And one of the things I deal with, I'm a pastor in Anniston, a lot of times is people with that perspective and that view of the King James being the only proper translation. And a lot of people don't know that it was from Erasmus's Textus Receptus that most of the King James Bible has come from. And he admitted with his first publication that most of his work, or some of his work rather, towards the end of the New Testament was precipitated rather than edited because he didn't have access to the manuscripts. And like Rick said, the earliest manuscripts contain congruent evidence that supports that the King James Version maybe isn't the most accurate translation. And one of the things I like to employ with people, and I feel like it's just a little bit of common sense, is just to ask the question, because we're so geared towards thinking of ourselves only, how are Chinese people saved? How are Russians saved? How are people of other languages saved?
Yeah, if they didn't have old King James to put it in their language, I don't know what they would have done. All the things you said are accurate, and it really is not an argument that I give much effort to because it just goes nowhere.
Yeah, that was Martin Luther, his bunch. Tisdale worked for him. A bunch of
Tyndale, yep. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.